This guy spent 20 years working as a mechanical engineer for minimum wage, and bro never even held a girl's hand. Then one day, after another brutal shift at work, his heart finally gives out. The doctors do everything they can, but it's game over. At least, that's what he thought, because the next moment, he opens his eyes as a prince in a medieval fantasy world called Eldra, where magic is real, castles are everywhere, and gorgeous maids are eager to do anything for him. A week later, Jean, now named Rain, is given some tea by a household maid named Leah, and he thanks her for it. After a week or so, he's understood his position. He died and became this man named Rain Edgar. Rain Edgar is the third son of Grand Duke Eldarion Edgar, and he has an elder brother and an elder sister. Some memories flash past his mind of his siblings playfully asking him to eat well, and feeding him magic water when he was much younger, and he remembers the times when his mom made the jacket he's presently wearing for him. Rain is the youngest child of the family and is adored by everyone. In the present, he wonders if this is some sort of remedy for his terrible last life. This continent is called Eldria, a world where all facilities rely on magic to function, and the Caradorial Empire is the largest human empire in this continent. On the continent, there are not only human nations, but also those of other races, such as elves and dwarves. The Edgar family is a noble family, with a territory of about 300,000 square kilometers, and roughly 1 million subjects. As a noble, not only does Rain have great clothes, but he has a personal maid to serve him, and he reasons that such a happy life must be the result of his hard work in his past life. Suddenly, Leah asks Master Rain to come with her, because the Lord has something he'd like to discuss with him. Shortly after, the young master enters his father's office, and his father asks him if he knows what he had called him for. Confused, our guy says he doesn't know. So Eldarion explains that Rain has reached the age to manage his own territory, so he asks him if he's decided on where he'd like to go. When Eldarion notices Rain's surprise, he further explains that the territory he's going to take over in the future is in the northwest. While it's a relatively safe place, the issue of food production has been difficult to resolve due to the shortage of magicians. The Grand Duke further explains that although their land is currently secure, the future of the Caradorial Empire is not so optimistic. Our guy agrees with his father's deductions because the royal family of the Caradorial Empire is in decline and political corruption is rampant. Open and covert conflicts between the empire's various lords are countless. Considering the care and concern he's experienced in this world after his reincarnation, Rain decides that he won't lose the people who care about him, but when his father feels like he's pressuring him too much, he tries to relieve him of the pressure by suggesting that the rest of the family can handle it. However, Rain interjects and asks him if the safety of the territory will improve if the food problem is resolved. Surprised, Eldarion explains that food issues can't easily be resolved just by enthusiasm, so he asks him to take things step by step. Eldarion says this because he feels that Rain is still a child and thinks it's a simple problem. After relying merely on passion but on the wisdom of centuries of human industrial revolution, eventually he assures his father that he'll take care of the issue. By the way, there's a city called Isling City, the westernmost land of Grand Duke Eldarion's territory, bordering the enemy Soren Grand Duke's land to the north. To the west, it borders the territory of the elves, and to the south lies the vast ocean. Due to its location at the intersection of three nations, Isling City is often engulfed in the flames of war. Frequent warfare has left what was once fertile land barren and the population dwindling, with people barely surviving. Sometime later, Rain heads to Isling City with his maid, Leah. While traveling, he considers that the necessary prerequisite for an industrial revolution is a sufficient labor force, and he needs a way to increase the population. Apart from that, he seems to have gained some kind of ability called a scanning ability that allows him to clearly observe the stats of the person being scanned. He's been able to test this on members of his family and has gained a rough understanding of the people in this world. To him, his first priority upon arriving at the territory is to recruit talented individuals. Meanwhile, Leah looks quite disturbed as she recalls how the Lord has asked her to keep an eye on the young master and ensure he doesn't cause any trouble in the territory, so she prays he doesn't cause any trouble there. At the Isling City Lord's mansion, the city lord tells a person superior to him that he heard the Grand Duke's youngest son will be arriving in the city that day. He asks the man whether they should act because he's heard of the extreme love the Duke and the rest of the family have for the youngest son. However, the veiled superior tells the lord of the city to hold off any actions until they receive an instruction from the master. Disturbed, the man reminds his superior that Rain can discover his tax and financial frauds, but the man assures him that a pampered young master like him wouldn't understand tax and financial records. He proposes that the lord give Rain some random accounts to confuse him, and soon takes his leave so the city lord can go greet Rain, who seems to have reached the city. Before the man leaves, he mutters to himself that it's time for Aldarian to pay for his crimes. Shortly after, Rain arrives in the city, and he confirms his suspicions that the once cultivable land has become desolate because of the lack of population. He collects a map of the area from Leah and immediately starts to consider dredging a river to the west and building a canal connecting it to the southern port. While he's planning, he hears a girl pleading with her father to stop gambling, especially with the little money that was reserved for her mother's treatment, but the brute father roughly asks her to let go of the money because he has to win this time. When she refuses to let go of the money, the man raises his hands and threatens to beat her, but he's soon launched backward by a punch from an angry Rain. He looks for a while, but he feels the backlash when his fragile royal hands begin to hurt since he's in a new body. Leah quickly comes to check on his hands, and she asks him to inform her next time he wants to beat up a person so she can prepare his protective gear, but he tells her it's fine. He asks her to check on the girl while he goes to have a word with the scumbag. When he walks up to the man, he asks him if he's insane for using his family's saved-up money to gamble and even hitting his daughter for it, but the man asks to know who he is. While the man trembles, Rain tells him who he is doesn't matter, but what does is the fact that he'll have someone chop off his head if he ever finds out he's gone to the casino again. Scared, the man swears to never gamble again and runs away with tears in his eyes. Eventually, Rain asks the lady if she's okay and decides to check her state with his system. She thanks him for his help because she wouldn't have known what to do if the money for her mother's treatment had been taken, but Rain is awestruck by her stats. Apparently, she's a 17-year-old girl named Lillian Eldry with a special attribute related to farming and harvesting. Even though her stats aren't high, Rain decides that he has to recruit her because of her holy body of agriculture since she'll be vital for future farming. He quickly offers to take her in their carriage since she's going to the town to find a doctor for her mother, but the young lady protests that she's dirty and would soil his carriage. However, Rain blankly states that the carriage is just a few wooden planks put together as a form of transport, so it's no big deal, and he also asks her how there's even a casino around here with such severe poverty. As it turns out, the Grand Duke of the enemy country, Soren, attacked the town and killed many soldiers last fall. This spring, there was a great flood destroying much of the land and crops. The lives of citizens have become hellish, and even finding a meal has become troublesome. As Rain walks through the impoverished streets with Lillian and Leah, he reasons that he must run a census to determine the number of productive forces they have. First, he decides to go to the Isling City Lord's estate to see how much petty cash is lying around to use as development funds. He asks Lillian if she knows where the Lord's estate is, and before she can reply, a man on a horse rides through the street and whips the people to get out of the way, calling them peasants. So as not to get overrun, Leah quickly pushes Rain out of the way and holds him in her embrace as they both jump aside. She holds for a bit too long and doesn't realize she's muffling his breathing. Finally, she lets go of him and checks if he's been hurt, and he assures her that he's fine thanks to her help. Annoyed, Rain asks Lillian if she knows who the man is, so she informs him that the guy is the young master of the Eldwin family, the family that owns all the casinos in Isling City. Amused by the fact that the guy's family owns all the casinos, Rain asks if the family is rich, and Lillian answers with a stutter that they are, which makes Rain glad that he'll be able to raise the development fund off them. Immediately, he asks Lillian to lead them to the casino, but she pleads with him not to go there because they'll scam him out of all his money. She had said this because she thought the young master wanted to go gamble, but he assures her that the casino can't beat him, and that makes her wonder how powerful he is. Soon after, they arrive at the casino, and Rain fantasizes about how it's going to get annihilated by his industrialized production line. When he steps in, he finds a man pleading for 10 gold coins because he can make it back while another, who thought he had one, gets played. Rain reasons that people will never work properly as long as casinos exist. Suddenly, Leah informs him that the soldiers have surrounded the casino and asks if he wants to take action now. However, he asks her to wait for the big fish first before taking action. When Rain approaches one of the workers in the casino, the man asks him what he'd like to play, so Rain asks him to suggest an easy game he can play since he's just playing around. Excited, the man leads him to a table where they're playing a game called Sick Bow, and hands him 2 chips on the house so he can try his luck. Rain immediately tosses the chips, and they land on the small box, which immediately causes the worker and the man at the table to smirk at each other. When the guy at the table opens the dice, it turns out to display a large instead, so Rain loses the game. Annoyed by how uninteresting the game is, Rain tells Leah it's time to go because he's hungry. Suddenly, the man stops Rain and states that he can only leave once he pays them the money he owes. Confused, Rain asks when he owed them any money, so the guy explains that he lent him the 2 chips and that he has to pay back the money first. When Rain reminds him that he just said it's on the house, the man mentions that he must be joking since nothing is free in a casino. Apparently, each chip is worth 100 gold, but including the service charge and interest, Rain now owes him 250 gold. He proposes that he leave his maid here if he didn't bring any cash with him today, but Lillian immediately accuses him of lying. She quickly explains to her master that each token is only worth 1 silver coin, and that the guy is lying through his teeth. Annoyed that the girl has ruined his plans, he calls her a bastard and tries to get someone to beat her up, but the words don't fully come out of his mouth when Rain knocks him several feet backward with a punch to the mouth. After the guy crashes into a nearby game table with his back, Rain asks him who permitted him to talk. Our guy turns to the people fighting over some tokens nearby, and he considers how hopeless the people are. Shortly after, the young master of the Eldwin family, Vizurlo, enters and asks who dares cause a mess in the casino, and Rain is glad the big fish has arrived. Vizurlo finds some guys who had spilled tokens on the ground, so he orders his guards to beat up the peasants and make them know their place. Even though the men plead that they've learned from their mistakes, the guards don't spare them but pummel them into the ground. Everyone else watches in shock, and Vizurlo threatens to dish out the same punishment to everyone else if they don't behave. Meanwhile, Lillian blames herself for bringing Rain and Leah to such a place and letting them get scammed, and she recalls how Master Rain had just paid a doctor to go save her mother, so she decides to find a way to pay him back. She immediately, defiantly, tells Vizurlo that she won't let him scam her big brother, and the scared onlookers realize she's toast for speaking up to Vizurlo, who is a terror in the land. Vizurlo turns to her, and she repeats the fact that his casino scammed everyone and has destroyed countless families, so she won't let him bully her big brother and sister. Enraged, Vizurlo raises his hand to slap her, and the girl prepares for the impact she knew would come, but she doesn't feel anything and realizes that Rain had held back his hand. When Rain scans the young master, he realizes his stats are bad and his loyalty score is just 5, which makes him careful because that means the Eldwin family can start a revolt anytime. Surprised, Vizurlo asks him what his deal is, and Rain admits that he agrees with him that only the strong survive in this world, and whoever wins the fight gets the final laugh. That amuses Vizurlo, and he asks Rain how he would dare go against him, and if he knows who he is. But our guy says the only thing he needs to know is that he'll win the fight now, so he'll get the final laugh because his words are law. With a clap of his hands, a group of soldiers enters the casino and suspends all their activities. Meanwhile, the important men in the city, along with the city lord, gather in a banquet hall to await the arrival of Master Rain, and one man hopes to entreat Rain by giving him his daughter. A man named Adrian, father to Vizurlo, considers that the man is only trying to leech off the Grand Duke with his daughter, and he recalls how he had secretly told the city lord to scare Rain a little during the banquet they're about to hold. He wonders why Vizurlo isn't here so they can build a relationship with the Grand Duke's son, especially since they can't trust the trash city lord. Shortly after, young Master Rain enters, and 2 men approach him to entreat him with gifts and one of their daughters. However, Rain proposes that they start the meeting if everyone is here, and he immediately asks the servants to bring in a whiteboard. As the men wonder what the imagery on the board is, our guy explains that it's a blueprint he drew this afternoon of a dam that they're going to construct. The clueless men all wonder what a dam is, but Rain explains by pointing out that there is a great flood every year due to the river north of the city, but they can stop the flood during the rainy seasons and water their crops during the droughts using a dam. Intrigued, Adrian considers it an excellent idea that can boost their crop production, and he realizes the Grand Duke's son isn't a simpleton after all. Confused, the men ask Master Rain what any of this has to do with them, so he excitedly explains to them that all construction work requires money. Immediately, the men sadly declare that they're also poor, and Adrian quietly thinks to himself that Rain is quite naive to think he can get these vampires to fund him. However, our guy refuses to accept that they're poor, and mentions how he was able to get 50,000 gold coins from the casino he raided. When Rain asks where the other casinos are in the city, the men are shocked to hear that he raided the casino, and they wonder if it's the one they invested in he raided, or if they'll get their monthly share. It turns out that all of Ashling City's casinos are run by Master Adrian, which means the young master is going to run into trouble. Adrian also considers Rain a stupid fellow because he hadn't planned to deal with him if he had stayed put, but he now decides to destroy him. Immediately, he steps forward and accuses Rain of breaking the laws of the Caradorial nation by raiding the casino, and the other men chime in to support him because the casinos are legal businesses. Suddenly, Rain reminded them that they pretended to be poor when he asked for donations, but he declares that he knows everything about their involvement with the casinos, so he gives them one last chance to either give up the donations now, or he'll give it up for them. Threatened, Adrian asks the young master what the Grand Duke will think of his actions here, and the men agree that he's breaking his father's law. Amused that they want to talk about the law, Rain orders his soldiers to bring out the men he detained so he can really talk with them about the law. The soldiers bring out 2 men they had apprehended from the casino, and Adrian is shocked to see these men, who were always next to Vizurlo. Immediately, Rain asks Adrian if he recognizes the men, but he denies having ever seen them before. Eventually, he demands to know what this means, so Rain assures him that there's no need to be alarmed, but it's only that these men tried to assassinate him this afternoon. He further adds that the men stated that they have the greatest power in Isling City because they have someone great in the city backing them up, and the mention of that makes Adrian tense. Eventually, Rain asks the guard to untie them to see if they recognize anyone at the party, but the men at the party immediately recognize the men as Vizurlo's followers, which means Adrian would get penalized for their attempt to assassinate the Grand Duke's son. Realizing that allowing the 2 men to speak will destroy his entire family, Adrian quickly brings out a knife and attacks the scoundrels for attacking the son of the Grand Duke. With one swift movement, he slits both their throats, and they drop dead in a pool of blood. Pretentiously, he quickly explains that he did it out of anger that the men would dare do such, and he asks the young master to mete out to him any punishment he sees fit. However, Rain doesn't act out and assures Adrian that he's a great noble for having such a strong sense of justice. After the compliment, he asks the soldiers to bring out the main culprit to see if there are other excellent nobles like Adrian that would deal with him too. It turns out to be Vizurlo, who screams at the soldiers as they drag him in and threatens that he'll get his dad, who is the greatest noble in Isling, to kill them all. Shocked, Adrian realizes that the reason he hadn't been able to reach Vizurlo is because he was captured. As the young man is dragged forward, he calls Rain insulting names and threatens to torture and kill him for killing his servants. Intrigued, Rain publicly asks him if he truly wants to torture him in addition to his desire to get him killed, and the stupid Vizurlo loudly states that he's going to do it, and no one in Isling can stand against him. Excited, Rain congratulates Vizurlo for his bravery, and he turns to ask Mr. Adrian what he thinks of the boy's bravery. When Vizurlo notices his dad standing nearby, he excitedly calls Rain a brat and assures him he's in trouble because of who his dad is. As he's about to talk about his dad, Mr. Adrian calls him an ungrateful child and shuts him up. He immediately asks him to kneel, and the confused Vizurlo asks him what's going on. When he doesn't respond, Adrian forcefully makes him kneel, and he pleads with young Master Rain to spare his son because he's young and naive, and even offers to give all of his possessions. Immediately, Vizurlo recalls how his father had told him about the Grand Duke's son's arrival the day before, and had implored him to get close to him, and he soon adds 1 and 1 together. Frantic, he asks Rain if he's the Grand Duke's son, so Rain asks him why else he would have so many soldiers. Shocked, he immediately bows and pleads for forgiveness because he has made a grave mistake, and Mr. Adrian joins in to plead with the boy. To prove his sincerity, Adrian goes on his knees and declares that his Eldwin family pledges their allegiance to him, so Rain orders him to hand over everything he earned illegally over the years so he can ensure his safety. Glad that he's been saved, Adrian thanks him for the offer, and he immediately decides to rat out the city lord too. He quickly tells Master Rain that the city lord, Eldrick, has contacted exterior forces in an attempt to betray the Grand Duke, and everyone turns their attention to the city lord in shock. Oddly, Rain replies angrily, and accuses Adrian of slandering and speaking ill of the city lord's loyalty, so he immediately orders the soldiers to execute the Eldwin family. Excited by the young master's stupidity and impulsiveness, Eldrick thanks Rain for his quick wits and actions. He declares that he's completely loyal to him and the Grand Duke, and would never think of rebellion, so Rain assures him that he believes he would never betray him, even though he can clearly see that his loyalty status is just 15, and his special attribute is greed. That evening, Rain checks the numbers and realizes that the nobles have turned in about more than 100,000 gold, which is about 2 years' worth of tax that Isling receives. While he's working, Leah comes to give him some tea, so he tells her about how absolutely fed up these nobles are. Suddenly she asks what he's planning to do about what Adrian said concerning how the city lord is planning a rebellion, because that would mean his life is in danger. However, our guy assures her that there's no need to worry because he's certain that Eldrick is planning to rebel, but he can't show his hand at the moment. Surprised, she asks why, so he says it's because he hasn't figured out who's working for him in Isling. For now he's exposed, and his enemies are in the shadows, so acting rashly will only cause chaos. He'd rather they consider him a naive and ignorant rich boy so he can get to the bottom of it. The next day, City Lord Eldrick meets with a wizard and a guild master named Malcolm, who is entirely annoyed by the reforms Master Rain has brought to the town. Eldrick attempts to calm the guild master, claiming that Rain is a young man who's trying to prove himself to the Grand Duke, but Malcolm refuses and claims that even the Grand Duke would have to show wizards respect when he talks to them. In truth, Eldrick is excited by Malcolm's anger, and he's glad that Rain has brought trouble on himself with the recruitment letter he issued for his water conservancy project. Still annoyed, Guildmaster Malcolm proceeds to have a word with Rain, and Eldrick pretends to try to stop him, but he's actually glad that the magical guild has turned against Rain. Shortly after, while Rain is in his office working on engineering drawings, he's told that the Guildmaster of the Wizards Guild would like to meet him, but our guy doesn't know who Leah is referring to. Eventually, when he steps out, Malcolm demands to know the meaning of the letter he sent and why he would insult the Wizards Guild so. A confused Rain asks him what he's talking about. Annoyed, Malcolm tells him to stop acting clueless, and shows him the terms in his recruitment letter that stop applications from individuals who are wizards, physically disabled, or elderly. When Rain reads the terms he wrote, he still doesn't see what the problem is since he's building a dam, but Malcolm states that refusing applications from wizards is a provocation of the Wizards Guild. Confused, Rain wonders why wizards would be willing to take physically demanding jobs. But Malcolm threatens to stop every wizard in the Wizard Guild from ever working for him from now on if he doesn't give a reasonable explanation. Eventually, our guy checks out the wizard's stats, and when he sees his loyalty is pretty high, he figures out that someone must have riled him up. To calm him down, Rain explains that there's been a misunderstanding, because he didn't mean to disrespect the Wizards Guild. Apparently, the 3 reasons he didn't want to hire wizards this time around are because firstly, the amount of mana is limited every day, and they may not be able to meet the deadline. Secondly, it's simply too expensive to hire a wizard, and with the same amount of money, he can hire 10 physical laborers instead. Thirdly, most wizards live a comfortable life from being a part of the guild already, but the normal civilians don't have such a safety net, and that's why he's specially considering them. Intrigued, Malcolm states with all due respect that magic is the rule of this world, and that those without talent for magic deserve to be beneath wizards. Rain agrees that he's correct, but he doesn't like it, and he intends to make everyone understand that wizards are no different from civilians, neither superior nor inferior. Shocked, Malcolm insists that the young master take that back if he doesn't wish to make the Wizards Guild his enemies, but Rain asks him to mind the tone he's using. Otherwise, he'll ask his maid to cut his throat for insulting nobility. Immediately, Leah stretches a knife across the wizard's throat, and when Malcolm protests that this is nonsense, Rain cheerfully explains that he can slit his throat for insulting nobility by law, but he can ask her to cut his throat if he doesn't believe it, and they can see how the judge would address it in court. Scared, Malcolm immediately pleads that he spare his life and apologizes. Surprisingly, Rain notices that Malcolm's loyalty hasn't decreased even in such a situation, and he also considers him simple-minded because he was completely unaware that he was being used to start a quarrel. Eventually, Rain asks Leah to let him go, and Malcolm thanks him. Suddenly, the system announces that our guy has used the scanning ability on 10 people, and the reward pack has become available. A new quest to obtain 5 high-status characters has also become available. Shortly after, Eldrick runs into the guildmaster and asks how things went, but Malcolm states that Rain didn't listen to him and even chased him out. Surprised, Eldrick suggests that he has an idea to make Rain listen to him and even be more respectful to him. He suggests that when those peasants refuse to work for Rain, he will have no choice but to come running to him. Malcolm wonders why the people won't work for the young master since he has such a good offer, so Eldrick hints that Rain would be bound to be disappointed in the peasants if all they do is laze around. Surprised that Eldrick is hinting he uses magic to affect the workers, Malcolm clarifies that he was merely displeased that he refused to hire wizards, but he doesn't want to sabotage him over this. However, Eldrick reiterates that the peasants are a bunch of good-for-nothings anyway, and that's the reason they're starving, so there's no need to let useless people help Master Rain build the dam. When he says that, Malcolm hesitantly considers giving Eldrick's suggestion a try. Sometime later, people gather around a public notice board about how the new lord is hiring people to build a dam with 3 meals a day and good wages of 10 copper coins paid at the end of the day. Some of the men wonder if the new lord is really this nice, and they refuse to go because the nobles have tricked them plenty of times before so they don't get killed. Immediately, Lillian, who is standing among the crowd, stops them from slandering the Lord, because Master Rain had told her that he's going to make everyone's life better. However, the men begin to laugh and wonder what a little girl like her knows, and they accuse her of having feelings for the pretty boy. Regardless, Lillian states that she and her father would like to apply to the dam project, and the attendant explains that her father can be accepted, but she can't. Confused, Lillian asks why since she's pretty strong, but the man clarifies that the master had explicitly stated that they can't hire people below the age of 18, and they'd get in trouble if they hired her behind his back. When her father steps up, the attendant lists out the terms of the job and gives him a paper to make a handprint on before he resumes work the next morning. After he does, Lillian reminds her dad that he has to work hard and can't slack off. So he assures her that there's no need to worry because he won't gamble again. Her father decides within himself not to let Master Rain down, so he asks Lillian to stay home and take care of her mother since she can't work in the field with her sickness. When the attendant overhears him talking, he stops Lillian's father and confirms he had just said his wife is sick. When he confirms his wife is very sick, the attendant informs him that Master Rain had stated that the family of those working for the dam project may temporarily relocate to the workers' quarters and can return to their home after they're done. Excited, the man kneels and thanks the attendant, but the attendant asks him to quickly get up and promises to get someone to take them to the quarters. When the men overhear this, they suppose that the new lord may have good intentions after all, so they immediately get in line to sign up. Meanwhile, Rain checks out his new rewards, and he's told that he's received a blueprint of a lithium iron phosphate battery from the reward pack. Annoyed, Rain wonders what he's supposed to do with the blueprint of a battery without an electricity generator, and he wonders if the system wants him to get struck by lightning to charge the battery. The other quest on the system requires him to raise and obtain 5 high-status characters, and he wonders where on earth he'll find people like that. Leah, who is age 21, has almost maxed out her leadership, strategy, strength, loyalty, and fearless divine thunder magic stats. He had considered training her, but she doesn't seem to have room to grow anymore. Eventually, he decides that he'll have to go into the city to scout for talents. Suddenly he's told that Lillian has come to see him, and he asks that they let her in. When she steps in, she mentions that things are weird at the construction site because everyone is slacking off. Confused, our guy goes to check things out, and he finds Lillian's father, who promises that he's not trying to slack off, but he's been feeling tired since he woke up this morning. No one there seems to have any energy either, and Lillian screams at them for wasting such a good offer from the Lord, but they all lament that they've been feeling this way all morning, and one guy suggests it may be because they've not worked for a long time. Annoyed, Lillian accuses them all of being lazy because there's no way they're all really feeling sick because of work, and she tries to convince Rain to speak to them. When Rain approaches Lillian's father, he checks out his stats and finds out that he has an anomaly on him, which is a curse. When he sees it, he informs Lillian that they're not sick, but are cursed. Immediately, Rain uses a skill called prospecting that he was planning to use when the dam's construction starts. The prospecting skill allows him to analyze the state of rocks, strata, formations, minerals, hydrology, and landforms in a specified area. When he begins analyzing the geological condition of the area within a 10-kilometer radius, he spots that there's no petroleum or metal in the ground, which is a shame. Eventually, he runs into something interesting, so he finds someone to help him dig into that specific area. After digging a specific area, they find a shiny object lodged in the ground, and Leah is surprised that Rain was able to detect this because the magic from the object was so faint that even she couldn't detect it. Immediately, Rain orders them to dig up the crystal and put it in the box. He asks Leah what people normally do when they've been cursed, so she mentions that they can go to the church and have a priest remove it, or they can look for a high-level wizard from the Wizards Guild. Her mentioning the Wizards Guild gets his attention, so he asks Lillian to get her father and follow him so they can go find a priest. Lillian is surprised that her father has been cursed, but Rain, who knows who's responsible for this, pledges that the person responsible for this will not get away with it. Shortly after, they reach the church, and one of the nuns welcomes Master Rain. Before he asks her to treat someone, he decides to check if her stats are good, and the system displays that she has really good stats and a very high loyalty status. Furthermore, he realizes she's an elf and not human, which really surprises him. The lady immediately introduces herself as Saint Tess Iuria from the church and asks what she can do for him, so he informs her that the man with him has been cursed, and he'd like to ask if she can do something about it. When Iuria hears that, she proposes that she inspect the man first, and she activates a very bright light from her eyes that confirms that the man is indeed cursed. Rain asks her if she can remove it, so she generates a golden energy ball and releases it towards Lillian's father. When the ball hits him, it ejects the curse immediately, and he feels a sudden surge of energy that makes him feel like getting to work immediately. Intrigued, Rain asks him to wait while they resolve things, so he shows Saint Tess Iuria the crystal they found at the construction site to know if she knows what it is. When the Saintess sees it, She recognizes the dark crystal as the most common magical crystal, and a huge amount of magic has been stored inside for the curse to take effect. However, she admits that it's more of a prank than a curse because the caster is capable of killing anyone with the same amount of magic, but all he's doing is making people feel tired. Rain asks her if it's easy to manufacture this sort of crystal, so she admits that it will be very easy for a high-level wizard to make one and hide it in the construction site on a daily basis. Surprised, Rain asks her how she knows about his project, so she explains that the project will benefit the civilians greatly, so there's no reason she wouldn't know about it. Apparently, the pressure on the church is lesser because the project provided jobs for many people. Eventually, Rain realizes he'd have to teach old man Malcolm a lesson. He immediately asks the Saint Tess if she has a way to remove the curse from the entire construction site, but she admits that it will be difficult because they may not be lucky enough to find the crystal again the next day. It would seem that Rain would have to approach Malcolm about this, but Saint Tess Iuria suddenly informs him that she knows someone who can solve his problem, but the person is a little strange. Regardless, our guy agrees to meet the person, so he's given the address of Lady Selena, the former president of the Wizards Guild, so he goes to her house to persuade her to help him. The moment he knocks on the door, Leah senses danger, so she jumps on Rain and warns him to be careful. Immediately, an explosion occurs on the upper floor, which makes Rain confused as to what is going on. Suddenly, a figure appears out of the explosion and angrily wonders why what she was working on fell again. It turns out to be Lady Selena, who pledges to work tirelessly until she crafts her project successfully, even if she has to level the entire island city. When Rain eventually enters and asks for her help, Lady Selena utterly refuses because she's busy researching a new magical device, and she has no time for him. Intrigued, our guy asks her if she's talking about wands, but the lady tells him not to insult her with his lowly understanding. Annoyed, Leah asks the lady to watch her tone while speaking to young Master Rain, and Selena compliments Leah because she's carrying great magic in her. She proposes that Leah stay with her as an assistant, and she'll help her little master once she's succeeded with her project. That comment further annoys Leah, so she activates her aura and proposes to teach the lady how to be polite. As both ladies prepare for a showdown, Rain calms Leah and clarifies that they're here to ask for help and not to cause trouble. Our guy notices the things on the table and asks Lady Selena if she made them all and if she's making a magical item. She impolitely commends his ability to recognize those again, but explains that the items are all failures. Apparently, she's trying to create a device that can store the powerful electric magic within her. The mention of storing electric magic shocks Rain, and when he asks her more questions, she clarifies that it doesn't work and keeps resulting in an explosion. Eventually, she asks them to go now so she can rest and return to her research. Shortly after, Rain asks her if she will help deal with the wizards if he tells her he can create a device that can store electricity. Enraged, she warns him that she has no time for nonsense, but he assures her that he's serious and asks again if she will help him if he can help her. When she sees he's serious, she agrees to not only deal with the dimwit Malcolm, but to make the Wizard Guild listen to him if he can help her. Sometime later, Rain returns with the batteries that he had built according to the blueprints he received. Although he was wondering where he could find electricity, it would seem that the wizards can substitute as human electricity generators until hydraulic generators are built. Intrigued, Selena warns him that there's no way these rocks can store magic, and they'll explode even if she uses a little magic. But, Rain assures her that the capacity of the battery is about 185 watt-hours per kilogram, so he asks her to show him how much of it she can charge. Eventually, she grabs the cords and proceeds to see how powerful it is. The lady begins to release her electricity into it, and she's shocked that the battery doesn't explode. When she stops, Rain playfully asks her if that's all she's got since that's not even half of what the battery can do. Riled up, she calls Rain a brat and promises to wipe the smirk off his face, so she begins to pump the battery full of electricity. Sometime later, Selena collapses out of exhaustion, and she begins to wonder if this object can really store her magic. When Rain checks out the percentage, he notices it's at 87%, which is a shocking figure that is enough to power an electric vehicle for more than 3,000 kilometers. If she can get it to 87% just by herself, it means these wizards are convenient human battery banks, and he'll be able to use their talent. When he joins the cords of the battery pack together, it releases a spark, and Selena incredulously asks him if he can also use electric magic too. Amused, our guy assures her that he can and can also make it so that everyone in the city of Island can use electric magic. Intrigued, the lady calls that nonsense because magic cannot be learned so easily, but Rain assures her that he has magic devices more powerful than this battery he brought. He offers to show her a world where everyone can use magic if she's willing to help him, and that blows her mind. A while later, at Malcolm's home, he hears a knock on his door and assumes that it's about time for Master Rain to come begging for help. However, he's shocked to see President Selena, so he asks her why she's here. She doesn't answer him, but accuses him of having some guts to stand up to the young lord of the Duke's family, and she asks him if he's trying to rebel. Afraid, he clarifies that he would never dare to think of something so dangerous, but Selena soon grabs his cape and asks him to spill what kind of dirty trick he used at the young lord's construction site. When he hesitates to answer, streaks of red lightning emanate from the lady's body, and she reminds him that he knows she has a bit of a temper. Suddenly, Malcolm bursts out in tears and agrees to talk if she spares him. Apparently, he gathered all the mages from the association and told them that Lord Rain looked down on them, which made them furious. Then, he had them create crystals that could cast curses and use teleportation magic to place them underground at the construction site. The crystals made the workers exhausted, and he hoped that would make Rain think the workers were lazy and useless, so he would come back to apologize and agree to work closely with the Mage Association from then on. As tears flow from his eyes, he swears that this was all and he had no other intentions, but Selena calls him an idiot because he doesn't realize he was being used. Confused, Malcolm asks her who used him, but she only tells him to go back and call those troublemaking mages, which he does immediately. Shortly after, Lady Selena speaks with the young lord through a magical hologram, and she informs him that she's taken care of the problems with the Mage Association. The news pleases Rain, and he thanks Selena for her help. Eventually, she asks him if he'd like her to deal with Eldrick because she can make him disappear without a trace, but he responds that there'd be no need because he needs Eldrick to lure out an even bigger fish. After hearing that, Selena decides to back off from the issue, but before they end their call, she eagerly asks him when they can start working on those new projects he mentioned, and pleads that he calls her when he decides to begin. Our guy assures her he will, but he asks her to ensure the mages from the association fully charge those batteries, which she excitedly agrees to. Sometime later, Eldrick reports to his master that it seems the kid has taken control of the Mage Association, and he asks what he thinks they should do. However, his master replies that there's no rush, since there's nothing worth worrying about in the Mage Association other than the old hag Selena. The master informs him that he needs to forget about those minor mages, because he needs to be more concerned with the mysterious dam project. If the dam works as the young master claims, it would revitalize the people of Isling City, and they can't let that happen. When Eldrick hears that, he assures his master that he's set a trap for the young lord. Apparently he's been secretly pressuring the nobles in charge of the grain supply to raise prices according to his wishes. Eventually the master asks him if he's certain that the nobles will side with him, so Eldrick replies that they will because he's helping them make back the money the young lord took from them at the banquet. Even though they can betray him, they'd never betray their own profits. With this, he'll ensure the young lord doesn't have enough money to keep the dam project going until it's finished. Sometime later, a trader kicks Lillian away from his shop and tells her to leave if she can't afford the merchandise. She falls to the ground and protests against the sudden price hike from 1 gold coin for grain to 2 gold coins overnight. Regardless, the trader tells her to save her whining because he'll sell the grain for whatever price he wants, and they can leave if they can't afford it. Lillian recalls that she had asked Rain to leave the job of buying grain to them, because they'd get it at the lowest price and save money. Annoyed, she calls the traders greedy crooks and asks them if they're not afraid that Brother Rain will deal with them. But the man explains that they're just honest business people and the Grand Duke's son can't do anything to them. As he states that this is a grand opportunity and they're taking full advantage of it, he further steps on Lillian, whom he had kicked to the ground, while the crowd watches angrily. Sometime later, Saint Iuria protests that the humans are getting more and more out of line because the price of grain has tripled in just 3 days. She tells one of the people working at the church named Illyria that the grain they got won't be enough for their people to survive the winter. She instructs Illyria to take the supplies in and hands her some money, but Illyria protests that they won't even pay a third of this when they bribe the guards normally. However, the Saint Es asks her to do as she said. Moments later, Leah walks up to the Saint Es, and Rain also follows behind with a bag of money in his hand. When the Saint Es sees him, he asks her if she'd be interested in making a deal. Intrigued, the Saint Es asks the young master what business he wants to discuss with her. When he notices her tenseness, Master Rain tells her there's no need to be tense and refers to her as an elf. Surprised, the Saint Es says that Rain is saying nonsense because there are no elves in the human capital, but our boy assures her that there's no need to be guarded because he knows they're elves and he bears no hostility toward their kind. After Rain tosses the bag of money in his hands to Illyria, the Saint Es finally asks what business he wants to do with them, so Rain explains that it has to do with food supplies. Surprised, the Saint Es explains that this may be beyond his ability and pleads that he forgive her bluntness. When Rain asks why she said that, she explains that the food in Ashling City is controlled by the 4 major noble families. These 4 families have stood strong in Ashling for over a century, firmly controlling the city's grain prices. Although he had intimidated some people at the banquet a few days ago, those guys are just a small fry in Ashling City. Apparently, if Master Rain hadn't made a move against the Eldwin family at the banquet, there might still be room for negotiation. Due to war and natural disasters, food was already scarce this year, and the Saint Es laments that her people could have barely survived the winter if grain prices had stayed stable. But it seems things will be worse. Regardless of all this, Rain assures the Saint Es that the prices of grain in Ashling City will be cheaper than they were before the price hike just within half a month. Meanwhile, the heads of the 4 great families meet to celebrate how the 4 families made an absolute fortune this time. They thank one of them, Augustus Klein, the head of the Klein family, for bringing them in on this deal, and they celebrate the prospect of future business. Suddenly, a butler enters and informs Lord Augustus that young Master Rain has sent an invitation requesting the presence of all 4 lords at a banquet. When they hear that, one of them wonders if Rain is planning to come after them next, and he asks Lord Augustus what they'll do since they just want to make money and didn't plan to die. However, Augustus assures them that the city lord had assured him that raising grain prices was entirely legal and compliant. Apparently, as long as they don't provoke young Master Rain, nothing will happen, especially if the 4 of them stick together. He states that merchants set the price of grain, and even the emperor doesn't have authority to interfere, let alone some duke's youngest son. When they hear that, all the men eagerly agree with him, and they celebrate the fact that they'll be saving their families from poverty for the next 100 years based on this new opportunity. Since they're now selling grain at 2 gold coins per sack, Lord Augustus suggests they drop it by 5 copper coins to appease the young master if he pushes them too hard. But he warns the others that he won't let it slide if any of them dares to back out from their agreement, so they all assure him that they'll stick with him till the end. After receiving their assurance, they all proceed to get changed so they can go to the young master's banquet, but the butler is surprised about why they want to change clothes. That evening, Leah comes to notify the young master that Lord Augustus and the others have arrived. He immediately orders one of the workers to tell the kitchen to start serving food, and the lords enter the hall soon after. The lords enter in commoners' clothing and greet the young master, but Rain immediately recognizes that they're trying to act poor in front of him. Rain pretends to be surprised and asks the men why they're looking so disheveled, even though they're the nobles who control Eiling's grain supply. However, Augustus doesn't answer the question and just states that they'd like to contribute to the great project that they heard he's doing to benefit the people. One other lord adds that they've donated large sums of money to support the project and have sold their grains at the lowest prices under the guidance of Lord Augustus. Nearby, Leah watches the shameless crooks and recognizes that they're blatantly trying to deceive young Master Rain. Regardless, Rain tells them that he's moved by their understanding and support for his efforts. Eventually, he explains to them that he invited them here to discuss some business related to grain, and Augustus excitedly states that they understand that he's been tight on funds lately, but 2 gold coins per sack is already a loss for them. As they continue to lament, Rain clarifies that what he actually wanted to ask is if they can raise the price of grain in Eiling City to 4 gold coins per sack. That statement shocks the lords, so Rain reinstates that he meant what he said, but he'll be taking a 30% commission. Still confused, Lord Augustus informs Rain that it would seem his hearing isn't what it used to be because he's an old man, so he asks if he actually said to increase the price of grain to 4 gold coins. Rain agrees and reminds them that he's entitled to a 30% commission in this deal. That statement makes Augustus grin widely. He had originally thought that young Master Rain was just an inexperienced kid, but it looks like he's just as much of a cunning merchant as the rest of them. With the young master's support, the road will be much smoother for them, and Augustus wished he had known Rain was this reasonable before so he could have visited earlier. However, without an official decree, they can't raise the prices because, if they do, a rebellion can break out, and they'll be the ones to suffer. Eventually, Augustus thanks the young master for understanding his lowly servants, and he asks when the young master plans to post the announcement. Immediately, our guy informs them that the document is ready and stamped with the family seal, so they can put it up after they enjoy their meal. However, he clarifies that anyone who dares to disobey him starting from tomorrow will meet the same fate as the Eldwin family, so the happy men promise not to let the young master's kindness go to waste. That night, the 4 lords return home, and one of them asks Augustus if they should inform the city lord about this, because it's unusual for them to raise grain prices instead of lowering them. Suddenly, Augustus calls the man a fool, and reminds him that the more people who know about this, the less profit the 4 of them will make. To him, he thinks Rain, who's a little brat, doesn't have much power, and he's trying to rope the 4 of them into his plan with benefits. Augustus insists that this matter remain between the 4 of them, and they'd be fools if they don't take advantage of such a great fortune. The man who suggested they report to the city lord calmly clarifies that he's never seen such a great opportunity before, and that's why he was cautious, but he pledges to follow Augustus' order through thick and thin, and they all promise to stand as one. Excited, Augustus suggests that they act fast before the announcement goes up, and gather all the grain from those small merchants outside. Meanwhile, the Saintess calls Rain a traitor for not fulfilling his promise to lower the grain price. She demands to know why he's working with the crooked merchants, and promises to show him that the elves aren't to be trifled with. However, Lillian, who's standing nearby, calms the Saintess down, and reminds her Rain had promised the price would come down. The angry Saintess insists that Rain is conniving with the crooked merchants, but Lillian equally insists that she believes Rain has a plan. When she calms down, Saintess Iuria asks Rain if he's really planning to raise the grain price, so he asks her not to worry about that, because the price won't stay high for long, and the grain market will completely collapse in less than half a month. Surprised, the Saintess accuses him of being inexperienced, and lacking knowledge about how cruel the world can be, because she's never seen grain prices drop after a major spike in all the 200 years she's lived. Eventually, Rain asks the Saintess what she thinks would have happened if he held a knife to the throats of the merchants, besides them dropping the prices by a few copper coins. Regardless, she insists that it's heartless to raise it to 4 gold coins per bag, because the people will begin to starve to death at that point. Eventually, Rain explains that they'd starve to death at 2 gold per bag, and they'd starve to death at 4 gold per bag. For the common folks, there'd be no difference between 2 gold and 4 gold, except for the fact that they'd just starve to death faster. The Saintess still doesn't agree, so Rain explains that he doesn't want the merchants to just reduce the price by a few coppers. He wants them to lose everything, including their families and their livelihoods. 7 days later, the young master goes to Lady Selena's house and explains the structure of a battery. He's done explaining the science behind it. She's completely elated to be able to conceive how an intricate magic system like this works. Eventually, our guy concludes the lesson for the day, and Leah steps in to inform him that the Saintess is here again. Ticked off, Rain asks if the Saintess doesn't have anything better to do, and Selena reminds him that it's because he raised the price of the grain on purpose, which has caused it to climb as high as nearly 7 gold per bag now. Before Rain can explain, the Saintess barges in and reminds Rain that he had said he would bring down the grain prices, but at this point, even the small nobles are struggling to afford grain, let alone the commoners. Suddenly, our guy asks Leah how many days it's been since they started raising prices, so she tells him it's been 7. Eventually, Rain agrees that it's time to send those crooked merchants on their way. Still annoyed, the Saintess tells Rain to stop speaking in cryptic ways and threatens to sever all ties between him and the Elven clan if he doesn't explain everything to her immediately. Eventually, our guy explains that he hadn't told her before so that her fake performance wouldn't arouse suspicion from the nobles. But the truth is that the thing their island city needs at such a critical time when grain is high-priced is a merchant who sells grain. Rain further explains that the price of grain in Island City has risen to 4 gold per bag, and this has caused merchants in nearby towns to bring all their grains to the city to make gain. Since out-of-town merchants brought a large amount, the 4 families had to buy them at high prices, which further fueled the desire of the merchants. At this point, their city can be said to be the city with the most grain in the entire empire, and every merchant came here greedily because of the prospect of getting rich. Excited, our guy declares that the 4 noble families will be no more after today, so he gives Leah a notice to post all over the city about how Saintess Iuria is selling the church's reserve grain because she disapproves of Lord Rain's method, and she's selling it at 1 gold coin per bag. Confused, the Saintess reminds him that she doesn't have much grain, and he's expecting her to sell all the grain her people need for winter, so she declines. When she insists that the Elven tribe needs this to survive the winter, Selena jokingly calls her naive and advises her to listen to the young lord so she can make a lot of money. Regardless, Iuria insists that the elves don't need money but grain, so Rain assures her that she trusts him because her grain will grow. Eventually, our boy reminds Selena to help him seal the city with the help of the Magic Association, so she promises him that no single rat will escape the city. Sometime later, Leah returns after sharing the papers, and Rain asks her if something is wrong when he notices her worried expression. Eventually, she spills out that she's worried that things won't go as planned because the merchants might hold out for a few days until Iuria's grain is sold out. Tuesday. However, Rain assures her that the out-of-town merchants are blinded by desire, and they'll risk everything on this. They will fight to get rich overnight, and now that they know the prices will fall, they'll sell in a panic because being slow means death. Meanwhile, a man rushes to the residence of Lord Augustus to inform him that the church has announced that they will sell their reserved grain at only 1 gold coin per bag. The lords become tense because they overlook the church, and they don't know what to do since they bought their bags of rice at 2 golds per bag. They suppose that the church only has enough grain to last a few days, so Augustus orders that they send some people to the church and buy as much as they can. At the church, a crowd quickly gathers around and people begin to make demands for a high number of bags. The saintess tells them not to push each other and assures them that the Pope has sent 10,000 bags because he knows the people are struggling. However, they still don't believe her, and they each quickly try to get some before it runs out. While they're causing a ruckus, some soldiers come to silence the people, and they bring in a new batch of grain provided by the Pope. The man informs her that this is the first batch, and more grain will come in starting tomorrow, and the saintess cheerfully thanks him, even though she's secretly hoping that rain stops all this because she doesn't know what to say if the Pope finds out she's selling the church's reserve. The people rejoice at the sight of the extra grain, but the nearby merchants become worried that the church has messed up their business. One of the merchants calculates that he used about 75 silver coins to get a bag, so he considers selling his bags for 95 silver coins, which is less than the 1 gold coin of the church, so he can at least make a gain. He immediately begins announcing that he's selling at 95 silver coins, and he's soon surrounded by several men who ask him for some. When the other merchants see this, they become angry that this bastard is playing with them, so they begin selling theirs at 90 silver coins per bag, and not long after another person goes as low as 79 silver coins. Nearby, Leah commends Lord Rain because things seem to be going exactly as he said, and he replies that it's human nature. Since everyone is afraid of selling too late, they're desperately selling things. Leah soon realizes that the grain price will definitely return to 50 silver per bag, and then he'll be able to start his water project on time. But Rain thinks she's underestimating these merchants by thinking it'll only go as low as 50 silver per bag. He believes that when people like Augustus start selling, grain will be the cheapest thing in Ashling City. Surprised, Leah asks him if he really thinks Augustus and his crew would really sell out like the outsiders since they paid at least 2 gold or more to buy it in the market, and also because they're a united group and wouldn't turn on each other. Amused, our guy tells her she's giving them too much credit because they can't be united when it comes to matters of profit. Since the grain prices in Ashling City won't cause any more trouble, he decides that it's time to talk to the saintess about the second part of the deal. Meanwhile, Lord Augustus is soon told that the out-of-town grain merchants are slashing prices like crazy, and grain is now down to 75 silver coins per bag, but the Lord believes this is impossible. One of the lords named Roland wonders where the outsiders are getting their grain from when they control all the grain in Ashling City, but Lord Augustus just spends some time ruminating over the issue. Suddenly, he has a eureka moment, and realizes that young Master Rain is actually ruthless, and wants to ruin their families completely. Confused, the other lords ask Augustus what's going on, so he explains that young Master Rain first spread the news that grain prices in Ashling City are skyrocketing to attract merchants from nearby towns to bring their grain here. Once the merchants flooded the city, he used the church's name to crash the price and cause all the merchants to panic, so they sell at a loss to avoid losing money. When they realize that Rain used such a sneaky trick, Augustus points out that he has a plan that might help them turn the tables. Since the grain will only last the people of Ashling City a few months, they can hoard the grain until the people are desperate and sell it at a high price. He proposes that they stick together and refuse to sell today so they can make their money back, but they'll be doomed if any of them tries to sell. Eventually, Roland agrees that Augustus is right, and informs them that he'll go home right away and order all the grain to be stored. However, he has other plans as he walks away, because he knows he needs to sell immediately so they're not slower than the other merchants. As Roland walks away, the other lords suspect that Roland is trying to run away, and they also decide within themselves to do what will benefit them individually. They immediately ask to be excused so they can make arrangements for their grains to be stored, even though they have other plans. When they all leave, Augustus' butler comes to inform him that he'll go tell their people to ensure they don't sell any grain. However, Augustus kicks him in the face and asks him what will happen to him if he doesn't sell, and the 3 other jerks sell theirs. Surprised, his butler asks him what they'll do, so he orders that they sell all the grain immediately. Meanwhile, our guy gives the saintess some grains and asks her if it's enough to get her people through the winter. Surprised, she wonders why it seems like the more grain they sell, the more they have. So Rain explains that it's because she's selling at peak price and buying at the lowest price, and that's enough to make her tens of thousands of gold. Suddenly, Lillian bursts in and informs young Master Rain that the price of grain has dropped again, and they can now buy 3 bags of grain for 1 coin. Excited, Argai reminds the Saintess that he had told her to wait a bit longer for the price to drop, but she didn't believe him. Eventually, he brings up the deal they had discussed, and the Saintess asks him what kind of deal he wants to make with the elf tribe. Oddly, Rain says he wants to make a deal about everything. By that, he means they can handle all aspects of the elves' daily needs, from small things like grain to big things like land or whatever else they need. Surprised, the Saintess mentions that this is too big a decision for her to make, and he needs to talk to their queen, so Rain suggests that she arrange a meeting with the queen for him. As the Saintess takes her leave, Rain considers that the nobles of Isling City won't be able to cause any more trouble for a while after the grain crisis is over. The Magicians Guild is already under his control, and it won't be long before the church is, too. Right now, Lord Eldrick only has the military and taxes as his remaining cards. If they can take control of the military, no matter what Eldrick tries, he won't be able to escape. Argai considers that they need to find a way to infiltrate the military, but while he's thinking, Leah pulls his head into her bosom because she thinks he needs to rest more. She soon begins to massage his head to help him relax, and while he's enjoying it, a man enters and begins to lament to the Saintess about the damn soldiers who are abusing their power because of the Grand Duke's name. The man suggests that the Saintess ask the gods to strike them down with lightning, but she explains to him that the gods are merciful. Annoyed, the man explains that he can handle losses in Isling City, but the soldiers went as far as robbing him on the way home, which is detrimental to his business. While he's ranting, Rain approaches him and asks him what's up. Still annoyed, the man asks who he is, so Rain tells him that he's someone who wants to do business with him. Sometime later, Lillian takes some of her goods to the city again, and the soldiers stop her and ask what's in the back of the cart. She quickly clarifies that she's a citizen of Isling City, and that the cart is filled with goods she bought in the city that she's taking to the elf tribe to do some business. The grumpy soldier asks her if she thinks it's so easy to do business, and orders the rest to search the carts. The soldiers immediately puncture the jars while Lillian pleads with them because she can't transport broken jars, but they don't listen. When they don't find anything, the leader amongst them tells Lillian to pay the toll to pass through, and she protests that they're asking for a toll after breaking her stuff. The soldier tells her to either pay up or get lost, but as Lillian attempts to argue, Ryan, who's in the coach, asks her to pay them. Eventually, she hesitantly hands the man 1 silver coin, but the soldier informs her that young Master Rain raised the toll to 5 silver coins. That outrages Lillian, who protests that all her goods are not even worth up to 5 silver coins, but the man insists that she get out of the way if she's not paying. Eventually, she has no choice but to agree. Even though she knows that the man is using Big Brother Rain's name to cheat people, she hopes that Big Brother Rain completes his plan so he can deal with them all. After she pays the toll, they let them pass, and they continue their journey. Inside the coach, Rain speaks with the man who was complaining about the soldiers, and because the man doesn't know his identity, he tells him that this young Master Rain must be something for raising the toll so much. However, the man asks him to watch his tone because the young master is the savior of Ashling City, and he mustn't dare insult him. Surprised, Rain tells the man he's strange because he's blaming the soldiers after he had heard them say that the young master was the one who made them increase the toll. Amused, the man assumes that Ryan is new in the city, and informs him about how the young master used a brilliant plan to bring down grain prices in Ashling City to help the people. Even though he himself had lost some money because of it, the merchant admits that it's the first time he's seen a lord who cares so much about his people. The man excitedly declares that he'll serve Rain with all his heart if he ever gets a chance to meet him in person. To further probe him, Rain mentions that he heard that this young son of the Grand Duke killed people at the banquet, and forced citizens to dig for some project. When the man realizes he's talking about the Eldwin family, he mentions that they deserved it. Intrigued, Rain asks him if he knows the family, so the man informs him that the Eldwin family was famously known to have made their fortune from casinos, even though that's not true. Argai asks him to tell him more, and after looking around to ensure no one is listening in, the man divulges that the Eldwin family's real business is human trafficking. Surprised, Rain asks him to repeat what he said. He's annoyed that his population is already low, and the Eldwin family would dare mess with his workforce. They need to find a way to control the border guards first. Otherwise, if there's internal chaos, it'll be hard to prevent other countries from taking advantage. Finally, they overhear Lillian arguing with some other soldiers as to why they're charging them tolls again. She explains that they already paid the toll when leaving Ashling City, but the soldiers explain that the toll for Ashling City is different from that of the border fort. Annoyed, Lillian accuses the man of lying, especially since they only had to pay the toll once before, but the man tells her to get out of here if she can't pay it. She becomes frustrated, and eventually asks how much the toll is as her hands tremble in anger. With a smirk on his face, the man states that the fee is 1 gold coin, and Lillian erupts in anger again, accusing the man of robbery. When he grows impatient, Rain asks Lillian to just pay them, but when the soldier realizes there are people in the coach, he orders everyone to come down, because all travelers that come to the border fort must be inspected. Since he wants to inspect them, Rain and everyone else come down, and he asks the soldier to inspect as he wishes. Confused by Rain's expression and affluence, the soldier asks him who he is. Suddenly the soldier recognizes the merchant Rain is with as Trist, and he asks him how he dares come here. Our guy asks Trist if the soldier is an acquaintance of his, so he whispers that these people used to be bandits from the nearby mountains, but they later cooperated with the Eldwin family, and were later responsible for human trafficking. Eventually, the soldier mentions that Trist didn't pay enough tariffs the last time he went out of the city, and that made his superiors scold him, so he slaps him and states that he won't be able to leave today if he doesn't make up for the money. However, Trist protests that he's saying nonsense because he paid him the exact amount he asked for back then. Regardless of all his explanations, the soldier insists that he's going to increase their toll because of Trist, and they have to pay 5 gold coins now to be able to leave. Surprised, Rain asks why the tax revenue of Isling City is so low if their tariffs are this high. The soldier is startled by Rain's statement, but he's suddenly awestruck by the sight of Leah, and he marvels at her beauty. Immediately, Trist offers to give him the 5 gold coins, and pleads with him not to make things difficult for his business friends. When the soldier receives the gold, he stows it away, and walks up to Leah to ask where she lives. As he stretches his hand to touch her, Rain catches his hand midair and comments that he was originally considering turning him into a free labor force, but it seems that he's completely hopeless. The shocked soldier attempts to strike Rain out of anger, but he's soon immobilized after Leah slits his throat. As the soldier falls to the ground, the other comrades watch in horror. Rain immediately orders Leah to kill all the resistors, and to station the escorts they brought at the border to take charge of guarding it. Before Leah can respond, the other soldiers throw away their weapons and run away to call for help. As they frantically scream for help, Leah easily catches up to them, slits one of their throats, and cuts down the others in one fell swoop. While that's going on, our guy checks their status on his system, and realizes that they have terrible stats for soldiers. He recalls that his father had warned him not to cause a dispute with a neighboring country, which is an enemy, and Rain realizes that he would have lost if he hadn't been warned by his father, and he had caused a dispute. As Leah approaches the wounded soldiers to finish her business, a brash voice from nearby demands to know who dares cause trouble at the border of Isling City. Excited that their general, a guy named Caesar, is coming, the men rejoice that they're saved, and they plead with Caesar to come save them. When Caesar steps forward and asks again if they're the ones causing trouble at the border, Rain checks out his stats and is intrigued by his really high stats, even though he's not very big on loyalty. Immediately, Rain asks him if he's the Caesar of the Hulkier family, and states that he has a brother who works in Presia's territory. Surprised, Caesar asks him how he knows about his brother, so Rain informs him that Presia Edgar is his older sister. It suddenly occurs to the general that he's speaking with Master Rain, the youngest son of the Grand Duke, and the other soldiers realize that they're finished because they've offended the wrong person. Caesar also remembers the letter he received from his brother a month ago about how a young Master Rain will be coming to Isling City in the near future, and he has to pay attention to protect his safety. Although a month ago, the city lord had met him with a load of money to show him the city of Isling would be relying on him in the future, the lord had said the Grand Duke sent him to such an inhospitable place because he doesn't take him seriously, and it goes without saying that his strength deserves a higher status. Caesar agreed with him because he doesn't deserve to waste his life in a place like this. Immediately, he pulls his sword and accuses Rain of pretending to be the young master, and he orders them to kill this fake Master Rain to get rewarded heavily. Annoyed, Leah accuses Caesar of being overly bold, and she asks him if he's planning to rebel. The other soldiers plead with Lord Caesar not to do this because this is a crime that will lead to the destruction of the entire family. However, Caesar reminds them that they've already violated the law by blackmailing the son of the Grand Duke, and they aren't safe. He also reminds them that Rain wiped out the entire Eldwin family and ruined the four lords. Since this is the westernmost part of the Caradorial Empire, and they have all the wealth they have looted here over the years, they can take Rain's head to the Orvis Empire in the north and live a happy life as a minor noble. The general asks them to choose between life or death, and after carefully considering it for a while, the men harden their minds and decide that the general has a point. They all take up their arms and decide to follow the general with one accord. Shortly after, Caesar asks Rain if he has any last words before he dies, but Rain replies that he will give him a chance to turn a new leaf if he mends his way. However, the general doesn't hear any of that, and he orders his troops to charge and kill. After they focus, the entire group charges towards the young master with their lances, and Leah quickly cuts her skirt because it's in the way of her movement. She immediately swings into action and cuts the throat of the first man. Suddenly, one of the men targets her face with his lance, but she jumps out of the way and cuts his throat mid-air. The moment she lands on the ground, she notices one other soldier charging at the young master, who doesn't even move an inch. She quickly throws her knife at him, and it knocks him out of the way, but Rain still doesn't move an inch. Eventually, our guy offers Caesar a last chance and tells him not to be stubborn, but the general orders the rest of his men to charge forward and offers 1,000 gold coins to whoever kills Rain. As they excitedly charge forward to obtain the gold coins, one man ambushes Leah from behind but soon loses several teeth when she kicks him under the jaw. She immediately rushes towards the advancing soldiers and knocks them out of the way with punches, kicks, and complicated martial arts skills. Frustrated, the general summons his wizard and asks him to knock down the stinky woman for him. Caesar promptly receives his orders and fires ice arrows at Leah, but she tries to kick them out of the way. She's soon surprised to see the ice has frozen around her leg, and she can no longer move. Caesar takes advantage of the situation and orders the troops to kill Rain immediately since Leah can't move, and they all charge forward with killing intent. Immediately, Rain tosses a hammer at Leah and asks her to find a way to jump into the air immediately while he holds an electric wire cord flowing with electricity. When Leah grabs the hammer, she quickly breaks the ice and jumps into the air, while also using some magic to melt the ice she broke. Excited, our guy decides to try out the power of the battery pack, so he drops the cord onto the pool of water that's on the ground while standing on some insulating material. The surge of electricity immediately shocks all the men, and they begin to foam at the mouth. While they're electrocuted, Rain is glad that the soldiers at the gate broke the ceramic jars because that's what he's standing on. The other soldiers that waited behind watch in confusion, and they wonder how Rain is using thunder magic. Meanwhile, our guy wishes he could record this with a video recorder as a warning video for production safety in the future to warn workers to use electricity safely. Confused, Caesar asks the soldiers why they stopped and urges them to kill Rain, but the soldier next to him mentions that it seems that Rain has used forbidden magic and everyone who comes close to him will die. When the general senses his fear, he cuts the soldier's head off and states that anyone who rebels within the troops will be killed. He immediately orders the rest of them to charge towards Rain because he's just one person, and he can't kill them all. Eventually, one of the soldiers trudges forward in deep fear, but he's surprised that nothing happens when he steps on the spot his colleagues just got knocked out on. Confused, Leah asks Master Rain why these new soldiers aren't knocked down by his magic. So Rain mentions that it must have run out of power since he just brought a battery to test out its power. Immediately Leah grabs hold of the young master and suggests that she take him out of here immediately, but he assures her not to worry because Caesar can't get away today. Meanwhile, General Caesar urges his soldiers to chase after them immediately because Rain's magic seems to have failed, but a bright streak of lightning soon appears in the midst and Caesar becomes confused as to what the Wizards Guild is doing here. It turns out to be Lady Selena, and she tells Caesar he's quite bold to attempt this. Selena, who just arrived with several other mages from the Wizards Guild, tells the young master that it seems she came just in time. He agrees that she did because the battery just ran out of power, so she excitedly asks him how effective the battery was, but Rain promises to tell her in detail after they're done arresting Caesar and the others. Eventually, Lady Selena gets to work and orders the magicians to destroy the rebels, and they all prepare to release lightning in one accord. In one strike, they all employ an intermediate magic lightning strike and take down several soldiers. The soldiers who aren't yet touched begin to plead for their lives, and Caesar pledges to drag Rain down with him if he's going to die. The general dodges the lightning attacks and dashes towards Rain. When he gets close, he leaps into the air with his huge sword and prepares to cut him down using a sword skill called the Collapsing Mountain Slash. As he bears down his sword, Rain doesn't move an inch as usual, and Leah rushes in front of him to block the sword with her dagger. For some reason, her dagger doesn't break from the impact, and Caesar wonders what the heck is going on. Before he knows it, Leah raises her leg and kicks him across the face, knocking blood from his mouth. The kick is so strong that it launches him several feet backward into a nearby wooden fence, and smoke develops around the general. When the smoke clears up, Leah calls him a scumbag. Sometime later, after having apprehended Caesar and the soldiers, our guy goes through the records while Caesar remains tied up in front of him. When the general wakes up, Ryan accuses the entire border guard group of stealing money for several years, and asks him when he started working with Eldrick. Surprised, Caesar asks him how he knows, but Rain tells him not to be surprised because he already knew that Eldrick was going to betray them, and he's only been waiting for an opportunity to take him down in one fell swoop. Thanks to Caesar, our guy can finally end this. Surprised, the general snickers and asks him what he thinks he can do to Lord Eldrick with the little bit of corruption evidence he has. But Rain explains that the account records do not actually pose any threat to Eldrick, but they allow him to know the approximate annual business tax figure of Iceling City, which is a great reference for him to transform Iceling City. Ryan's talk about transforming Iceling City makes the general laugh because he thinks Rain has his head in the clouds, especially because Lord Eldrick controls the lifeblood of all nobles in Iceling City, and they won't listen to him. However, our guy explains to him that living people are called nobles, but dead people are called corpses. As Rain steps in front of Caesar, fear grips the man, and he asks the young master if he wants to create a bloodbath of nobles in Iceling City, and Rain assures him that the nobles either have the choice of rebelling and dying, or listening to him obediently. Sometime later, our guy considers the fact that it's almost autumn and their enemy, Grand Duke Soren, will definitely send troops this year, so they need to repair the city wall quickly to be able to stop the enemy when war arises. When he checks through the map, he realizes that the territory of the elves belonging to the Saints and the others is in the west, and there will be no war as long as he successfully negotiates with them. There's also no need to worry about the second territory to the east, because Grand Duke Soren in the north is the most dangerous threat. Shortly after, Leah comes to inform Rain that the money extorted by the border fort has been sorted out and amounts to about 350,000 gold. He quickly asks her to bring the guards to the fort to take care of the defense first, and he asks her to give each guard 100 gold coins and put the rest into the carriage to take back to Iceling City. After Leah receives her orders, Rain walks up to Selena to thank her and the Magic Guild for their hard work this time. However, she excitedly mentions that it's nothing, and asks him if he can explain the principle of the battery discharge he used to electrocute the soldiers in detail. She wonders why someone with no magic power can use it, so Rain offers to explain to her on their way back. Suddenly Malcolm rushes towards the two of them while they're talking and explains that something is wrong. Irritated, Selena asks him to speak coherently, so Malcolm manages to sputter out that City Lord Eldrick has taken over the city and rebelled. That shocks Selena, but it brings a smile across Rain's face because Eldrick has reached his breaking point. Lady Selena immediately asks Rain what they should do, especially because she has brought out all the magicians in the guild to help him, and there's no one in Iceling City to act as an internal agent for them right now. However, Rain assures her that there's no need to worry because Eldrick had already lost the moment he took over the city to rebel. Shortly after, they make their way back to the city gate, and Rain calls out to Eldrick from the gate. As Eldrick steps out, Rain asks him if he's been forced into a tight spot because of him, but Eldrick only asks him what he wants to do in Iceling City today. Rain further asks him why he chose to betray his father, and Eldrick angrily replies that it's because he left him in this useless place. Apparently, he and the Grand Duke joined forces to establish an empire back in the day, but after Aldarion became the Grand Duke, he failed to give him the treatment he deserved and also threw him and his family into this remote wasteland. He explains that he wrote to him many times, hoping that he would transfer him to a more prosperous place, but he refused to. Eldrick blames Rain's father for all this, and he adds that the nobles are the people who conquered the world with a Grand Duke back then, but in the end, they didn't get the treatment they deserved. He explicitly states that they're not rebelling but are taking back what they've won. Intrigued, Rain replies that he had thought that he would give him some noble reason, but it turns out to be the most boring dispute of interests. He immediately gives Eldrick one chance to leave the city and surrender immediately if he wants to survive, but he warns him not to blame him for what happens if he waits for him to break through the city in 3 days. Immediately, the nobles begin to laugh, and they ask Master Rain if he really knows how long it will take to break into Ashling City. Amidst laughing, Eldrick calls Rain a fool with no action and tells him he knows he's probably scared. Eventually, the city lord asks Rain to make a bet with him if he's so confident. Rain asks him what the bet is, so Eldrick states that if he's unable to break through the wall of the city, he'd have to obediently surrender to him. Intrigued, Rain asks him what he gets if he breaks through, so Eldrick laughs and says he'll let him do whatever he wants. The city lord excitedly asks Rain if he dares to accept this bet, but Selena tells Rain there's no need to listen to Eldrick, because they can fight them. Leah also adds that she's reported Eldrick's rebellion to the Grand Duke, and they just need to wait for him to send troops to destroy them, so they don't need to make such a bet with him. To taunt him, Eldrick asks the young master if he's not speaking because he's afraid, and Rain decides to accept the bet since Eldrick is willing to humiliate himself, but he hopes Eldrick will be able to keep his end of the bargain after 3 days. While excited, the city lord tells everyone to bear witness to their deal. As Rain turns to leave, Eldrick informs him that the Orvis Empire's army has received news of his rebellion, and their army will probably arrive at the border fortress in 10 days, so Rain has to ensure he's not captured by the enemy when the time comes. Sometime later, Rain and the soldiers form a camp on the outskirts of the city. While they're gathered for a meeting, Selena mentions that the wall of Isling City is quite difficult to break through with just their strength, even though the wall looks quite dilapidated. The head guard also suggests that they take the young master to the south and come back to attack when the Grand Duke's army arrives. But Rain assures them that there's no need to worry because the walls of Isling City will be broken in 3 days. Apparently, the only thing that's got him worried is the army of the Orvis Empire. Eventually, he asks Leah if she's collected enough firewood and hay balls, so she replies that they've gathered everything according to his request. Immediately, Rain asks Selena to get the magicians to use ice magic on the nearby lake to lower the temperature of the water in the lake to about 0 degrees. Confused, Selena asks the little young master, as she calls him, if these things can really break through the walls of Isling City, and he assures her that the wall won't last more than 3 days. The next day, Rain leads the soldiers back to the Isling wall, and they charge towards the wall with just shields and hay in their hands. The advancing soldiers block the arrows fired at them with their shields, and Eldrick wonders why these soldiers are not carrying weapons but firewood. Shortly after, the soldiers throw the firewood by the wall and run away. When they leave, Eldrick asks the archer what's going on, and asks him if he's ever encountered this while defending the city, but the confused archer only mentions that it's possible that they want to set the wall on fire. Annoyed, the city lord punches him in the face and asks him how he can talk nonsense about setting stones on fire. Still perplexed, the archer confesses that he can't think of anything else, and the city lord scolds him further. But while he's talking, they soon note that their opponents are really setting the wall on fire. When Eldrick checks it out, he begins to laugh and calls young Master Rain a fool for thinking he can set stones on fire. Immediately, one of the soldiers asks the city lord whether to call the magicians to put out the fire, or call the archers to shoot down the soldiers carrying firewood. However, Eldrick tells him there's no need because they can't use the few magicians they borrowed from the Orvis Empire until the most critical moment, and they can't waste their magic power or arrows on this. He blatantly states that he will humiliate Rain on this city wall in 3 days, and laughs deeply as the fire continues to rage. On the 3rd day, at the city lord's mansion, someone comes to inform Eldrick that it seems the other side isn't planning to continue setting fires. Eldrick mocks them by asking if they've burned all their firewood for the winter. He immediately asks everyone to come with him to witness the idiot young master surrendering to him. Today is the last day of the bet between Lord Eldrick and Master Rain, and several people believe Eldrick has won because all Rain has managed to do is make the wall hotter. Shortly after, Eldrick and his nobles gather on the wall to have a conversation with Rain and his soldiers. In the spirit of mockery, Eldrick asks the young master if he's planning to put out the fire and then come over to surrender, but Rain reminds Eldrick and the nobles that he's giving them one last chance to surrender now or die later. Annoyed, Eldrick asks Rain if there's something wrong with his brain, and asks why he thinks they'd surrender, especially since he wasn't able to do anything about the bet they made. He reminds him that he'd have to surrender obediently if he can't breach Isling City before sunset, and he tugs at his ego by asking if he wants to go back on his bet in front of his soldiers. The nobles join in on the fun and taunt Rain about paying up his debt. When they finish speaking, Rain tells them not to blame him for what happens if that's the case, so he quickly asks Selena to do what he asked her to do. Lady Selena immediately summons a lightning strike, and Eldrick informs his magicians to quickly be on their guard. Meanwhile, Selena directs a lightning strike at the top of the wall, but the magicians quickly create a shield to block her attack. However, it turns out that she wasn't targeting them, and the lightning strike hits the bottom of the wall, which makes Eldrick laugh at Selena's skills. While he's laughing, he suddenly becomes quiet when he notices that it's suddenly raining, and Rain immediately orders his troops to quick attack. As Selena collapses due to using too much power, Leah and Rain help her stand properly, and it surprises Rain that she could actually cause weather changes, which would be useful in solving droughts in the future. When Rain stabilizes her, she asks him if his method will really work, but he assures her that the city wall will cease to exist the moment the ice hits the city wall. Leah quickly calls Rain's attention to the wall as the soldiers pour the buckets of ice water on it, and they notice how the wall immediately begins to crack. In a moment, the crack spreads deeper, and Eldrick wonders why the wall is making such a sound. As the sound continues, the rest of the nobles wonder what's causing the noise, and they begin to panic when they notice that the wall seems to be collapsing. To Eldrick's shock, the wall comes crashing, and the men fall to the ground while screaming. Once the city wall is broken, Rain orders all his troops to attack and instructs them to only arrest those who surrender, but to kill anyone who resists. The soldiers excitedly charge towards the crumbled wall, and Selena watches in surprise. She doubts that her full strength can cause this level of damage easily, and she wonders how the little young master managed to do it. Immediately Rain turns to Selena and says it's time to go home. Meanwhile, Eldrick manages to crawl out of the rubble, and he realizes he needs to run away because he has gravely underestimated the young master. His plan is to wait until the Orvis Empire army arrives so he can survive, but he's shocked to see his nobles towering over him when he looks up. They ask him where he thinks he's going, and ask if he's planning to leave them and escape. As Rain leads his soldiers into the city, the citizens murmur about his greatness, and how he breached such a great wall within 3 days, and they had no casualties at all. While they're moving, Selena begs the young master to tell her how he did it, but both Rain and his horse seem to be tired of her nagging. When she continues begging, our guy realizes that it seems she won't enter the city if he doesn't provide an explanation. Eventually, he explains that this is based on the principle of thermal expansion and contraction in physics. It's funny that these principles work when they've not even been discovered. Rain explains that the principle of thermal expansion and contraction refers to the characteristics that an object expands when heated and shrinks when cooled. After explaining for a while, he promises to tell her the rest after they've dealt with the idiotic Eldrick. When they move closer to the wall, Rain finds some of the nobles stuck in the rubble, and the man pleads that Rain help him, but our guy asks him if he's trying to play a trick on him. However, the nobles explain that they were tricked by Eldrick to betray him, and they wanted to catch him to atone for their crimes, but he plotted against them. Tensely, Rain reminds them that he gave them 2 opportunities, but it's a pity that they didn't take advantage of either of them. Immediately, one of the nobles explains that they're willing to hand over all their family property, and they plead that he spares their lives, but Rain reminds them that their property will still be as if he kills them. Shocked, the nobles protest that no one will be loyal to him if he does that because this is tyranny, but Rain corrects them that people aren't loyal to anyone but to their interests. He immediately orders his soldiers to arrest these idiots and reserve them to be punished. Meanwhile, Eldrick runs into his chambers to inform his master that they need to run because Rain has broken through the wall. His master demands to know how Rain did it, so Eldrick explains that he did it with fire and ice water. Confused, his master asks him what nonsense he's talking about, and how there can be such a simple way to siege a city in the world, so he proposes that Rain must have used some powerful magic. Regardless of this, Eldrick pleads with him that they have to run, because it will be impossible for him if Rain meets them there with his soldiers. When the master brings out a scroll, Rain steps into the room and asks the 2 of them where they are planning to go. Shocked, Eldrick asks him how he got here so quickly, so Rain informs him that the soldiers who were following him dropped their weapons when they saw Eldrick retreating, and there was no one to stop him along the way. Eventually, Rain asks the other man if he's the person behind Eldrick, and he asks if he wears a mask because he's ugly, or because he has a scar on his face. In response, the master warns him that he won't be so proud in a few days because the army of the Orvis Empire is already on its way. Apparently, Rain could have lived a few more days if he hadn't destroyed the city wall, but they will take back all of today's humiliation when the Orvis Empire's army arrives since he's destroyed the wall. The master suddenly brings out a scroll to perform a magic trick, so Rain asks Leah to stop him. Immediately, Leah throws a knife at the man's face that almost sticks in his head, but he's able to move out of the way due to quick reflexes. However, the knife slices off the mask on his face and forcefully enters the nearby wall and injures the man's face. With the man's face exposed, Leah realizes that she recognizes him, but the man quickly covers up his face, and he angrily promises Rain that he'd be back before he disappears with Eldrick. Leah quickly apologizes to the young master because she let him go away because she was too slow to take action, but Rain tells her not to worry because he had expected them to leave a way out for themselves to escape. To him, the only issue is not knowing the other party's identity, so Leah informs him that she knows the man. Surprised, Rain asks if he's an acquaintance of hers, but she clarifies that the man's name is Ravenclaw Eldwin, and he was once a subordinate of the Grand Duke. Later, during the war, he betrayed the Grand Duke and defected to Grand Duke Soren of the enemy country. Rain finds it fascinating that he's also called Eldwin, so he wonders if he's related to the Adrian Eldwin that he executed not long ago. Leah confirms that he was originally the leader of the Eldwin family. Because he didn't agree with the master's ideas, he voluntarily left the Eldwin family and joined the enemy's Grand Duke Soren. Shortly after, Selena arrives and informs Rain that the situation is under control, but they still don't know what to do about the Orvis Empire's army. Apparently, if all the magicians from the Magicians Guild went to repair the city wall, it would most likely still be too late. However, Rain assures her not to worry because he will naturally find a way to solve it. Sometime later, Rain and the others go have a word with the people. Selena recognizes that the little young master wants to appease the people, but she wonders what he will say to prevent them from falling into a panic. Suddenly, Rain pulls out a voice amplifier and loudly informs the people that he has something to say. He informs them that the army of the Orvis Empire is marching towards them, and they will be here in a few days. The people immediately begin to tremble at the mention of an army, and Selena angrily asks Rain what he's doing. The people begin to panic because the Orvis Empire's army is attacking them again, and they wonder why they're coming again since it ended in spring. Some of the men immediately tell one another to take their valuables and run away, but some other guy feels uncomfortable leaving the good life he's been living under Master Rain's command. Meanwhile, Selena chastises Rain for impulsively telling the people all these things, but he asks her why he can't tell them. Selena explains that when people hear that someone is attacking them, they will instinctively think of relying on the army to protect them, especially because they haven't received formal military training, and it's difficult for them to remain calm in danger. However, Rain informs Lady Selena that she seems to have misunderstood something. To him, the person who needs to be the most calm on the battlefield is the commander, but the soldiers are the people who need to be the least calm. Selena stares at him in confusion, but Rain raises the letter of challenge sent to him by the Orvis Empire. The letter says that the entire city of Iseling is full of cowards and fools who don't dare to defend their homes, and they'll abandon the young master and escape. The content of the letter enrages the citizens, and they wonder how those bastards would dare say that about them, especially after coming yearly to rob them of food, so some of them pledge to stay back this year to fight with their grandsons. Immediately, Rain tells the people that it seems the Orvis Empire doesn't know them at all because they're not cowards and fools, and the men become riled up to fight their enemies. This time, they don't plan to lose anything by exchanging one for one, but to gain blood and take what their enemies have. Since everyone has the courage to fight, Rain promises to lead them to drive the Orvis Empire army out of the land, and that makes the men excited. Later that night, at Iseling City's Lord's Manor, Rain stays up going over the records. Leah soon shows up with a cup of tea and asks Rain to take a break, but our guy explains that he can't rest because they have to find a solution before the Orvis Empire's army arrives at the border fortress to avoid being captured. Confused, Leah reminds him of what he said during the day, so Rain clarifies that it was a lie to stabilize the people. If he had allowed them to fall into a panic, they wouldn't be able to defend the city, and would even be unable to evacuate in an orderly fashion, which would cause mayhem. Alarmed, Leah asks the young master to let her take him out of Iseling City immediately because she can't just watch him be in danger. However, Rain assures her there's no need to worry because he's asked Malcolm and Selena to take the children, elderly, and women in the city to evacuate in an orderly manner, so it's not time to give up yet. Suddenly, he thinks about a book he had seen in the office about dark green divine oil, and decides to ask Leah if she knows about it. Leah recalls that it's a material that could burn, and it seems to be some kind of material used in witches' rituals. This startles our guy because he knows that the color of petroleum is very rich, ranging from deep red, golden, dark green, black, brown, and transparent. The color of petroleum is determined by the content of gum and asphaltene it contains, so the higher the content, the darker the color. He wonders if this is really petrol, so he asks Leah to take him to it quickly because the account book says it's in the warehouse. They immediately head to the warehouse, and Rain asks the soldiers to find the thing called dark green divine oil. He also warns them not to use an open flame and to move it out if they're not sure. When he also looks around, he finds crates full of gold coins, which confirms his suspicions that the tax revenue of Iseling City has been embezzled by Eldrick over the years. He plans to use this money to develop the industry and build a steam engine once this crisis is over. Soon after, the men find a barrel of the dark green divine oil, and our guy excitedly rushes to meet them. When he opens the barrel, he realizes it is petrol after all, and it occurs to him that Iseling can be saved after all. Meanwhile, at the Orvis Empire military camp, Eldrick and Ravenclaw meet with the Grand Duke of the Orvis Empire, Castiel Waldron, to apologize for their failure. Lord Castiel bluntly retorts that he knew they would both fail, but he hadn't expected them to be such wastes. He wonders how they managed to lose the city in 3 days, but Eldrick explains that Rain used forbidden magic to destroy the city wall, and that caused their failure. The mention of a forbidden spell makes Castiel wonder if Aldarion went as far as sending a forbidden spell mage just to protect his youngest son, so Ravenclaw assures the Lord that forbidden spell mages are unable to use their spells continuously in a short period of time. Ravenclaw adds that the walls of Iseling City have been destroyed, so it's a good time to attack, but the Lord tells him he's not as incompetent as him, so there's no need to remind him. He immediately asks the two men to go back to the Orvis Empire to wait for news, since there's nothing else for them to do. But Ravenclaw angrily reminds the Duke that they planned this together, and asks what he means by that. Bluntly, Castile tells him that this means he's been kicked out. The Emperor tosses them a scroll, and Ravenclaw picks it up to read it. The content of the letter is an address to the people of Eiling City to explain that this war started because of Ravenclaw's personal vendetta, which eventually led to several other wars that stained the territory with blood. In the letter, Lord Castile clarifies that he has always wanted peace and not pain, so he's ordered Ravenclaw to be captured and delivered to pay for his crime to stop the war and calm the people. After Ravenclaw reads the letter, he blurts out the Grand Duke's name and calls him a bastard, but the Duke instructs his soldiers to capture and imprison him until the war is over. As they drag him away, Ravenclaw protests that he can't do this. Eldrick, who is left alone, begins to tremble, and the Grand Duke asks him what he thinks he should do with him. Immediately, Eldrick pleads that his life be spared, and he mentions that he knows a secret that can take him further in the Orvis Empire, and that intrigues the Duke. In the Fulton City main hall, we see a lady approaching Priscilla Edgar, our hero's older sister, and the Lord of the Fulton territory. While Priscilla is focused on the documents in her hands, the butler calls her attention and tells her that the letter sent from her brother was written by Leah Alice. Priscilla thinks about her cute little brother and decides to visit his territory when she has the time. She then opens the letter to read it and is left shocked by what is written there. In a furious tone, she orders her butler, Gwen, to call Viola's Holker immediately. Without hesitating, Gwen agrees to her request. Moments later, we see Viola's Holker kneeling before Priscilla. Curious about why he has been called, he asks Priscilla what the matter is. With an angry expression, she calls him a courageous man for daring to rebel against her. The guy is completely shocked by her words and asks how she could believe a useless lie. He tells her that he doesn't have a reason to do such a thing. However, she throws the letter at his face and tells him that the evidence is already there. Priscilla then opens the letter and reads it, finding out that General Caesar Holker is part of the rebels in Iceland City. His face becomes flushed as he struggles to comprehend the information he has just read. Priscilla looks at him menacingly and asks if he has anything else to say. Violas tries to explain that Caesar acted on his own and that the rest of the Holker family is innocent. He recalls writing a letter to Caesar, telling the idiot to listen to Rain's words. Priscilla notices that the man's demeanor isn't fake, so she wonders if the whole thing was really Caesar's idea. With a trembling voice, Violas asks for his family to be given a chance, and he swears they'll prove their loyalty. The lady then asks what kind of opportunity he wants. Violas then offers to ask his only daughter, Rosalind, to lead an army to help Rain against the army of the Orvis Empire. Priscilla recalls that the girl just became an adult and hasn't finished her studies. This risky move will leave the Viola's family with no heir if his daughter dies. Regardless, he swears that his family is ready to sacrifice everything for Priscilla. He then asks for a chance again, saying that his family wouldn't even exist if not for Priscilla. The lady then uses telepathy to order Gwen to send someone who will keep an eye on Rosalind. If the girl should do anything suspicious, she orders her to be killed on the spot. The scene switches to tall mountain ranges in Aslan City. Castile and Eldrick show up at the edge, looking over the city. Eldrick tells the Lord of the Orvis Empire that the city will belong to him so long as he breaks through the walls. He points out that the hero has used magic to repair the city walls, and it seems like he's also building another moat. Castile mocks the hero loudly, calling him an idiot for wasting the magician's power to repair the walls. Eldrick then asks Castile why he's so happy, considering that the situation would make it harder for them to fight. Lord Castile explains that the river nearby can't stop the army from attacking at all. If the magicians still have their magic power, then the army's attacks will be hindered. But since the magicians use their powers to repair the wall, they won't have any powers to use to stop the army from attacking the city. After hearing this, Eldrick starts praising Castile like a shameless dog. One of the soldiers then suggests that they can send troops to surround the walls while the main forces can go straight to Eiling City to isolate the fortress. However, Castile feels insulted when he hears this, and he asks the soldier if he doubts that he can conquer the fortress. The soldier apologizes and explains that his suggestion could reduce any casualties that may occur. Regardless, Castile feels they can just use the new recruits to practice their skills in the city. After that, Lord Castile flies over and tells his troops to follow so that they can give Rain a showdown. Meanwhile, we see the protagonist in his office feeling quite frustrated. He has been given a task to nurture 5 characters with high attributes, but he's been stuck on it for half a month. Leah then comes in and tells our boy that Castile and his troops wish to see him outside the city walls. Moments later, our hero appears outside to receive his guests. He sees Castile floating in the sky, and the guy says that he's giving him a chance. However, our boy makes fun of the guy by calling him a fool. Leah also agrees that the person he's seeing now is the foolish Grand Duke Castile. On the other hand, Castile feels insulted, and he tells the hero that his father wouldn't act like this when he sees him. Rain then asks the Duke what he wants. Castile tells him to surrender now, or the whole place will become a river of blood. Rain is unfazed by his threats, and he tells Castile that he's also giving him a chance now. He threatens to kill the Duke and his army if they don't return to their territory quickly. Castile, looking down at the protagonist, tells him that he has no idea what is good for him. He boasts about leading an army of 100,000 to the city. Then he threatens to kill our hero if he doesn't surrender immediately. However, Rain orders Leah to quickly teach the foolish Duke a lesson. The lady then reveals the dagger strapped to her thighs. She picks up one and flings it toward Castile in the blink of an eye. A magician quickly moves in front of the Duke to protect him from the incoming attack. The guy puts up a magic barrier to protect them, but the dagger easily pierces through it and slices Castile's face. The magician then turns to the Duke to make sure that he's alright, but Castile is already boiling in his anger. Our hero tells him that this is a warning and promises that Leah will not miss her target next time. With no other choice, Castile quickly retreats with his magician. At the same time, Rain tells Selena to prepare for the attack on the city. Later on, Castile returns to the mountains, and one of the soldiers asks what's wrong with him. He then orders his troops to quickly organize the attack on the city, and he swears to torture our boy. The soldier points out that they've been running non-stop for 3 days, so he requests for the siege to be stalled till the next day in order for them to rest. Castile immediately hits the poor soldier and asks if the troops are truly soldiers of the great Orvis Empire. Fearing for his life, the guy asks his lord to calm down and reason it out. He points out that they still need soldiers to build the bridges and siege equipment. The rest of the troops agree with their comrade, but in a seething rage, the Duke tells them that they don't know how to fight. Castile tells them that speed is the most important thing in a war, and he points out that they'll catch their enemies off guard if they attack now. While the troops are stunned by his words, the Duke orders that Iceland City be attacked immediately. The scene switches to the imperial barracks of the Orvis Empire. There, we see some soldiers complaining about how exhausted they are after running for 3 days and nights non-stop. One of them tells his comrades to guess what he saw, but they tell him to spill it because they are tired of being kept in suspense. He then tells them that he saw a sheep being slaughtered, meaning that they'll be eating good during dinner. They all start celebrating because it's just the kind of meal they need. Suddenly they hear their general ordering everyone to prepare to attack the city. The soldiers meet the man, telling him that they don't have energy and they need a meal to recharge before the attack. The general yells at them to stop talking nonsense and to prepare for battle immediately. With tears and empty bellies, the soldiers have no choice but to adhere to their orders. Moments later, Castile's troops assemble close to the walls of the Iceland city. With their morale high, they rush towards the walls to bring it down. While Rain watches the enemies approaching, one of his soldiers asks when they should fire at the army. However, our boy is shocked to see the enemy soldiers diving into the river. He then asks the soldier if any of them have ever fought against the armies of the Orvis Empire. The guy tells the hero that he has once fought against the army. The protagonist then asks why the enemy troops look really exhausted. The soldier tells him that the enemies look like new recruits and they appear to be quite hungry. This surprised Rain, and he wonders if the Duke doesn't feed his soldiers. His knight suspects that the enemies may not have enough food, hence why the soldiers are hungry. When he hesitates to say the second reason, our hero tells him to keep talking. The guy then tells him that the Duke may be using the new recruits as meat shields in order to use up the city's defense resources. Rain is left shocked. He's also upset at the Duke for not caring about the people of the Orvis Empire. The knight tells him that there are very few lords who care about their people like him and his father, Aldarion. Regardless, Castile's actions get our hero very upset. The soldier then tells him that they have enough arrows to kill the new recruits. Rain gives a sly smile and surprisingly tells the soldier that they shouldn't shoot any arrows. The enemy troops manage to still swim over the river and emerge on the other side of it. As Rain sees the enemies, he orders Selena to have all the magicians use cold wind magic. The enemy troops are shocked as Selena appears before them in the air. As she unleashes her powers, dark clouds begin to cover the sky. Upon seeing this, Castile insults our boy, calling him an idiot. His soldier wonders why he's saying that. The Duke then tells him that he sent the new recruits to use up Rain's defenses, but our boy ends up using the magician's power to fight back. He plans to wait for the city's magicians to run out of power, then he'll send his own to attack the city. Upon hearing this, his soldiers begin to praise his intelligence and worship his feat. Castile fantasizes about how he'll capture the protagonist and make our boy kneel before him. As the city's magicians fly high up in the sky, The enemy troops are confused as to what is going on. The new recruits start running away instantly because they don't want to die. The useless idiots hide under a tree, begging our hero to not chop them up. However, they notice that nothing is happening, which leaves them confused. Their commander then tells them to pick up their weapons quickly and charge. Rain and Selena quietly watch as the enemies storm their walls. She then asks the hero if the low-level cold magic can really repel the enemies. Selena suggests that they release lightning magic since it'll be more powerful. However, our boy tells her that there's no need for that. The enemy troops start shivering and look even weaker because the cold has added to their problems along with their hunger. The protagonist mocks his enemies for not being able to stand straight, let alone to be able to attack the city. Eventually, the enemy soldiers lie on the floor as the extreme cold chills their bones. As they refuse to fight, their commander yells at them in anger. He orders them to take up arms and fight, but the newbies complain to him about the harsh cold and their hunger as well. The man then tells one of the soldiers to report back to Castile while the rest stay back to fight. Back at the Orvis barracks, Castile welcomes the soldier in and tells him to give his report. The soldier thinks of calling out the Duke for enjoying himself in the tent while the rest of them are suffering outside. However, the guy calms himself and tells the Duke about the situation on the front lines. He then suggests that Castile should withdraw the troops. Upon hearing this, the Duke becomes furious and calls the soldiers a bunch of cowards. In a loud voice, he says that they aren't worthy to be called noble soldiers of the Orvis Empire. The soldier tries to explain that the troops are just really hungry, but the Duke orders for him to be killed. In his rage, the Duke decides to lead the attack by himself. One of his knights tells him not to risk his life because they are ready to die for him. Despite that, Castile is determined to show the generals how much of a genius he is. Moments later, the Duke arrives at the front lines with his magicians. He then orders them to build a bridge with earth magic so that the cavalry can get through. Without a moment's hesitation, the magicians unleash their spells to start creating the bridge. After the bridges are fully formed, Castile orders his troops to charge in, and he goes ahead to offer a reward to anyone who captures our hero alive. Upon hearing this, the morale of the soldiers increases, and they charge in with all their might. Rain's guard then tells him that the enemy is launching a formal attack. Our boy then tells Leah to order something to be dumped into the moat. At the same time, he wants all passages on both sides of the moat to be blocked. Leah then quickly adheres to his others. After that, we see some soldiers dumping oil through pipes that lead into the river. At the same time, the enemy's cavalry passes over the bridge to take down the walls. In another part of the kingdom, we see Rosalind Holker and her troops quickly marching to help our hero. She hopes she can get there in time before anything happens to Rain. She recalls assuring her father that Rain would not come to any form of harm. One of her soldiers then requests that they take a break, because the horses are tired after marching for 3 days straight. She then asks the guy how long it will take them to reach Iceland City at their current speed. The soldier tells her that it will only take 1 more day before they arrive. Rosalind then orders a magician to project a map in front of her so she can take a look at the route. She assumes that Rain must be trapped behind the city walls now, and she also recalls that he did something to make food abundant in Iceland City. She quickly detects something that causes her to stop her horse on the spot. Rosalind then calls out Knox for spying on her, so she tells him to come and discuss countermeasures with her. The soldiers are confused by her words, but a hand suddenly appears from another dimension. Then, we see a wizard emerging in front of Rosalind. As the wizard, Knox Old, appears, the general orders his soldiers to protect the lady. However, the lady stops him and asks the strange man if he is really Knox Old. However, Knox ignores her question and tells her to talk quickly. Rosalind then tells him how she plans to cut off the Orvis Empire's food supply chain so that she can capture all the troops. Despite knowing that Knox was sent by Priscilla, she asks for his help. The wizard makes it clear that his only order is to kill her if she does anything bad to Rain and not to help her. Regardless, she points out that none of them want anything bad to happen to our hero. After that, Knox asks what she wants him to do. She tells him that she'll lead her army to attack Castile's troops from the rear. While she does that, she wants Knox to block the moat at the upper reaches of the border fortress with his magic and wait for a signal before letting go of the water. With this, she'll be able to drown all of the enemy's troops. The scene switches to Varshala, where the Elven Queen reads the letter that our hero sent to her. She then asks her people what they think of the letter. The messenger tells her that it'd be best if they didn't have anything to do with the humans. Despite that, they can't feed all the elves with their strength alone. A man points out that they need to buy food from humans every winter. The queen then tells Iuria to speak, since she's the only one who has seen the new mayor of Iceland City. Iuria tells the queen that our boy is mean and cunning, but she also says that he's a smart man. She mentions that his methods have allowed them to have enough food for the winter, and they also saved enough money because of him. The man there is shocked to hear that some of these humans are quite interesting. However, the other messenger elf doubts that our boy is smart. She tells the queen that some of the scouts saw the humans fighting again, and she doesn't understand the point of their wars. She tells Iuria that the only way they can make the deal is if Rain survives the war. The elf queen then tells her to calm down so that she can make her decision. She admits that the messenger, Salian, is making sense, but because of this, she decides to go to the battlefield to witness the outcome. Back in Aslan City, our hero's soldiers are firing arrows to make sure that the enemies do not climb the city walls. As Rain silently watches the chaos, Selena asks if it isn't okay now. He tells her that they must wait for Castile to lead the troops in person. His trick can only be used once, so he doesn't want to let the Duke escape. As Selena tries to warn him about how bad the situation is, she suddenly sees some enemy troops climbing over the walls. With this, Castile's generals assume that they have taken over the wall. The Duke believes that the odds are in his favor, so he quickly orders his men to capture Rain. Before he charges forward, our hero quickly notices that Castile has crossed the bridge. With no time to waste, he orders Selena to carry out the plan immediately. The soldiers of Aslan rush to confront the enemies climbing over the walls. Their commander tells his troops to act fast so that the enemies don't get close to the protagonist. Meanwhile, Rain calls out to Selena, and he tells her to shoot a fireball into the moat immediately. The lady quickly activates a low-level fireball spell and aims for the river. As she starts shooting out multiple fireballs, Castile tells his magicians to be on guard against the fireballs. The Duke believes this is Aslan's final attack against him, so he wants his troops to withstand it. The Orvis Empire magicians assemble together and put up a wide magic barrier to defend themselves against the fire raining down on them. One of the generals tells the Duke that they're wasting the magicians' magic powers because their enemy may have a backup plan. However, the Duke doubts that our hero could have any other plans left. He believes that Aslan's magicians have run out of power because of the cold wind magic they used earlier. He assumes that the fireballs are the last bit of magic power that they can squeeze out. As long as his troops can successfully defend, Castile believes he will be victorious. As the fireballs continue to rain down, they land in the river, slowly setting it on fire. Castile mocks his enemies for missing their target, but he is completely clueless about their plans. His troops praise him for being a genius, and they believe that their enemies will soon surrender. Castile boasts about being one of the two pillars of the empire, but his words are cut short by the sudden explosion in the river. The Duke looks back in confusion, trying to understand what's happening. He sees that the entire river has turned into a lake of fire, and he asks how it's even possible. The sight of such forbidden magic sends chills down his spine. He watches as his troops are burned alive, and he realizes that all of them will soon be turned into ashes. Caught by this dilemma, he assumes that Rain is not human, and that our boy must be a devil. The Duke trembles in fear, seeing that our hero plans to burn all his people. One of his generals then asks him to give the order to retreat before it's too late. While ordering his troops to flee, he also tells the magicians to put out the fire quickly. Sadly, the magicians tell him that they used their last magic powers to put up the barrier. Meanwhile, Selena is also shocked to see the river of fire, and she believes it's a forbidden level of magic. She wonders how Rain created a forbidden spell with barely any magic power. At the same time, our hero watches his enemies burn alive and scream for help. All he thinks about is developing his industry quickly so that his people don't become like the enemies. As he takes his leave, he tells Selena to handle the rest. He then orders all the magicians to repel the enemies immediately. As the fire continues to burn, Castile's general leads him safely out of the chaos. The Duke struggles to breathe, but they manage to make it back to the barracks. There, he wonders where all the soldiers on guard have disappeared to. Suddenly he sees a flash of light in the sky, which causes him to tremble. As a sword lands in front of him, someone approaches the Duke. In a shaky voice, he asks the person who they are. We see that it is Rosalind who has arrived, and she quickly figures out that Castile is a noble from the Orvis Empire. With a scary look, she tells him that she's been looking for him for a while. While still trembling in fear, the Duke asks her what she's going to do. Rosalind then asks about the whereabouts of his main forces. With a whip in her hand, she also wants to know if Rain is safe. She starts whipping the poor Duke mercilessly while telling him to speak quickly. Fearing for his life, Castile tells her that his main forces were burned by our boy's forbidden magic. He also tells her that she can't just be slapping him in the face because he's the Grand Duke. But Rosalind doubts what he says. She orders her men to beat up Castile until she gets the truth that she wants. Inside one of the tents, Rosalind asks her soldier how the interrogation is going. The guy tells her that Castile is still insisting on being the Grand Duke, and that his troops were also burned to death by Rain's magic. This angers Rosalind, and he orders the soldier to keep beating the Duke until he tells the truth. In addition, she orders her troops to rest until dusk before rushing to save Rain. As she leaves the tent, she thinks about the earth bridge at the city walls, which will make it easy for her troops to cross. But if they are to break through, they need to lure the enemies out. She plans to bypass the border fortress and head straight for Aslan City. As she approaches one of her soldiers, she hears some sounds and warns everyone about an incoming enemy attack. The troops quickly move to protect her and to prevent the enemies from launching a surprise attack. As footsteps approach them, we see that it is Iuria and the rest of the elves, but Rosalind has no idea who they are. As she notices that they are elves, she fears that they may be working together with the Orvis Empire. She quickly accuses them of working with the enemies to harm the protagonist. Salian tells her that she's rude to slander them when it was our hero who asked the Elf Queen to meet him. However, Rosalind, being a dense girl, believes that they're lying and actually working with the Orvis Empire. Feeling insulted, Salian tells her archers to get ready, and Rosalind also tells her men to raise their shields. Suddenly the Elf Queen unleashes a space barrier to stop the petty squabble. She then explains that the hero asked to come and discuss some business. She doesn't see any reason for them to fight if Rosalind is an enemy, but she offers to go back if she's an enemy. Rosalind then asks her to provide evidence to support her claims. The Elf Queen then asks Iuria to show the letter. The elf nun brings it out and shows it to the girl. Rosalind quickly recognizes the Ender family seal, which is on the letter. She decides to trust them for now, but she says she'll have someone monitor them until they find Rain. The Elf Queen then agrees to her conditions. After that, Rosalind tells her troops to rest because their plans haven't changed. Back in the tent, she tells one of her soldiers to have some people keep an eye on the elves. Meanwhile, Salian asks her queen why she still wants to trade with the humans when they don't believe their words. The queen tells her that if they trusted them, then they wouldn't be humans. At the same time, she hopes that our hero won't let her down. Later on, we see some troops reporting back to Rosalind's camp. One of the scouts tells her that the flag on the border fortress is still the banner of the Ender family. Upon hearing this, Rosalind suspects that Castile may have been telling the truth all along. She quickly rushes off with her troops to reach the protagonist in time. She orders her men to raise their flags so that whoever is in the border fortress will know that Rain's reinforcements have arrived. She also tells them to rush toward Iceland once they cross the bridge because they need to reach the city by night. Back at the fortress, our boy comes out to see the dead bodies of his enemies. As he stands all around him, all he can feel is anger and regret. He regrets not being able to put the soldiers to work in his city. Leah tries to comfort him, seeing that he's very kind-hearted to feel sad for the invaders. She then tells him not to feel sad because the invaders deserved what they got. Suddenly, a soldier informs him about a cavalry approaching from the direction of the Orvis Empire. The soldier tells him that they are waving the flag of his sister. Over in Iceland City, our hero finally meets with the Elf Queen and tells her his plans to make the city become the pearl of the continent. While showing her his plans on a board, he tells her that if she invests now, she will become a founder of the legendary city. The Elf Queen finds his plans interesting, but she tells him that they have nothing to do with elves who coexist with nature. Without those things, they'll still be living well. However, Rain tells her that she should stop thinking so narrowly, and he says that demand is only created and never natural. Regardless, she points out that some of these human needs mean nothing to elves. She also mentions how many human empires have been destroyed by their desires. Rain admits that what she's saying is correct, but he also tells her that it is this desire that makes the world progress. When humans wanted to fly in the sky, they invented airplanes. They also invented submarines when they wanted to dive underwater and explore. He also says that humans invented spacecraft to explore the deep bounds of the universe. With these examples, our hero pitches his idea again, telling the Elf Queen that she'll experience a unique satisfaction when she stands in a tall building center. However, the Queen doesn't have a single clue about any of the things that Rain just told her. She admires his strong confidence, but she also reminds him that the elves have not been enslaved by desire for over 1,000 years. The protagonist assures her that his plans can change this as long as she's willing to invest. He promises that she'll see a different future. The Elf Queen's eyes spark up at the mention of the word future, because all she can think about is the future of her people. She wonders if our hero can help her avert a future where she saw the end of the elves. She tells him that his reasons aren't enough and that she needs some time to discuss it with her people. Our hero allows her, letting her know that he's still looking forward to her investment. He then asks Leah to bring some things he has prepared. Leah then hands over an envelope to the Elf Queen. The Queen opens it, asking what it is, and Rain tells her it's a special VIP invitation to the completion ceremony of the city dam. He asks her to come and witness the first step to the industrialization of Iceland City. The scene then switches to Rosalind and her troops, who are still hastily marching to the city. One of the men informs Rosalind about Rain's safety and also says that he's just cleaning up the battlefield. Rosalind is shocked to hear this, and she wonders how our hero is unharmed. She starts to believe Castile's words about the forbidden magician, but she brushes the thought aside and focuses on just getting to the protagonist. Later on, her troops finally arrive at the walls of the border fortress. As their horses rush towards the gate, Rosalind quickly stops and gets down. The guards then direct her to the entrance. She enters the building and finally meets Rain in person. She quickly introduces herself to our boy and asks to be punished since she arrived late to help him. However, Rain is shocked that his eldest sister asked the girl to come to his aid. As Rosalind confirms it, he asks her why she is coming from the direction of the Orvis Empire. She starts by telling him that she received the order to come to his aid 3 days ago. She assumed that he had abandoned the fortress and returned to Iceland City, so she ordered her troops to detour to the city and block the Orvis army's escape. Our hero wonders how it took her 3 days to get there, considering that they don't even have railroads. However, she has no idea what a railroad is, so Rain tells her to forget about it. Rosalind tells him that she's only doing what her family should do, and she blames her stupid uncle for causing so much trouble. Upon hearing this, the protagonist realizes that she's a member of the Hulkier family. She formally introduces herself as Caesar's niece and asks the hero to give her family a chance. He tells him to punish her in any way, and she promises not to complain, but our boy just looks at her without uttering a word. Later on, we see her sitting alone in the room. She feels sad that the hero has left her there for a whole day, and complains about not even getting the chance to meet him. Her mind is restless, filled with thoughts about the fate of her and her family. Suddenly, Rain enters the room and apologizes for keeping her waiting for so long. She quickly gets up from her seat, feeling very flustered, but Rain tells her not to be nervous because he wants to discuss something with her. Rosalind accepts as she sees the chance she has been waiting for. Our hero then formally asks her to become one of her people. Upon hearing this, Rosalind becomes even more flustered and confused. Our hero approaches Rosalind and tells her that he's very impressed by her judgment of the battlefield. He then analyzes her stats and sees that they are very high and worth cultivating. Whether it's to lead troops in a rear maneuver or charge ahead boldly, he can tell that she possesses very wonderful talents. She thanks him for the compliments, saying that it's only normal for subordinates to do this. After that, our hero asks her if she's willing to become his. Understanding his words, she accepts being used as compensation and offers to give our boy everything. However, Rain quickly realizes that she must have misunderstood where she's coming from. He points out that the word compensation is something he never thought about before. Rosalind then gets on her knees and offers her body to our boy even though she wants to be his knight. He lets her know that she misunderstood him, and he tells her that he wants her to be his subordinate. Still, she doesn't completely understand what he means. He extends his hand to her and asks her to join his ranks while promising not to hold her family accountable for the crimes that Caesar Holker committed. Even after all that, there's still an awkward silence in the room. He then outright asks her to become one of his knights, leaving her very surprised. She can't believe that her dream of wanting to be Rain's knight is about to come true. She then accepts his request, saying it would be her greatest honor to become his knight. After that, our hero returns to his office to write a letter. He addresses it to his sister, Priscilla, telling her that the crisis in Iceland City has been resolved, and he also lets her know that Rosalind is an amazing knight. When he's done with the letter, he tells Leah to send it to his sister the next day, as well as to send them an invitation for the dam completion ceremony. While looking at Rosalind's stats, our hero thinks about how he needs to find more talents. With Rosalind as his knight, he needs 4 more high-attribute characters to complete his quest. Leah interrupts him by asking what they should do with Duke Castile, who was captured. When the hero asks where the Duke is being held, Leah tells him that the guy is in the dungeon of the city. Our hero then arrives in the dungeon, where Castile is sitting in his loneliness. As Rain addresses him, Castile tells him that he's finished. With an irritated look on his face, the MC tells the prisoner to explain what he means. Castile then asks if his father didn't tell him that forbidden spell magicians are not to participate in wars of ordinary people. He says that our boy broke this rule on the battlefield, and because of this, all the forbidden spell magicians in the continent will hunt down the Edgar family. Our hero is confused by Castile's words and wonders if he's talking about Selena. Castile knows that Selena is a high-level magician, but what he's talking about is the destructive river of fire that Rain unleashed. Our hero realizes what the guy is talking about and tells him that he misunderstood. He boasts about being able to create those explosions anytime he wants. Castile suddenly lashes out at Rain, telling him that he could never have that kind of power. Regardless of whatever the Duke sees it as, Rain doesn't care about it anymore. He tells the prisoner that he only came there to ask one thing. He then asks the Duke what exactly he is planning and who the mastermind behind his plans is. Castile is surprised. Then he tells the hero that there's no mastermind because his warriors don't need a reason to lead a crusade against the people of the Caledonial Empire. However, Rain says he has reviewed the records, which show that the Orvis Empire always comes every spring to seize their towns and territories. However, they never even left a garrison, and they would withdraw their troops in the fall quickly. Rain tells him that either his emperor is a lunatic, or there is a hidden purpose behind his so-called crusade. In his anger, Castile tells the hero that the Orvis Empire only aims to prove its strength to the world, but our hero suspects that they must be testing something that is unknown. The Duke starts to panic while saying that he doesn't understand what Rain means. Our hero then tells him to think carefully about it while he rots in prison. As he leaves the prison, his mind can't help but suspect that there is a conspiracy he has yet to uncover. He feels the need to develop his industry quickly because he feels his enemies are concealing their true motives. 10 days later, in the Silver Wave Harbor, Priscilla receives a letter from her dear brother, who is asking her to let Rosalind become his subordinate. She then tells Gwen to inform Willis that Rain has taken a liking to his daughter. Seeing that she has been invited to the dam completion ceremony, she asks Gwen if she knows what a dam is. However, the girl says that she's too inexperienced and ignorant to comprehend our boy's wisdom. With that being the case, Priscilla decides to head to her brother's territory to see what a dam actually is. As Gwen happily agrees to follow her lady, Priscilla also asks her to look for girls who are the same age as Rosalind, so she can see the kind of girls her brother likes. At the imperial palace of the Orvis Empire, the nobles fear that the capture of Duke Castile will affect the morale of the army. They blame him for acting so recklessly and fear that he may leak their secrets. With his eyes full of rage, the emperor tells everyone to shut up. He wonders if there's any point in pursuing responsibility any further. He tells the nobles that they should be thinking of a solution and not arguing mindlessly. One of the men then suggests that he should send someone to Iceland City to negotiate. The others quickly attack the guy for trying to make their empire negotiate with barbarians because they feel it would be a disgrace. The man reminds them that if Castile leaks their secrets, then their plans for many years would be ruined. He then urges the emperor to do the right thing. The emperor agrees to have peace talks. Then he asks if they have any idea who will be the candidate. Not only does this person need to have a high status, but they also need to have enough wisdom and courage. The noble who suggested the idea wonders why the emperor is talking strangely because this master shouldn't be so difficult. He suspects that the emperor might have something sinister in mind. The emperor then looks over at Craven and asks if he has thought of a suitable candidate. Craven then says he would like to recommend someone who is none other than Wilvina, the only daughter of Duke Richard. The other nobles quickly lash out at him for suggesting someone whose father was recently imprisoned for offending the emperor. On the other hand, the emperor is happy that Craven is smart enough to figure out his plans. He then asks the guy why he's recommending the daughter of a criminal. Firstly, Craven points out that Wilvina's status can show their sincerity, and secondly, he has heard that Miss Wilvina is quite eloquent and decisive when speaking. Lastly, Craven sees this as a chance for the lady to atone for her crimes and prove herself to the empire so that the emperor can pardon her father. Upon hearing this, the other nobles admit that Craven's idea isn't so bad. With that settled, the emperor leaves Craven to handle the matter. He tells him to make sure that Wilvina is safe on her trip. Looking very anxious, Craven adheres to his emperor's words. Later that night, the emperor meets with an assassin in his office. He asks the strange man if he knows what to do when Wilvina and Castile are on their way back. The assassin then assures him that the two of them will die within the territories of the Caledonial Empire. The evil emperor plans to frame the Caledonial Empire for killing an envoy of his territory just so that he can wage another war. The scene then switches to the market stalls in Aslan City, where vendors are hawking all their goods. A vendor asks Rain if he has come to buy something, but he tells the man that he's just taking a walk around the city. The people there openly express their joy at how the protagonist has made their lives much better. On the other hand, our hero is happy to see how lively they all are. As he takes a seat, some of them bid him farewell. He then starts to analyze the traits of all citizens, looking for the perfect candidate with outstanding talents. However, he is disappointed to see that he can't find his desired target among the common folk. Rain has been going around different places in the city for the past few days. Wherever he goes, the people celebrate him, but he hasn't been able to find a single suitable talent. Seeing that Rosalind is the only one he has, he wonders if he should ask his elder siblings for some talents. He decides not to disturb his siblings because they must be having their own issues in their individual territories. While he is lost in thought, Leah comes to comfort him and tells him to get some rest because he's been stressed out recently. She tells him that she has asked for notices to be posted in the city so that those who believe they have talent can come to him. Our hero admits that those who came do have some talents, but they are far from what he's looking for. He laments about the troubles he is facing with his factory and the elves' investment, and it seems the dam will also take some time before being complete. He recalls having a difficult time trying to teach the magicians chemistry because they wouldn't let go of him. He holds on to Leah and continues to lament about how the system also gave him a tough task. Suddenly, he hears a vendor shouting at a customer. The young customer is a boy who is urging the vendor to trust him, and he promises that there won't be a problem this time. Our hero quickly analyzes the guy's stats, seeing that his name is Armando Cresta, and he finds out that he has the high talents he's looking for. Armando tells the vendor that the potion he has will definitely work this time. He urges the vendor to put a drop on his food, and he promises that his fruit will last for a year. The vendor yells at him, calling him a liar because the last time he bought the guy's insect repellent, it ruined his box of apples. Feeling nervous, Armando tries to explain that his insect repellents aren't suited for soft fruits like apples. Regardless, the vendor pushes him out, refusing to believe any more of his words. Our hero watches the sad guy, wondering how he found such a talent in that place. Leah wonders if her master has taken a liking to the young alchemist. However, she refuses to let her master be deceived by the guy. Meanwhile, Armando looks completely dejected and hungry after not being able to sell his potion. He is surprised as our hero approaches him and extends a hand to help him up. He tells Armando that he is interested in the potion he's selling. The young alchemist is immediately happy to have found someone to rip off. He shakes Rain and tells the hero that he must be a connoisseur. Then he brings out different bottles, saying that he has whatever the protagonist is looking for. However, Rain asks who he is and why he's never seen him in the city before. The alchemist introduces himself and says that he rarely comes to town. Hearing this, Rain wonders if the guy is here to promote his products, and then Armando says he can make any potion to satisfy the hero's needs. Leah quietly warns the hero not to trust the young man, because most alchemists tend to be liars. Nevertheless, Rain tells her not to worry since they don't know which of them is cheating the other yet, but she is confused by his words. After that, the protagonist asks the alchemist how he sells his batch of potions. Armando then shows him a bottle with a yellow liquid and says that it can make objects glow at night. The next one with a green liquid is said to be able to make the drink run really fast. Rain is disappointed by all these useless potions, and then he asks the alchemist if he has anything that's actually good. Feeling insulted, the alchemist warns our boy that he won't be held responsible for anything that happens if our hero looks down on his potions. As soon as he says that, Leah gives him a scary look, but the alchemist wonders why the maid is giving him such a threatening look. Rain then tells Armando the components that make up his potion, and he suggests using a different combination of minerals to make it more potent. Upon hearing this, the alchemist is baffled and asks the hero how he knows the recipe. He believes it's his top secret recipe and that he's the only one in the world who knows about it. Our hero laughs at him and tells him that it's just basic chemistry knowledge. If it's just at this level, he doesn't see anything special about his alchemy. However, Armando doesn't believe him, and he goes ahead to accuse Rain of looking at his alchemy notes. Regardless, the protagonist mocks him further, because he doesn't see the point of stealing from an alchemist who will go hungry without selling potions. He then offers Armando the path to the true way of alchemy if he vows loyalty to him. The alchemist then asks who he is to demand his loyalty. Leah then introduces our boy as the current lord of Iceland City and the second son of Grand Duke Aldarion. Upon hearing this, Armando only sees the MC as a big fish. He says he would rather starve to death than become the dog of a nobleman. Our hero feels insulted by his words, but the alchemist goes ahead to be sarcastic about the way he feels. On the other hand, Leah threatens him to apologize, or he won't like what happens next. Armando goes ahead to provoke her by saying that nobles only solve their problems in a primitive way. Rain then tells his maid to calm down. He points out that he's not interested in whatever way Armando has suffered at the hands of nobles, but he will give the guy a choice now. He offers to provide Armando with enough knowledge to change the world, but if the guy would prefer to waste his life in the city, he won't object to his decision. Armando yells at our hero, telling him that it is all wishful thinking. He believes that nobles only care about their pockets and nothing else, so he refuses to join Rain. Suddenly our hero notices that the guy's loyalty has gone down by a lot. Meanwhile, the alchemist swears to never believe a word that comes out of a noble's mouth. Suddenly he hears a little girl calling out to him and running towards him. He refers to her as Yelena and rushes to her, asking why she has come there. He tells her that she should hide because the place might be dangerous for her. He believes our boy is an evil nobleman who will hurt his sister. However, Yelena quickly recognizes Rain, who asks the little girl how she knows him. The girl says that her mother told her that they're living a good life, thanks to the protagonist. Yelena also confirms that her father took part in the construction of the city's dam. Armando suddenly starts yelling like an idiot as he accuses our boy of exploiting the people of the city. Angered by his words, the MC asks the guy how he came to this conclusion. The alchemist points out that Yelena is wearing shabby clothes, which he believes is a result of the evil ways of the nobles. Leah calls out the guy, slandering her master, when it is actually our hero who cares most for the people of the city. Yelena also tells Armando that he's saying complete nonsense, and she tells him that Rain is a good lord, because he gave everyone food and shelter, and also provided work for them. She tells the guy to shut up if he doesn't understand anything. The MC then points out that Yelena is wearing shabby clothes because the light industry hasn't been developed yet. Once this occurs, he assures him that everyone in the city will be able to wear amazing clothes. Despite his words, Armando still believes that nobles are corrupt to the bone, and they would not care for the common people. When Yelena yells at him for saying such mean things to the hero, Armando walks out, and he tells the little girl to be careful of Rain. Nevertheless, the MC is determined to recruit the alchemist by all means. As he tries to chase after Armando, he suddenly feels a sharp pain striking his body. Leah quickly rushes to her master's side as he collapses to the ground. Moments later, we see her sitting by his side while he lies in bed. He eventually opens his eyes, and the maid is glad that he has finally woken up. Our boy tries to assure her that he's fine, but she's sad about the way he's pushing himself too hard. He then comforts her and swears to be more careful next time. While he sits up, he asks Leah about the whereabouts of Armando. While rinsing a towel, she tells him that she brought him back to the mansion as soon as he fainted. She then goes ahead to wipe his head while telling him that the alchemist came back once he noticed that our boy fainted. Rain is shocked to hear that the guy actually came back. Leah tells him that he provided some medicine to cure his illness before leaving again. Rain then asks if it was Armando's medicine that brought down his fever, but the maid points out that she would never let him take medicine prescribed by a random person. She says that she put the alchemist's medicine on the desk, but the one who cured his fever was a doctor from the city. Leah then rushes off to get medicine so he can take a look at it. From looking at the color and texture, our hero can tell that the medicine seems to be professionally made. He decides to find a doctor and ask the person how good the medicine actually is. Leah worries that the hero wants to recruit someone who is very hostile towards nobles, but he tells her that Armando has a lot of talent and is a rare genius as well. Regardless, the MC is eager to find out why the guy hates nobles so much. The scene switches again to a cabin in the middle of the woods. There we see Armando approaching his desk filled with many potions. He picks up a picture, and while staring at it, we see that it is a picture of his younger self and an unknown woman. Armando refers to the woman as his teacher, and he talks to the picture, telling her about how he met Rain, who knows how to analyze his alchemy formulas. As he opens a book filled with formulas, we see that a page has been ripped out from the middle. The guy swears to never be deceived by nobles and to complete his teacher's research and avenge her. With rage in his eyes, he vows to make the nobles pay. We find out that his teacher's name is Liesl Grant, and she was the most outstanding alchemist in Aslan City 15 years ago. Not only was she a genius in the field, but she believed that alchemy was meant to serve the public instead of those in power. Eventually, she took in Armando, who was an orphan, and while raising him, she also taught him all her knowledge of alchemy. Their relationship was very special because she saw her as his own mother. Along with teaching him the ways of alchemy, Liesl also taught Armando how to find a balance between humanity and morality. At that time, one of her alchemy researches angered a noble, causing him to break into her home with his guards. The noble stole her research results and accused her of studying forbidden alchemy. In the process, she was killed in a planned accident. The poor Armando was only 15 as he wept at the grave of his beloved teacher. After that, he picked up all of Liesl's notes and unfinished research, swearing to complete her work. In the present, we see Ayuria weeping for the poor guy who still carries the heavy burden of his past. Our hero admits that her story is quite touching, but he lets her know that it has nothing to do with his current problem. He then asks her about the whereabouts of the alchemist. The elf gets angry at him for not having a little sympathy, but he tells her that it can't solve his problems. He tells her that people need to keep looking forward in life, despite all that has happened yesterday. Ayuria then says that Armando must have gone to Liesl's old residence, where all her research notes and equipment are. Upon hearing this, Rain decides to quickly go and meet the guy. On his way out, he asks the elf if she knows what Liesl was researching. Trying to recall its name, she tells him that it has something to do with steam. Our hero is completely shocked, and he yells at Ayuria to repeat herself. As he grabs her, she nervously tells him that he has something to do with steam, but she can't remember the remaining details. He tells her that if this is the same as what he has in his mind, then they will be able to completely change the world as they know it. Ayuria is still freaked out, and she doesn't understand what's so awesome about this steam. However, our hero drags her while telling her to take him to the location quickly. Our hero believes that Liesel must have been researching a steam engine, and there must still be some blueprints left around. The steam engine is something he never studied in detail in his previous life, and he only knew how it worked theoretically. Being a mechanical engineer, our boy has a good understanding of how mechanical structures work. He has always wanted to create the steam engine, but he lacks the core blueprints and key ideas needed for it. He believes he'll be able to make a breakthrough in Liesel's research if he gets the notes that she left behind. With this, our boy is sure to usher in the industrial age into this new world. Meanwhile, at the cabin in the woods, we see Armando working on a project. When he hears a voice calling out to him, he quickly covers the mechanism to prevent our hero from seeing it. Later on, he meets Rain and tells him that he's not welcome there. He is stunned as our boy ignores him and walks inside while asking for the notes that his master left behind. Armin quickly rushes to the MC and tells him to give up on his idea of getting the notes. As he swears to never give up his master's notes, Ayuria explains to him that they're not there to steal from him. She tells him that Rain just wants to inspect the notes to know if there's anything that could make life better for everyone in the city. Regardless, Armando steps in front of the MC, threatening him with a knife as he tells him to get out. He tells Rain that this isn't a place for filthy nobles such as him. Meanwhile, Ayuria has set her sights on the guy in case he tries to hurt her master. As she pulls out her own dagger, her master urges her to remain calm and tells her to leave the matter to him. Armando starts to tremble as the protagonist slowly approaches him and calls him an idiot. He lets the guy know that he has no idea about the true significance of a steam engine. He calls him out for wasting his master's research instead of actually trying to fulfill her last wish. However, Armando yells at the hero for daring to lecture him about his master's research. Rain suddenly proposes that they make a bet. Armando then asks the hero the kind of bet he wants to make. Rain says that if he can make Liesel's device work well, then Armando will have to obediently work for him. But if he fails, he offers to leave Iceland City and never return. However, the alchemist feels like the hero is just messing with him. He mocks Rain and doubts that he can actually make his teacher's legacy work. Regardless, our boy just wants to know if he has agreed to the terms of the bet. Armando accepts, but he says that the conditions aren't enough. He wants Rain to kneel and apologize in front of his teacher's grave if he fails to make the device work. Ayuria tells him that he's asking for too much because the protagonist doesn't have anything bad against him. Still, the alchemist asks the hero if he will accept the terms of the bet. With a confident look, Rain accepts the terms without thinking twice. He then requests to look at the steam engine that Liesel left behind. He's already fantasizing about how to make Armando stoke the boiler once he fixes the engine. The cover comes off, and the alchemist shows them the device that his teacher left behind. Leah and Ayuria are confused by the mechanism and wonder why our boy is so interested in it. Meanwhile, our hero admires the device, seeing that it is really a steam engine. He can't contain his joy, screaming about how this is a genius creation. He also commends Liesel for being a true genius to come up with the device. Leah then asks her master if Liesel's creations are truly that spectacular. He tells her that no matter the world, anyone who can invent the device can only be referred to as a genius. Armando then boasts about his teacher, saying that she's not like other alchemists who don't deserve their reputations. He lets the hero know that he's been staying in the woods to keep the machine alive. However, his teacher never told him how to make the machine work, and there's nothing about it in her notes as well. Our hero decides to take it apart to see if there are any mechanical issues, but the alchemist thinks he's crazy for trying to tear it down. He fears that his teacher's research will be ruined if the machine can't be put back. However, Rain lets him know that there's no machine he's incapable of repairing. He asks the guy for a screwdriver, but Armando has no idea what that is. Feeling disappointed in the alchemists, our hero asks him how the device was even put together in the first place. The guy says that he used magic and wonders why our hero doesn't have such simple knowledge. According to him, the steam engine was crafted by a master dwarf who was commissioned by Liesel, so he doesn't think a spoiled noble would understand. Our hero doesn't care about any of that, so he asks Leah to hand over her dagger. As he starts unscrewing the device, Armando watches him closely. Moments later, our hero assesses the parts of the device while praising Liesel once again for being a genius. Suddenly he notices something strange. Looking closer, he sees that there are some parts missing from the engine. He then asks Armando where the parts are, but the guy is surprised that our boy was able to notice that. He starts lying by saying that the machine has always been like that, and he tries to push the protagonist to accept defeat. Rain lets him know that he's someone that can be easily fooled, and then he asks for the core, which is supposed to control the whole machine. He yells at the guy, demanding that he tell him where the device is. Armando hesitates for a moment, then he tells the hero that the parts were taken away by a noble. Rain wonders what a few nobles would want with gear sets. Armando then explains that the missing parts are forged from a rare type of dragon crystal ore. The noble who took it melted them down and used them to forge a statue of himself. Upon hearing this, our boy is baffled. His anger starts to rise because a stupid noble took something rare to showcase their stupidity. With rage in his eyes, he demands to know the name of the noble. However, Armando tells him that the noble is too much of a big shot to be offended by our hero. Our hero is shocked by this, but he still demands to know who this person is. As Armando trembles in fear, he tells the hero that the noble is known as Duke Oscar. Upon hearing this, Ayuria quickly recognizes the name. Rain turns to her and asks her if she knows where the Duke is from. The elf then tells him that Duke Oscar used to be a minor noble in Aslan City. Oscar had a lot of achievements in alchemy when he was young, and he also won the championship in the Imperial Alchemy competition. In return, the Emperor appreciated him by giving him a lot of resources and a title of Duke. With a mean look, Rain demands to know where Oscar's territory is. Ayuria tells him that the Duke stays in Grancel, located on the upper right side of Aslan City. Leah then tells her master that the region belongs to the domain of Grand Duke Teleros Elroy, which is not under the jurisdiction of the Edgar family. Our hero recalls Teliers Elroy, and how his father mentioned that things were not going well between him and the Grand Duke. Leah tells her master that his father and Grand Duke Elroy have different political views, and they've even clashed multiple times in the Imperial Council. After hearing this, the MC decides to worry about the matter for now. However, he makes sure to remember what Duke Oscar has caused for him. He vows to make the Duke repay 100-fold for melting the gears of the steam engine. Ayuria rushes to our boy, fearing that it'll be too dangerous for him to confront Duke Oscar. Regardless, he swears that Oscar must pay for destroying such a priceless item. Armando also wonders if the hero is really going to go up against the Duke. Rain assures the guy that he'll get the steam engine working and also let Duke Oscar know what true value is. He then asks if Liesel left any design drawings of the core parts in her notes. Sadly, the alchemist tells him that his teacher didn't leave any drawings behind. However, he recalls that she discussed the production of the parts with the Dwarven Master Craftsman. The protagonist then asks if the Dwarven Craftsman knows about the matter. Armando tells him that he has gone there a couple of times, but the dwarf refuses to meet with him. Our hero decides to try meeting with the craftsman, and Armando tells him not to have too much hope because the craftsman has a weird temper. Later on, our hero gets to the dwarf's forge, but the short-tempered man tells them to get away. Ayuria refers to him as Braham and lets him know that he can't treat Rain like this after all he has done for the people of the city. Braham says he already knows of our hero's recent deeds. He mentions how Rain killed the corrupt nobles and solved the food problem in the city. The elf confirms this and tells the craftsman that our hero cares for his people very well. However, Braham points out that the protagonist is doing his duty as a lord, just like he forges iron as a blacksmith. Rain then takes over the conversation and admits that he should be managing his territory well as the lord of the city. Braham is shocked by the hero's words and then asks if he wants something to be built for him. Our hero then asks for the gear design that Liesel made for the steam engine. Upon hearing this, the dwarf tells him to get out, and he refuses to hand over anything. When our hero asks him for a reason, we see that Braham blames himself for persuading Liesel to use the dragon crystal ore. If not, she wouldn't have gotten killed by Duke Oscar. Braham swears to never build such a thing for anyone ever again. Armando then reminds the craftsman that as a blacksmith, his job is to make iron for people. Regardless, the dwarf refuses to change his mind on the matter. He says that even if they have the dragon crystal ore, it won't work. Our hero suddenly notes that he keeps mentioning this particular ore, and then he asks if the dragon crystal ore is the only thing that will keep the machine working. Braham wonders what he's trying to say, so Rain asks whether he can't forge the same gears using the most common iron ores. Hearing that, the blacksmith angrily slams his hand on the ground and curses at Rain. What Rain is asking for is absolute nonsense, since it's well known that to melt ordinary iron ore into liquid, the only race that can do it in the entire continent is the ancient dragon race. The young master can't just expect him to start melting common iron out of nowhere. Rain had his suspicions about this, but hearing the blacksmith say it himself just confirms what he was thinking. To confirm more of what's going on, Rain asks Braham why the furnace can't reach a temperature high enough to melt molten iron. Braham tells him that there's no furnace on the entire continent that is hot enough to melt iron ore into molten iron. That's basic knowledge that everyone knows all too well. Rain smirks and claims to Braham that he should be able to build a furnace that can melt molten iron. He is surprised at the crazy opinion, but sighs in disbelief and tells Rain to stop trying to look cool. After all, if Rain could really build such a furnace, the entire Empire's forging level would be turned upside down. There's no way a young brat from a lord's family would be able to do something so groundbreaking. Rain tells the blacksmith to put aside his origins for now and answer the question. If he manages to build a furnace that can melt iron ore, then he wants to know if Bram will help him forge the parts he needs to rebuild Lysander's steam engine. The blacksmith reluctantly agrees and confirms that if he really can build such a powerful furnace, then he will happily agree to help forge the gears that Rain needs. Rain mentally celebrates that he finally got the stubborn man to agree, and he immediately signs off on the deal before the man can back out. But as Bram leaves, he tells Rain that if he fails, then the noble will get out of his workshop immediately. With that, he slams the door, leaving Rain alone with the furnace to work on it. Thanks to his engineering knowledge from his past life, he knows the melting point of iron, and from a glance, he can tell that the current temperature of the furnace is far from what he needs to melt the iron. The reason is because the furnace lacks an extra oxygen supply that would allow it to maximize the efficiency of fuel consumption. There's one quick way he can think of to fix that issue immediately. The young lord grabs one of the forging hammers from the blacksmith's table, and with one heavy swing, he uses it to smash a hole into the side of the furnace. The elven sister and the young alchemist both scream in panic as they watch Rain start to break apart the furnace. They try to stop him from breaking it down anymore before the old blacksmith comes back. The man is already stubborn and bitter enough, but if they break his furnace, then he's never going to make anything for them. Rain tells them to calm down and assures them that he isn't just messing around. With the 2 openings that he made in the side of the furnace, it now has secondary oxygen supply channels, which will make the heat a lot more efficient. Thanks to that, the effectiveness of the furnace should at least double, and it will definitely reach the requirement for melting iron ore. It's hard to believe that such a simple modification is enough to make a furnace reach that high of a temperature, but Rain is so sure of himself that they can't even argue with his logic. He tells them to add fuel to the furnace and try to melt the iron ore, but before they can test out his modifications, the blacksmith comes back from the back of the room. As soon as he walks in, he immediately notices the holes in the side of his furnace, and he drops everything he's carrying to run over and check on his precious furnace. The blacksmith personally put in a lot of effort to craft the furnace, and he will make sure to make Rain pay for what he's done. But before he can pick a fight, the young lord tells him to calm down, and once again guarantees that the modifications were made to make sure that the furnace can now melt iron ore into molten iron. The blacksmith still doesn't believe Rain and gets up to yell at him for thinking that he knows more than a professional. Iron ore is incredibly hard, and there is no way the ordinary temperature of the furnace can ever be high enough to melt it. That is even more evident with the fact that Rain just knocked 2 holes in it, and that would make the furnace's temperature go even lower. Rain simply points at the box of iron that the man dropped earlier in his rush to go and check on the furnace, and tells him that he should test it out for himself. After all, it's not like they are lacking in fuel, so they should put the iron in and test out if the furnace really works or not. Bram finally agrees, but he warns Rain that if the furnace doesn't melt the iron, then the 2 of them are going to fight it out. The blacksmith starts up the furnace and places the iron inside, and they all watch intently as the furnace starts to work. To their surprise, the iron ore actually begins to melt into molten iron, just like Rain claimed it would. They can barely believe it as the molten iron flows out from the side of the furnace and collects into a bowl. This sudden invention is way too much for Bram to accept, and he's at a complete loss of words on how to describe what he's seeing. He hurriedly turns to Rain and demands to know how he did it, and how he managed to make the furnace melt iron just by opening 2 holes. It's simple for an engineering genius like him, and everything just involves the principles of science that he learned in his past life. He also says that he would be happy to tell Bram all about it if they can find the time later. Right now, the most pressing matter is for Bram to forge the gears left by Listinator. Bram sighs and has no choice but to complete his part of the agreement. Now that the furnace works, he will forge the gears that Rain wants, but he bluntly tells Rain that if the nobles come looking for trouble again, then he will have no part. Rain assures him that even if the noble doesn't come looking for trouble, he will go looking for the nobles himself. With the gears freshly made by the blacksmith, they return to Listinator's house to finally complete the machine and finish her experiment. The gear is a core part of the steam engine, and with it in his hand, Rain is finally all set to introduce the industrial era into this fantasy world. Although Rain perfectly understands what he needs to do, and how important this thing is, the rest are confused how such a small gear can be so important in powering this entire engine. If it cracks, won't something happen that could potentially injure RMC? Even the Saintess is concerned about how they would use such a fragile piece of iron to power an entire engine. She tells him that if he can be patient for a bit, then she can ask her clan members if they have any dragon crystal ores. Rain assured the sister that the only reason Lysander used dragon crystal ores was because her industrial knowledge was insufficient. Armando can barely hide his anger at Rain for insulting his dead teacher, but our MC doesn't pay him any mind and continues to marvel at the gear in his hand. Armando should be more worried about himself after all, since once Rain fixes the steam engine, then according to their bet, he will immediately become our MC's subordinate. With that settled, Rain gently pushes the gear where it belongs in the steam engine, and starts to repair it to make it functional again. Then with a few more adjustments, and the pull of a lever, the once dormant steam engine blows to life as steam comes spilling out from the whistle at the top. The others start to celebrate Rain's success as the machine comes to life, but Armando just blankly stares at it for a moment. As the steam blows around him, he starts to shiver as tears come out of his eyes, and memories of his dead teacher start to come to his mind. He remembers how she used to take him around with a smile on her face so he could carry her materials, and how she used to scold him when he would fail to assemble one of her devices properly. She was determined to finish this engine in the hopes of improving the lives of people around her, and even with her dying breath, the last thing she told him was that she's leaving the machine to him. As the memories come flooding into his mind, Armando falls to his knees and cries as he realizes that her dream has finally come true. The Saintess turns to Rain to figure out what they should do for the crying boy, but our MC tells them to just let him cry for a while. His tears are the emotions that he has suppressed over the years. 3 hours later, the blacksmith comes to visit, and he's just as surprised as everyone else that Rain actually managed to repair the steam engine, but he can't tell what exactly is the big deal about this oversized smoke machine. Even the Saintess is curious what the machine can do beyond just throwing steam in the air. From their perspective, the machine is only good for smoking and frightening people. Rain explains that the machine isn't just good for smoking, it's the foundation of the industrial society. Of course, the concept of an industrial society has absolutely no meaning to the two of them, and they have no idea what Rain is talking about. He tells them that the machine can drive gears to rotate, which in turn can be used to power even more machines. Whether those machines are mills or textile machines, or even means of transportation in future war machines, the steam engine is an irreplaceable core aspect of a developing society, and it is also easily humanity's greatest invention. All of that sounds impressive on paper, but the blacksmith isn't convinced that such a device can be so important and life-changing. Rain assures them they will soon understand its true value once they use it for themselves. From now on, he will take them through the explanations, and show them how things work step by step. Then he will lead the world into the industrial era, and show them the power of industry. As he's talking to them, a woman on horseback comes riding in from the town, desperately shouting out Rain's name. It's Rosalind, and as soon as she arrives, she informs Rain that his sister, Lady Priscilla, has arrived in his territory. Rain smiles wide as he realizes that his second sister is here, and it's the perfect time for her to arrive. The dam is about to be completed, so he can use this opportunity to ask her if she will invest a bit more in his region. But that's not all the news that Rosalind brought for him. She also informs him that his sister, Lady Priscilla, asked her to tell him that she especially prepared some gifts for him, and he needs to return immediately to see what it is. Rain gets even more excited at the thought of getting gifts from his sister. Even better for him, if the gifts are actually gold, then he won't even have to ask her for money. Nothing at all could have prepared him for the news of what the gifts actually are. With a look of disappointment on her face, Rosalind tells him that the gift his sister has prepared is a group of young girls who have just come of age. At that news, Rain returns to the Etherland City Lord's mansion, and he's immediately pulled into a tight hug by his eager and excited sister. She pulls him to her chest and coos over how much she missed him, and although Rain missed her too, he has a very important question to ask before they start discussing anything else. He wants to know why exactly she brought these groups of girls with her. Priscilla smirks and asks him what the problem is and if any of the girls are not to his taste. That's not the problem here, and he's not even concerned about what the girls look like. Instead, he's concerned about the strange looks that people started giving him once they learned of the gifts that she prepared with her arrival. Priscilla doesn't see the problem, as she's even surprised that the people would dare to be disrespectful to their lord. Even Rain has to agree that the people aren't his biggest problem. The biggest issue right now is Leah, who most certainly thinks that he's some sort of pervert. Her expression is really worrying, and although she's usually very gentle with him, right now she looks like she's about to kill him. Priscilla taps him on his shoulder to make him stop worrying. After all, if his maid has an opinion about his behavior, then that just means that she cares about him. Rain freaks out and tells his sister that her train of thought is very worrying. He tells her to stop joking and just tell him the real reason why she suddenly brought a bunch of people over with her to his mansion. Since he seems so nervous, she decides to stop playing around and tell him the truth. The reason she came is because of his letter. He doesn't remember what letter she could be talking about, but she pulls it out and shows it to him. It's the letter he sent to her where he stated that he has his eyes on Rosalind. It made her think that he has started having eyes for women, and as a loving sister who wants nothing more than her brother's happiness, she thought that he might need some options, so she brought over different girls to see his preference. Rain quickly tells her that there is definitely some kind of misunderstanding since he does not have his eyes on Rosalind. His sister laughs, but doesn't stop her teasing and even tells him that Rosalind is quite a good candidate, and he should at least consider her. Then to make matters worse, she asks Leah what she thinks about Rain marrying more ladies. The maid, who is already shaking in anger, doesn't even try to hide her death glare as she answers the question. As Rain's maid, she has no right to comment on these kinds of things, and no matter how many wives Rain wants to marry, she has no right to stop or deny him what he wants. Rain sighs, now realizing that things have definitely gotten out of hand, and he tells Leah not to pay attention to this kind of nonsense. Priscilla also realizes that things are going too far, and from the way Leah is shivering, she can tell that she should end the jokes before things become even more tense. She orders her own maid to take the girls down to rest while she speaks in private with her dear brother. The two of them go into Rain's office to have a private discussion, and there, he tells her that in a few days, the dam in Etherland City will be completed. This dam will be useful in not only controlling the water source, but also providing irrigation for the surrounding farmland. It even has the potential to develop into a hydropower project that could provide electricity to the people. Just as before, Priscilla doesn't have any idea about the things Rain is talking about, and the best she can think of is that he must be talking about some type of magic array. He tries to explain a bit more about how the power of flowing water can be used to power a mechanical device which can produce energy, but everything he's saying is a completely foreign concept to the people of this world, and even his intelligent sister can't get a grasp of anything that he's saying. The only thing that she understands is that these things that he's talking about could solve the food problem. It may sound abstract, but what Rain is trying to create isn't magic or mechanisms. It's an entirely different technical system than what the people of this world are used to. Priscilla takes a seat and calmly asks Rain where he got the knowledge to build an entirely new technical system. From what she remembers, he used to prefer studying swordsmanship over reading books, so it's strange for him to have all this knowledge and experience all of a sudden. She gets straight to the point and asks Rain who exactly he is and what happened to her real brother. Rain starts to panic while struggling to keep a straight expression. He completely forgot to tone down how much he talks about foreign concepts in this new world. When he transferred over, he was seriously injured for some reason, and thinking back about it, it could have been some sort of accident while he was practicing swordplay. Regardless of what the reason is, that doesn't change the fact that his sister now distrusts him, and he needs to find a way to quickly bluff through her suspicions. He laughs nervously while sweating bullets and tells her that after he woke up just half a month ago, his body hurts so much that he could only spend his time reading books at home. It was during that time that he accidentally saw the reading material for all the new things he's trying to create now. That tracks a little with what she remembers Leah telling her. After Rain woke up, he started reading books because of his poor physical condition. She decides to ask a little more, and wants to know if they are books from the family library, even going as far as asking him what the books looked like. Rain immediately perks up and shows off listener's notes as the books he's talking about. He gives her the book to read through, and after a little bit of skimming, she can tell that the book really is filled with strange knowledge. Thanks to that, her suspicions have been quelled for now, and she praises her brother for being able to turn these abstract theories in the books into real things. Rain nervously rubs his neck as he realizes that he probably just dodged a major bullet. Since he can't practice martial arts due to his physical condition, the next best thing to do is improve his brain power and try to use it to better the lives of the people. She stands up from her seat and comes over to the other side of the table to stand close to her brother. She knows that he has suffered a lot, and she also understands that he has stopped practicing martial arts to save his life. But that doesn't mean that he should force himself to do other things. Then she gives him a short hug and tells him that she's just worried that someone would harm him secretly. After this heart-to-heart conversation, she tells him that she won't suspect him of anything anymore. Rain assures her that he is fine, and he can prove it by showing off that he can make all these interesting and powerful things. With that, his sister is satisfied, and before leaving, she tells him that no matter what happens, she will be by his side. If there's anything in his territory that he needs help with, then all he needs to do is tell her, and he will have her full support. Rain smirks once she says that, and he decides to try his luck with something he was thinking about earlier. Since she has so graciously offered to support him, then there is something that he particularly needs her help with. Priscilla folds her arms as she prepares to listen to her younger brother, not even up to a minute after making him the promise of giving him help. It looks like he already has something that he needs, and she doesn't mind hearing about it. He tells her that he hopes that she will invest in him. He has important plans concerning the future development of Etherland City, and he needs her support and investments if he wants these plans to come true. Priscilla heard that he took quite a few resources from the nobles that he took power from, and she's confused why that isn't enough for him, but he clarifies that what he needs isn't money, but people. Etherland City has suffered severe population loss due to years of war and natural disasters. People who are exceptionally skilled and understand technology are extremely few, and because of that, a donation of skilled labor from his sister will go a long way to developing his industry. If she can transfer some experienced craftsmen, farmers, and even some administrators from her territory, then things will go smoothly for him. Of course, he's not asking to get these things for free. Once those people come over to his side, he will ensure that they live well and also learn some new technologies. The plan isn't a bad idea, but the people he's asking for are the pillars of Priscilla's territory. There's no way he can expect her to release them just because he asks her to. Rain reminds his dear sister that she promised to fully support him, so not doing this for him would be going back on her word. Besides, if Etherland City develops, then she will also have a lot to benefit from it. Priscilla laughs at his desperate attempts to convince her and assures him that she will send some people over just like he wants. However, before she can do that, he will need to show her some results of his research first. He has to convince her that her people won't waste their time and effort by coming to his territory. Rain isn't worried at all by that condition, and he promises to show her the power of the industry. Later on, Rain returns to her private quarters to think to herself. She tells her maid, Gwen, that what she was worried about didn't happen, but from the look on her face, it's clear that she still has some issues she's thinking about. She was worried about the possibility that her brother might have changed from who she remembers and become the Emperor's puppet. After their conversation today, though, she's sure that he's still the same person she knows and loves. Even Gwen agrees that Rain is naturally intelligent, and now he has also become so hardworking. He will definitely be the person that will develop Etherland City and bring it to a better future. All those things are great, but Priscilla still can't forgive the Emperor for poisoning her brother. Since the Emperor poisoned Rain, he has been unable to practice martial arts. In response, it's only fair that Priscilla makes him lose a son. She tells Gwen to investigate the whereabouts of the princes and choose the easiest target to strike. She's determined to make sure that the Emperor pays the price for what he did to her dear brother. Gwen bows and assures her that everything will be handled cleanly and efficiently, so Priscilla has no need to worry. With that, Priscilla has ensured that she will teach the Emperor a lesson for daring to touch the person most precious to her. Meanwhile, elsewhere within Rain's territory, a group of men ride horses while carrying goods towards the town. One of the men remarks that they managed to find some top-quality goods, and if they managed to sell everything, then it would definitely bring in a large sum of money. The money isn't for them, though, since a large part of the money from their sales goes to Eldrick, the one that, just thinking about their boss makes them start to grumble about the fact that the man gets to profit so much from their hard work without actually doing anything. These guys take the risk of being caught, but Eldrick reaps the benefits. The man in front, who is clearly their leader, tells them to shut up. Despite how greedy Eldrick is, he is still their backer. Without him, there's no way they'd be able to come and go freely in Etherland territory all these years without someone covering for them. He's in the middle of telling them off when one of the riders comes in to report that the boss of Etherland City has changed. The guy who just arrived is a scout that went ahead earlier to check out the state of the city. When he got to the city gates, he found that the soldiers guarding the place were people that he had never seen before. The scout originally wanted to bribe them in hope of getting closer to them, but it didn't work, and not only did they refuse, they also started asking him questions about his whereabouts and why he came back so late. The scout had to lie and say that he was visiting relatives, which just narrowly allowed him to evade their interrogation. But afterwards, he managed to learn from the guards that the Lord of Etherland City is no longer Eldrick. One of the others suggests that they should head back, but there's nowhere for them to go back to. The women that they are transporting have been agreed upon by Duke Iskar and the slave traders of the Orvis Empire. If they don't deliver the goods, then no one will be there to pay them the 3,000 gold coins that they are supposed to be paid as transport fees. Without the money, they can't report back to Duke Iskar. While that is true, there's also a chance that the new lord won't want them to leave once they enter the territory. Their boss tells them not to panic, knowing fully well that whoever this new lord is, there is no way they would turn down money. At most, the only consequence is that they won't earn as much money during this trip as they could. With his men calmed from his reassurance, he tells them that they should rest for the night. The next morning, they will set off to town to try and finish their trip. First, they will pretend to be a merchant caravan, and they will take fewer women with them. If that plan works, they should be able to blend in and even take a few more trips. One of the men takes the opportunity to ask the boss if they can have some fun since they are going to be taking a break for the night. The boss tells them not to touch the red-haired woman, but that they can do whatever they want from there. The rest of the men go to set up camp in a cave by the forest side. Suddenly, a very angry-looking warrior tells them to stop what they are doing and demands to know who they are. It's Rosalind, who managed to arrive just in time. The thugs are surprised to see another woman that isn't part of their caravan. Rosalind doesn't pay any attention to their surprise and demands to know what they are doing and who they are. The men, however, are more focused on Rosalind's body to listen to what she is saying. They offer her a chance to join them, and that only makes the white-haired guard even more angry. Since the men clearly don't want to talk, the only thing left to do is take action. Without giving them a chance to even blink, she kicks off the ground towards them, smashing her staff into the head of the closest one, immediately sending him falling to the ground. The other guard doesn't even have a chance to call for help before he too is stabbed in the stomach by the tip of her spear and sent flying. His screams before his death are just loud enough to draw the attention of the others setting up camp in the cave. They come outside to see Rosalind walking towards the cave, with bloodlust surrounding her. The men immediately run back inside, desperately shouting for their boss to come and help them. He comes outside once he hears the commotion to see Rosalind stabbing another one of his men into the ground. He yells for her to stop while the remaining survivors run to him for help. Instead of acting rashly like his subordinates, the man decides to talk it out with her. Rosalind gets straight to the point and points out that they must have kidnapped the girl who is shivering on the ground beside all the chaos. He calmly tells her that she must have misunderstood, and explains that they are slave traders from Duke Iskar's territory. They just came to deliver the slaves on their master's behalf to Duke Iskar. To show that they aren't lying, they even present some legal documents that allow them to do this business legitimately. The name Duke Iskar rings a bell for Rosalind, and she remembers that Rain told her something about him earlier. He told her that while she's out on patrol for the next few days, she should try and keep an eye out for anyone coming from Duke Iskar's side. She asked him if there's anyone that she's supposed to pay special attention to, and he just told her that she should look for trouble. She looks at the men as they offer her some gold to pretend that this never happened. Rosalind doesn't understand what Rain meant when he said that she should look for trouble, but right now, this is the only thing she can do. She slaps the gold out of his hand with her spear, and tells him that she doesn't know anyone named Duke Iskar, and she's only interested in the fact that they are causing trouble in her young master's territory. She orders that all of them kneel down obediently, and they shouldn't blame her for being rude to them as she tries to round them up. It's clear that negotiations are out the window, and the boss of the thugs is also starting to get angry with the way she's treating them. The other men in the cave start to come outside as it's obvious that a fight is about to go down, and they ask her if she really thinks that she will be able to take on all these people at once. Rosalind swings her spear and stabs it into the ground. Then she gives her opponents one last chance, telling them that they should either surrender or die. The boss rushes towards her to start the attack, but Rosalind is prepared. She slaps him out of the air with a simple swing of her staff, and kicks him away, sending him flying. Before he can even get up, she's already on top of him with her spear pointed at his neck. Even with the man near unconscious and under her, she gives him one last chance and tells him to get on his knees if he doesn't want to die. The fight ends right in time as the rest of her men come charging in behind her, ready to provide support. She tells them to arrest all the people in the area and throw them in the dungeon to await Rain's judgment. Later that night, back at Rain's mansion, a knock comes on his office door. It's Rosalind, and she has come with some important news to report. She steps in and bows to her knees, then tells him that recently a caravan came from Duke Iskar's territory, which they captured on its way. Rain is excited that they managed to find trouble so easily, and he eagerly asks to know what the caravan was doing when she caught them. She tells him that the caravan was transporting slaves, and they even had Duke Iskar's documents, which proves that they really work for him. Suddenly, Rain's excited expression is replaced with one of anger and annoyance as he realizes that the Duke and his men were trying to sell his precious workforce. He won't let this action go unpunished, and he tells her that they must be courting death for them to try such a thing. Deep down in the dungeons of Rain's mansion, the once proud boss of the slave traders sits completely bound to a chair by multiple chains. Rain and Leah calmly walk into the dungeon to confront the man who has his head down and doesn't look at them. He tells him that they are quite bold to dare to sell people in his territory. The bandit boss looks up and gives Rain an ugly smile, telling the young noble that it is him who is bold for daring to go against Duke Iskar. Although the bandit doesn't know how our MC managed to replace Eldrick to become the new lord, he advises Rain to cooperate with them obediently if he doesn't want his end to be miserable. Rain isn't fazed by the sharp words of the bandit, but from what he's saying, It sounds like they had a long relationship with the previous lord. The bandit tells him that they have sold many women to the Orvis Empire while under the protection of Eldrick, and what they saw today is only a small portion of their larger operation. That catches Rain's interest, because if this is just a small portion, then that means that they have other women hidden away. He demands to know where they are, but the bandit just laughs at his question. He tells Rain that if he wants that information, then he will have to kneel and beg to get it. But even if Rain begs, the bandit still won't spill the information. Rain walks closer to the man who still smirks up as if he has won, and he assures the man that he doesn't need to keep being stubborn when his life is in their hands now. If he doesn't cooperate with them, then Rain guarantees that they will make him regret being alive. The boss bandit doesn't believe those words since he knows that he has the protection of Duke Eskar. If Rain dares to kill him, then they will be courting death. Unfortunately for the bandit, Duke Eskar's protection is useless in Rain's territory, and those kinds of threats don't faze him at all. The bandit still continues to be stubborn, and he tells Rain that there's no need to put up an act. He's determined not to be intimidated by a kid, but even though he says that, the grin on his face is replaced by an angry scowl. Now that their conversation is going around in circles, Rain turns to Leah and tells her to teach him a lesson. Leah wastes no time as she pulls out a knife and throws it at the unsuspecting bandit. The knife stabs him cleanly in the shoulder, and the force of the impact is strong enough to push the chair over and cause him to fall on the ground. He hurriedly yells that he'll talk, and despite all his energetic stubbornness from earlier, he was easily broken down by a maid with a knife and gorilla levels of strength. He tells them that the place they are looking for is in the southern forest. There's an abandoned hunter's cabin there, and inside that cabin is where the rest of their goods are stored. Now that they have gotten the information they need, Rain tells Leah to have Rosalind take the cavalry and set out so they can save those girls. Before he leaves the dungeon, he tells the bandit that he'd better not be lying, or else he will be sure to regret living in this world. With that, Rain leaves, but the man starts to laugh maniacally. The hunter's cabin may have the girls they are looking for, but it also has Duke Eskar's assassination squad. The bandit is sure that the assassination squad will slaughter them all. That same night, Rain and Rosalind arrive at the hunter's cabin just as the bandit directed them. It looks like the bandit wasn't lying, and Rosalind can tell that the cabin has signs of being occupied. He tells her to set up an ambush, so that not a single person can escape. Then, he steps up to the door behind Rosalind, and she pulls out a large sword to start the attack. She slowly pushes open the door, and they enter the cabin to see several cages covered by cloth in the main hall. Inside those cages, several groups of women with obvious signs of abuse all cower in fear as they see the bubbles enter the cabin. Instead of being happy, they all look terrified, and some of them even start backing away in fear. Rain orders Rosalind to get the girls out of there, and she goes to open the first cage, but as soon as she moves, an arrow comes flying straight towards her head. She uses her sword to cut it before it in half can hit her, then she yells back to Rain to be careful since there's an ambush nearby. The cavalry unit immediately comes in front of Rain with their shield to protect him from any further attacks. With the element of surprise gone, the assassins come out from the shadows to meet Rain's group. They think that Rain's group is Grand Duke Ardalian's men, and they suggest that there is no need for them to have any needless conflict. They can all just calm down and talk this out instead. Rosalind immediately tells them that there is nothing for them to talk about, and she's about to tell the guards to attack, but Rain stops her. He asks them what they want to talk about, and the guards move their shields aside so that Rain can discuss with the men. The leader of the assassins smirks and starts off by saying that they have been selling slaves for Duke Iskar for years. All the slaves they have in the cabin are high-quality slaves that can sell for over 1,000 gold. Even the worst ones can fetch up to 100 gold coins. As long as they are willing to cooperate with them, then the assassins are willing to give them a share of the profits each year, and they are even willing to find some slaves that would be to Rain's liking and give it to him for free. Their slimy words make Rosalind's blood boil, and she looks like she's ready to jump at them even without Rain's orders, but our MC has other plans. The deal sounds good to him, and he asks them how much they are planning to give him. The assassin smiles now that it looks like Rain wants to negotiate, and he tells the young lord that if he is willing to cooperate with them, then they will give him a share of 10,000 gold coins annually. Rain can barely hold his laughter at that, and the thought of getting only 10,000 gold coins sold is like they are making him out to be a beggar. His sister gives him more pocket money than that every month. If they want him to cooperate with them, then they are going to have to give him at least 100,000 gold coins a month. The assassin yells out in shock at such an absurd price. 100,000 gold coins is more than what they make selling slaves for an entire year. Since they clearly can't meet his standards, the negotiations are done just as quickly as they started. With nothing else to say to the thugs, Rain gives Rosalind the go-ahead to take them out. She's more than happy to oblige, and she tells the archer guards to get ready to fire. The assassins still try to beg and bargain, and they ask him to let them return to Duke Asker. If they can escape and meet with their boss, then the Duke will send his troops to finish the job for them. To further persuade Rain, the assassin offers to give up 10,000 gold coins in the hopes that they will let him and his men leave peacefully. RMC is not interested in any more negotiation, and he tells Rosalind to go ahead. The assassins, realizing that things are about to get wild, make a mad dash for the back door to escape the guards. They run outside through the back with a plan of retreating to the mountains and finding their way to freedom from there. Within seconds, Rosalind is already on a horse, giving chase to the fleeing criminals, and she orders for her men to fire at will and not let a single one of the assassins escape. A rain of arrows comes from the barrage of shields behind her, and the assassin leader is forced to activate a shield to defend his men as they make their escape. The shield doesn't last against Rosalind, who leaps off her horse and comes flying down towards the leader. The man is just barely able to dodge an earth-shattering strike from her sword, and he falls onto his back. Rosalind tells him that all of his men are under her control, and there's nowhere for them to escape to. The best thing for them to do is to accept their death obediently. Behind him, his men are in a fierce battle for their lives against the overwhelming number of guards that have surrounded them. The leader looks around, and from the carnage he sees, he can tell that if this fighting continues, then they will all definitely die here. Since things have come to this, it's time for them to take desperate measures. He spots Rain Aura farming close to the hunter's lodge, and sees it as an opportunity to finish things off. He rushes towards the young lord and tells his men to cover him while he goes to capture the kid. They all come together to cover their boss as he charges towards RMC, and Rosalind just barely notices it in time, but she can't do anything since she's fighting multiple people at once. She yells to her squad to protect her young master immediately, and tells them not to let anyone harm him. The guards try to rush towards Rain to save him, but the assassin is faster, and he's almost close enough to strike. Just before he can get a clean hit on Rain, a fist comes flying in from nowhere, knocking the man backwards and away from Rain before he can land a hit. The assassin leader looks up to see Leah glaring at him angrily, with her fist still held up in the air from the powerful punch she gave him. That woman is clearly not just an ordinary maid, but he can't just give up at a time like this. Once he gets his bearings together, he pushes off the ground again with his knife raised in the air for another attack. Led is ready for him, and with a clean kick, she sends him flying again before he has a chance to get close to them. He falls to the floor, and this time he's immediately surrounded by several guards. Leah isn't done with him, even as he's about to be captured, and she leaps towards him to continue the attack. Since it's clear that he's about to be taken out, the assassin still wants to take Rain out with him. He skillfully tosses a knife towards the young lord, and it strikes him in the shoulder before he can dodge it. Everyone pauses in worry as Rain flinches in pain, but he tells them not to panic and to hold their formation while he clutches his stabbed arm. Despite that, the guards, Leah and Rosalind, immediately rush to his side to take care of him. Meanwhile, the assassin expects his men to use this distraction as an opportunity to escape. Rosalind orders her men to stop the chase immediately, and focus on escorting Rain back to safety immediately. She then tells Leah to bandage Rain's wounds immediately, but Leah is nowhere to be found. The mercenary sprints through the forest hoping to survive long enough to at least deliver a message to Duke Eskar, but he's stopped on the way by Rain's sister. Although she doesn't look like much of a threat at first, hearing that she's Duke Ardalian's eldest daughter is enough to put fear into him. To further terrify him, she informs him that the party he was fighting earlier was that of the second son of the Grand Duke, Rain Edgar himself. While the slave trader is still trying to figure out whether or not Duke Eskar's deeds have been exposed, Priscilla is still swooning over how impressive her brother was tonight. His growth is a pleasant surprise to her, and thanks to how competent he was, she doesn't have to make a move today to take care of the trash in front of her. Even if she wanted to, it'd be more satisfying to let someone else take care of him. After all, by attacking Rain, he has provoked the toughest person he could possibly meet. Behind him, Leah shows up with rage in her eyes, and just her presence is enough to make the slave trader's body tremble in fear. Before he can even turn around and beg for his life, Leah uses strange magic to lift him into the air and stop his breath. Then she chants some strange magic words, and the man's body explodes into a blood mist that Leah protects herself from with a magic shield. Now that the trash has been taken out, Leah gives Priscilla a brief greeting before darting off to go and look after Rain. As the maid leaves, the Duke's daughter summons her assistant and wonders if she should remind Rain of the horrors that'd await him if he were to anger Leah. Gwen, her assistant, appears from a dark portal and reminds her master that no matter what the young master does to Leah, it's unlikely that she will ever lay a hand on him. Despite her laid-back attitude, Priscilla is still highly upset that Duke Eskar would be bold enough to lay his hands on what is precious to her. To counter this, She asks Gwen to make him understand that there are consequences to offending the Ender family. Gwen dutifully agrees as they hurry away so that Rain doesn't find out that they sneaked out. Meanwhile, back at the young master's estate, Leah tends to Rain's injuries, bandaging his wounds as he hisses out from the pain. The two share a tender moment as Rain tries to assure her that he's only suffering from a scratch despite the pain he's going through. Despite his efforts, Leah continues to nurse him with a worried look on her face. Not long after, Priscilla comes rushing into their quarters, causing Leah and Rain to pull apart as she dotes over her little brother. Despite the fact that she had already seen everything that led up to his injuries, she still cares deeply about him and worries over his health. Just like Leah, though, Rain assures her that it's nothing but a skin injury and she doesn't have to worry so much about it. In response, both women worry about him even harder. Leah, who saw the moment the injury was inflicted, knows personally that if the arrow was off by only slightly, then he would have been in greater danger. To make sure that this sort of thing doesn't happen again, his sister demands to know what was going on. Rain tells her about how Rosalind caught a group of bandits who were trafficking women and how they managed to discover the hidden slaves in the valley after careful interrogation. To rescue them, he brought people to the valley where they found the imprisoned women, and while trying to negotiate with them, a fight broke out. During the fight, that was when Rain got stabbed by a dagger that was thrown by the other party, but thankfully it only managed to scratch him on the shoulder. Despite how bold the bandits were to traffic women through the Ender family's territory, they should have known that slavery is prohibited in the region. The reason they were so bold is because they are Duke Escar's men and they believed that he would give them protection. There's also the fact that Eldrick had been an insider before Rain had come in and messed everything up. Before Rain intervened, they were most likely making a lot of money over the years. Eldrick really caused a lot of trouble during his time ruling the region, but now that everything had been cleared up, the question now shifted to what they were going to do with the girls they had rescued. Rain plans to check on them the next day and recruit who they can to fill in the city's shortage of manpower. The best thing to do would be to find out if any of them remembered where they had been taken from and to try and escort them back to their homes. As for the ones that had nowhere to go, he would arrange for them to receive basic education and then find jobs in the city. Satisfied with his answers to her questions, Priscilla prepares to leave Rain and Leah to rest, but before going, she warns them to be more careful in the future, especially with everything it seems that he's dealing with. She also leaves her brother's safety as well as various other aspects in Leah's hands. Leah blushes and assures her master's sister that she would never allow any harm to come to him. She heads out of the room and meets up with Gwen, who was waiting for her. Thankfully Rain had only minor injuries, but that didn't mean she was suddenly content and happy. When she calls out to her magician assistant, Knox, who comes out of a large portal as soon as he's called, she orders him to go down to Rain's dungeon and ask the bandit leader what else he knows. He is to use whatever methods he can to get the information, but he should also not kill the bandit. After all, Rain still needs to question him as well. The next day, Armando arrives at the manor and pledges his will to serve Rain. Despite the situation, the young master can't help mocking the younger boy who once claimed that he'd rather die than serve the nobles. Even as he mocks the kid, Rain can't help smiling at the fact that the kid's loyalty has more or less maxed out thanks to how impressed he is by the steam engine. Armando is annoyed by the mockery, but still demands that Rain stop playing around and give him tasks to do. Before he can assign the kid, though, Rain has to ensure that Armando is solemnly willing to be his subordinate. Armando eagerly agrees, and that increases the number of subordinates in the system to 2, including Rosalind. With that alliance officially made, Rain appoints Armando as the director of the first workshop that will be built in Iceland City. It sounds pretty cool, but Armando has no idea what a workshop director is even supposed to do, especially since he is an alchemist. The post sounds complicated, but all he has to do is work with Rain to make designs and study them carefully. His first project will be to promote the industrialization process in the city after the dam is completed. Armando takes one look at the blueprints and starts to wonder if Rain might actually be smarter than his teacher Liesel. While they are still discussing things, Rosalind urgently barges into the office with an emergency to report. The previous night, the bandit leader that they had imprisoned in their dungeon had been murdered. Rain and his group make their way to the dungeon to see the corpse for themselves and try to figure out what exactly happened. Apparently, he was discovered by a guard when they came to give him water, and left behind was a strange symbol on the wall. Selena uses her magic to read the symbols and deduces that they are remnants of dark magic which was used in the dungeon. Dark magic isn't something that can be used by ordinary people, and residuals of it are usually powerful enough to make normal people sick. However, Rain feels like there will be no issues since the dungeon is well ventilated. Regardless of his confidence, Selena still suggests that they leave the dungeon as soon as possible to discuss things outside. Dark mages usually hide in dark corners, and although they act low-key, they are extremely deadly. Their magic can be used to cause things as grave as large-scale disasters and plagues. Although, knowing how powerful these mages are, it's strange that someone like that would be sent to silence a bandit. On top of that, there's the danger that they might have set their sights on the young master. Everyone heeds their warnings and heads out of the dungeon towards the orphanage to meet the girls that they had rescued. The young master introduces himself and gives them two choices. Either they reveal where they came from so they can be escorted home by carriage, or they can choose to stay in the city where they will be educated and given food and accommodation, as well as appropriate jobs. Despite his warm approach and his promise of giving them new lives, the girls remained silent, seemingly scared of even opening their mouths. Since they were all abducted at very young ages, they had experienced too much deception and intimidation to immediately start opening up to a strange man they just met. Rain is still confident that he will be able to coax the children as he calls for Leah to go to the desert and get plenty of cookies. With the fresh pastries ready, Rain uses them to get the trust of the children, hoping to at least make them less scared. To really make sure that they trust him, he makes sure not to force them to do anything. Most of them are still scared, but one is brave enough to take a cookie from him, and it's sweet enough to make the other girls interested. Slowly they begin to warm up to him, and Rain immediately takes the opportunity to play a game of truth or dare with them. In reality though, the game is intended to make them give him as much information as he can get, by asking them as many questions as they are comfortable asking, while also still using the cookies to keep them happy. Within the next few hours, he has most of them to give him vital information, including the former homes of some of them. With that achieved, Rain assures the few that remember where they are from, that he will make sure they are escorted safely. That's only the first step, however, because he still needs to find someone to take care of the kids temporarily, as well as seeing if he can find any talented people among the children that he can recruit. He scans through them with his system skill, and just as expected, a majority of them are rather ordinary, but after some scanning, he finds a red-headed kid with stats that are almost similar to Leah. Elsewhere, Priscilla angrily interrogates her mage subordinate on why the bandit leader died when she clearly instructed him not to let things get that far. Nox claims that he didn't kill the man and only tortured him with black magic to get necessary information. Unfortunately, he didn't know anything, meaning that he was nothing but a lowly pawn in the grand scheme of things. If that's the case, it makes no sense why anyone would go so far to silence him. Nox speculates that his death may not be due to knowing something, but rather because it can be used to trigger something else. Some spells in black magic require the death of a person to be triggered. Understanding what Nox is implying, she asks him to do whatever he can to keep her brother safe no matter what. In Duke Esker's mansion, he's relaxing in his bedroom when one of his guards comes to inform him that a distinguished guest has arrived. It's Lord Eldrick of Eslan who's come saying that he wants to discuss something important. Usually Eldrick only comes to deliver gifts to him, so Esker begrudgingly decides to meet him in his study. Excited to receive another girl, Esker makes his way to see the Lord, but Eldrick is not there to give anything but bad news. He reports on how he was driven out of his city by Rain Edgar, and because of that, he won't be able to receive any beauties for the foreseeable future. Duke Esker is shocked and initially believes that Ardalian had abandoned them despite how long they have been taking care of him, but Eldrick reveals that young Master Rain had actually taken over the city of Eslan. Eldrick also reveals that he was the one who snuck into the dungeon and killed off the bandit leader who was responsible for delivering slaves to Esker to also ensure that Rain and in turn his father doesn't discover what they have been up to. And since Rain knows that Esker was involved in the slave trading, it's very likely that he might come and attack directly. This is very bad news for Esker because if Rain's father found out about his deeds, he'd definitely be dead. They have to quickly start brainstorming what to do to stop this from becoming something more serious. Thankfully for them, while retreating from Iceland City, he hears news that Rain's dam will soon be completed, and that will be a good opportunity for them to take action. Esker doesn't know what a dam is, but it's essentially something that Rain is creating to store water for their crops. If they time the attack properly, then they can flood the whole lower city of Iselin as soon as the dam is created, and during the disasters, they can take the opportunity to occupy the city of Iselin and solve the problem once and for all. Esker immediately blows up at the idea, because he doesn't want to have a hand in killing the Duke's son. They are already in trouble as it is, but if the Duke finds out they tried to harm his son, then there'd be hell on earth. They're in trouble regardless of the situation, so Eldrick suggests that they might as well take care of Rain before he can make things worse for them. After all, once they occupy the city of Iselin, then they won't need anyone's help to find any beautiful woman like they usually do. Despite his hesitance, he decides to allow Eldrick to do as he pleases. Back at Rain's estate, he takes in the red-headed girl with the exceptional stats that he found earlier. It's been 3 days since he had decided to take personal care of her, but she hasn't said a single word in that time. He tries to make some more small talk with her, but as soon as she hears his voice, she immediately freezes. Rain gets even more worried, wondering just what kind of treatments the child had been through for her to have these kinds of reactions. His thoughts are broken when he receives news not long after that the dam has been completed. As soon as he hears the good news, Rain immediately orders Leah to call the elves and the nobles of Iselin City to witness the groundbreaking moment. Things are going to get even more lively now, so he asks the red-headed girl if she wants to go as well. There will most likely be a lot of children there as well as good food and drink, so it will be a good place for her to play and socialize. However, once again, she remains silent, and it's as if the sound or Rain's voice makes her shield herself in fear. The young master decides not to push her, and instead assigns 2 maids to take care of her and even bring her to the dam if she ever changes her mind. With the girl taken care of, Rain heads over to the dam where the Elven Queen and his sister are already waiting for him. The dam is as massive and impressive as Rain claimed it would be, and even the queen admits that her race is usually powerless when made to face mountain torrents. The young master assures her that despite the large body of water, they don't have to worry. He personally reviews every aspect of the dam, and the design has been completely optimized to make sure there are no flaws in it. Selena arrives not long after to announce that everything has been taken care of as ordered and everything has been installed to make sure that the dam is as resilient as possible. With all his preparations ready, Rain prepares to release water for the first time and show off how much this will enrich the lives of the people of Iceland City. Despite his reassurances, the Elf Queen and Priscilla continue to voice their worries about the dam. It's just much too large and holding back a massive amount of water. If anything happens, then it would lead to a massive disaster that would kill a lot of people and completely destroy the city. But he calms all their fears and assures them that they will fully understand once he opens the dam for the first time. Water will flow smoothly downstream and the farmland will be adequately irrigated as a result. The 3 of them, Rain, the Elf Queen and Priscilla, come together to pull the lever that will release the water from the dam and irrigate the farmland. Before they can pull it and mark the historic event, a cliché evil laugh carries their attention to the sky. Eldrick floats in the sky with an evil smirk, greeting the young master like an old friend. The last they had seen him, he was supposed to have died in the previous war, but he reveals that he had joined the Orvis Empire and became a noble, and now he's here to destroy the beloved dam project as revenge for everything Rain had done to him. Rain can't help but laugh at him since for his revenge, he had come by himself with not much preparation. In truth though, he came with a team of powerful magicians who he stationed upstream of the dam. Once they receive his order, then they will unleash powerful water element magic that he hopes will destroy the dam and flood the city. The Elf Queen is momentarily frightened while Priscilla burns with anger and threatens Eldrick that if he dares to do anything of the sort, then the entire Edgar family will come for his head. Eldrick, who already thinks he has won, laughs at her threats as he sends an explosive signal into the air that acts as the order for the wizards to release the water turret. The women urge for Rain to retreat to safety, but the young master is still confident in his engineering genius. He's sure that with the safety measures he set up, no matter the size of the water, the dam will not fall. So despite their fears, he tells them that they have nothing to be worried about. The young master hurries to pull the lever, opening the dam and letting the excess water flow through. Some of the walls begin to crack, but other than that, the total structure continues to hold just as Rain assured them that it would. Priscilla almost begins to panic, but Rain continues to stay unbothered, sure that his dam would hold as the water continues to flood in below them. Eldrick shoots up another flare, ordering the mages to increase the strength of the water flow, but even with that, Rain's dam continues to hold in place even as his initial defenses start to crack. As a last resort, Eldrick sends his magic into the water torrent, making it even stronger, and still the dam continues to hold, and a third wall fragment breaks. However, this was all according to Rain's plan, as mechanisms within the dam began to turn, redirecting the flow of water to the farmland and away from the city. Rain thanks Eldrick for his contribution to the dam, since now he won't have to waste his mage's power trying to irrigate the fields. This entire time, Rain had been using Eldrick's magic to do what he already planned to do and harness the power of the water. Eldrick shakes in rage as he realizes that not only has his grand plan failed, but he also indirectly helped Rain accomplish his goals. Instead of letting himself be humiliated any further, the former duke turned to flee, but Rain has no intention of letting him leave to see another day. He calls for Selena to bring the idiot back to him, and the Grand Mage sends a thunderblast to his retreating form, shocking him out of the sky. With the pest taken care of and the dam shown to be as legitimate as claimed, Rain turns to the other two and suggests that they should continue talking about the business investment plan that they had been discussing. Back in Rain's estate, the Elven Queen admits that the dam is more incredible than she thought it would be. Now with his promises fulfilled, Rain brings up his business plans hoping to bring economic prosperity to Isolene City. His plan is to build a community to serve the caravans so that they can spend all their earnings in his city, and in turn raise the city to a new era. Rain takes the Elf Queen to the city to show her directly what he means by building the city. He takes her specifically to the only road that leads from Isolene to the border fortress. The place used to be a gambling house, and it had a unique location that he plans to use as a service area where caravans can pass by and will definitely stop and spend money. Because the gambling house was raided and they didn't bother to clean up, the place is rather unconvincing since it looks like a complete wreck. However, he assures her that the only reason the gambling house went bankrupt was because of poor management by the previous operator, which led to business failure. Rain obviously intends to do better than them and really make things work. The Elf Queen is not even slightly impressed. He wants to build a service area that will also be a comprehensive facility including rest stops, shops, and stables. These services will be provided to passing caravans and travelers, and will also act as a commercial center that integrates rest, trade, and communication. That'll allow the countless caravans that pass through Isolene and the border fortress every day, as well as people from the surrounding areas, to have access to convenient transportation as well as generate income for the city. But none of these things sound generally beneficial to the elves. Rain tells her that while the service area is convenient for human caravans, it will also become a hub for food distribution, meaning that the elf race will no longer have to worry about food. The goal is that as the number of caravans on the road increase, the various agricultural products from all over the world would pass through continuously. This would help the elves who couldn't only get enough food for the longest time. They will now be able to purchase agricultural products from all over the country at good prices. Thanks to this, the border of the elf society will also become a prosperous trade channel, allowing them to have endless food reserves and no longer have to worry about food. The plan sounds decent enough, so Her Majesty decides to trust Rain and fully support his plans as long as he is telling the truth about how it would benefit the elves. For a start, she says that they will offer 150,000 gold coins. If everything works out, then she hopes that they will continue to cooperate. Although she speaks of it as if it is a light amount, Rain is shocked that she's willing to give so much for just a start. The elf tribe must truly be way more loaded than he initially realized. But she's not just giving him money without safeguards. She'll also send her people to supervise his use of the funds as well as specify a detailed plan for what she wants to be constructed. Rain returns home to Leah, excited to tell her about the elves and their willingness to invest. Leah smiles knowing that Rain would be more than wise enough to secure it as well as a prosperous future for the whole of Iceland City. However, just because the investment issue has been resolved doesn't mean that they are done with everything they need to do. They also need a way to manage the funds, so he calls over to find Selena in hopes that she might be able to help. Selena arrives after being summoned and Rain asks her if she knows how to cook books. Cooking books essentially means that he wants someone to falsify the records of how he's spending the money in hopes of deceiving the elves as they supervise him, and to do that, he will need someone with very good math and economics knowledge. Unfortunately, Selena doesn't have knowledge of how to do that. While she knows spells and magic as well as basic matches, she doesn't know anything beyond that to help him. He also calls over Armando to ask him, but even he doesn't know how to do it. He hasn't even fully figured out the workshop director tasks that he was assigned. Rain is astonished that the two most intelligent people under him don't even know this basic thing. Although he could just go the honest route and invest all the money the elves gave him into construction as he was asked to, he wants to make sure to save some for a rainy day. As the young master is trying to figure out what to do, Leah suggests that they reach out to his sister Priscilla for help on the matter. Her territory is home to many business geniuses, which means she must have at least a few geniuses that should be able to fake accounts like he wants them to. However, Rain disagrees because they need someone trustworthy, and the less people that know what he's doing, the better. Instead, he decides to call all the merchants in the city to see if there are any smart profiteers. Elsewhere, at the gate of Isolene City, a young woman makes her way into the territory. She came here to meet directly with young Master Rain and get him to promise to release the Grand Duke of Castile in hopes that she can rescue her father. The young girl wanders through the streets and immediately notices that there seems to be a big event going on. She calls one of the people walking past her to find out what's going on, and he reveals that Rain is holding an accounting exam that everyone is allowed to join. Anyone who manages to pass the exam will be given the opportunity to work for Rain, and he will also fulfill one of their wishes. That's exactly what she wants to hear. That means that if she can pass the test, then there's a chance that Rain would unconditionally release the Grand Duke Castile. She's not entirely sure if things really will be that easy, but she follows them hoping to check out the situation first. The exam is a basic accounting exam that's been tailor-made for the service area that's about to start construction. Rain hopes that these kinds of exams would be administered more often in hopes of finding geniuses who can help him monopolize the entire empire's trade routes. As he daydreams of the future, one of the guards rushes towards him with a finished exam. This one is from the owner of the brothel, and he managed to finish fairly quickly. However, despite his hopes that he had discovered a genius, the paper is completely blank with not a single answer filled. The man admits that he didn't understand any of the questions and came to ask if Rain could write things more clearly in his questions. Another guard brings other exam papers, and all of them are either blank or filled with absolute nonsense. Rain rips up the papers in anger and grabs his head as a headache begins to form. Maybe there really is no one who is capable of cooking books in the whole city. The young lady watches from afar as Rain groans in frustration and wonders just what kind of questions would leave an entire city helpless. She requests to take the exam, but before she can be let in, a guard demands to know who she is. She claims that she's just a tourist passing by and wants to try things out. Since the rules state that only elves are not allowed to take the exam, that means that she is free to take the exam, but he also warns her that no one has managed to answer more than 2 questions correctly. She sits down and takes one look at the questions and immediately realizes that Rain is trying to hire someone that is able to cook books. It would seem that Rain is no different from all the other greedy and corrupt officials in the country, but thankfully, she has the knowledge to answer the questions perfectly. If she can do that with no issues, then she should be able to use it as a bargaining chip for negotiations. Rain continues to fume over the rubbish answers that his citizens are supplying him until the woman comes over and hands him her test papers to grade. He begrudgingly takes it from her and is surprised to see that not only did she pass, but she did better than he ever imagined anyone would be able to. He has finally found a genius that would be able to cook the books for him, and according to the answer sheet, her name is Wilvina. That's a name that's unusual to him, so he asks her where she's from, and she reveals that she's a noblewoman from the Orvis Empire. Hearing that name immediately gets the guards on high alert, and they prepare to seize the enemy nobles. But Rain tells them to calm down before they rush her. He turns to the woman and asks her what her purpose is, and she tells him that she only came here to negotiate. Rain takes her to his office to have a bit more privacy and can't help praising her for her amazing answers on the questionnaire. And for her to give such perfect answers in such a short time, he wonders if she was a financial advisor for the Orvis Empire. While she's flattered by his praise, she tells him that she only has a bit of knowledge about financial matters. Everything about her is more than perfect for the accountant role that he needs. He takes a look at her stats, and that only further convinces him that he has to find a way to keep this rare talent. With that in mind, he cuts straight to the chase and asks her what she wants. After all, she claims that she has business to discuss with him. She immediately says that she came with the hopes that he would release Grand Duke Castile back to the Orvis Empire, and in exchange, they are willing to pay a generous monetary compensation. Rain almost laughs at the fact that they want to exchange him for money, but he isn't in dire need of money at the moment. What he wants instead is for Wilvina to become his retainer. Despite her scream of shock, he explains that while money would be nice, with her talents, she would be far more valuable than Castile. Wilvina is not amused and almost seems insulted by the request. She came here to negotiate, but instead, she yells at him for the audacity to ask a noble from another empire to bow down to an enemy nation's lord. Rain, however, assures her that he is not joking, and hopes to bring in a rare talent like her to his side. Before she considers the idea, she asks if their negotiations would be cancelled if she were to refuse, but that's not the case. Since she has already solved a big problem for him, then even if he can't have her by his side, he still hopes that they can discuss more. His goal is to make Iceland City a prosperous city, and he can do that with people like him supporting him. Wilvina sighs in defeat and declines his offer sadly. Rain asks to at least know the reason for that, despite how many benefits he's trying to hand her. The reason is because her father is still imprisoned in the Orvis Empire jail, and the reason she wants to bring Duke Castile back is so that he can be released. Rain immediately understands and accepts the fact that he can't rush into getting her to his side when the situation is this dire. She changes the topic, instead reminding him that the promise for anyone who passed the exam was that they would get one wish from him. Rain smiles, already knowing what he needs to do, and decides to honor his promise. He orders one of his subordinates to go and bring Castile out of the dungeon so that Wilvina can escort him home. With that, the young woman bows to him, thankful that he kept his promise, but Rain tells her that they will meet again later. She's confused for a moment but doesn't press the matter, instead peacefully leaving to escort the Duke back to the Orvis Empire. In the caravan, the Duke immediately begins to yell loudly about how frustrated he is with what Rain has put him through. As soon as they get back to the Orvis Empire, he plans to immediately gather a great army and run Iceland City to the ground. Wilvina can do nothing but watch him rage like a child as he continues to complain about the simplest things during their trip. Their conversation is interrupted as the caravan driver informs her that they have reached a small stream where they can rest. She suggests that they rest there for the night since traveling in the dark is much too dangerous. The group unloads and prepares to rest for the night while Wilvina takes a moment to reflect on Rain's offer to become his retainer. It's already incredibly uncommon for a noble to hire a woman as a retainer, much less someone from an enemy region. Meanwhile, Castile, who had been locked away in a dungeon for a long time, begins to harass a maid in hopes of taking advantage of her. When she starts to refuse, Castile punches her in the face for disobeying. That causes Wilvina to intervene and remind him to mind his etiquette, but that only enrages him more. As the two are about to start arguing, an assassin rushes in from the shadows and stabs Duke Castile through the heart, killing him instantly. As the man's body lies on the floor, the assassin turns towards Wilvina behind him, who's still in shock from the sudden attack. In her daze, she barely manages to scream out for everyone to run. She rushes through the forest where she eventually runs into a patrolling group of guards. She quickly tells them that the Grand Duke Castile was killed by an assassin. They promise to protect her, but not too long after, the assassin appears and declares that they are all surrounded. Then he blows a whistle, and not long after, a small battalion of Orvis Empire soldiers surround them. This whole thing has been a setup from the very beginning. The Orvis Empire has wanted an excuse to start a war from the very beginning, and having both a foreign negotiator and a prisoner of war murdered in cold blood would be the perfect catalyst they have been waiting for. In other words, sending Wilvina is their way of making her out to be a sacrifice. Once she's disposed of, they will use that as an excuse to invade the city. Wilvina initially can't believe that her own homeland would betray her like this, but with the death of Castile and the assassin standing right in front of her, it's hard to doubt it. After getting to grips with what has happened, the assassin orders an attack, and Wilvina accepts her fate. As her death draws near, she remembers her kind father's words, warning her to never get involved in political matters because she's too kind. She didn't understand it then, but now, as the battle rages on to defend her life, she definitely understands it. However, today she won't die, because out of the deeper forest, Rain rides in on horseback with a group of soldiers behind him. Despite the fact that he is obviously here to save her, Wilvina still can't believe that Rain would come all this way for her. However, the young master already knows exactly what is going to happen, and what the real purpose of escorting Duke Castile really is. He had already guessed what would happen from the moment she revealed who she was and her intentions. Now that she seems to get the gist of how he figured it out, Rain addresses the group of Orvis soldiers who had come to look for an excuse to start a war. Although it seems like he is here to stop the war, he is actually no different than the Orvis Empire. Now that both of them know that the war is inevitable, the question now becomes who will survive at the end of it all. Right now, all the Orvis soldiers have to do is kill Rain, and Iceland City will fall to ruins. Hearing this, the soldiers rush in, prepare to send them on their way, and win the fight. However, even though they have a small army on their side, Rain has Rosalind on his side, and that is already more than enough. He simply orders her to clean up the garbage that dared to invade the city of Island. Rosalind, who would never go against Rain's wishes, descends onto the battlefield and prepares to fight. She charges in with a war cry to boost the morale of her soldiers, and cuts off the hand of the closest enemy almost immediately. The Orvis soldiers are momentarily stunned by how powerful she is, but the assassin encourages them to push forward. She's only one person after all, so they can still win. The only problem with that approach is that the one person is Rosalind, who has almost superhuman abilities. She continues to cut through the Orvis soldiers like butter, eventually setting her sights on the assassin, who barely manages to block her attack. The assassin tries to pretend like he's not scared, but Rosalind pushes forward with her spear, stabbing him in the shoulder. The soldiers who were being motivated by the assassin are now fully engulfed with fear, no longer believing they can fight a monster like Rosalind. Her strength is too much for them to handle. Rain is also pleasantly surprised by how powerful Rosalind is in combat. If he can equip her with some modern equipment, then she would be able to take down an entire army by herself. She makes one more order for the Orvis Empire soldiers to surrender, and this time, with the fear of death right in front of them, they immediately surrender without any resistance. The assassin screams at them to fight for him, but it's already too late. Watching one person mow down most of their front line with ease has completely destroyed their will to fight, and with that, the troops have been captured. They capture the assassin as well, who's not scared of death as his allies. But Rain doesn't want to kill him. Instead, he wants to use the assassin to pass on a message to the Orvis Empire. Since they are looking for an excuse to satisfy him, he's going to give them one by telling them that he was the one who killed Wilvina, the ambassador of the Orvis Empire. This will give them the excuse they're looking for to attack, and in turn, Rain will pay back every crime the Orvis Empire has committed with interest. As the assassin is sent off, Rain turns his attention to Wilvina, and once again offers her the opportunity to come back with him to Azalin City. After all, the story is that she was killed by him. The assassin takes the opportunity to escape using magic, but not before threatening Rain that he would regret what he's doing. Wilvina nervously asks if he's not afraid of the Orvis Empire's attack, but Rain isn't scared, and in fact, he wants them to attack because he needs something from the Orvis Empire. That is the whole land of the Orvis Empire. He then instructs Rosalind to take all the prisoners back for labor reform, which would be the perfect way to solve their worker shortage. Rain takes her back to his estate and personally leads Wilvina to where she will be placed. On the way, she wonders just what Rain will do with her. She imagines that they will throw her into a dungeon, or maybe use her as a bargaining chip. He takes her to a dark-looking door at the end of a long hallway, and she actually starts to believe that she really is going to be put into a dungeon. But instead, the door leads to an office room where Selena passed out on a table covered with mathematical tools and documents. Selena begs to be released from her prison of trying to figure out how any of the analytical stuff works, but Rain assures her savior has finally arrived. From now on, Ms. Wilvina will be in charge of handling the accounting paperwork of the city. While this should be a great opportunity for her, she's put off by just how many documents there are on the table, and she starts to wonder just who in the world they are trying to fool. He tells her that the Elven clan chief will be coming to audit their financial report in 3 days, so he needs her to cook the books for him before then. After an unbelievable amount of work, Wilvina manages to finish cooking the books, but as a result, she's completely exhausted and asks for a rest. Rain is pleased with her hard work, as he takes a look through the documents and sees that everything has been expertly done. The young lady on the other hand is much too tired to even process the fact that she's being praised. She just wants to make sure that she won't be killed after all the labor she's been put through. Rain assures her that since he brought her back alive, he has no reason to kill her. Instead, he wants to reward her for helping them falsify the accounts. However, the thing that she wants is something that she's sure he can't do. Rain figures out that she wants him to rescue her father. While the task of rescuing her father is definitely a hard one, there's no deal that Rain can't make. Of course, it's still up in the air if the young master can follow through with his confidence, but at least he's willing to try. However, going through all the effort to rescue her father from an enemy state seems like a large reward just because she helped him fake a few accounts. Rain actually wants her to keep working for him, cooking the books as a full-time job while working as his retainer. He already gave her the option before, but she still doesn't fully believe that he really wants her to do that. Rain, however, is fully serious in making the deal and, in exchange, he will do everything he can to reunite her with her father. All she has to do is agree to become one of his people. The decision weighs heavily on Wilvina as she struggles with the choice between betraying the Orvis Empire or letting her father rot away in a dungeon. Rain notices and assures her that she doesn't have to make a decision right away. She's also been awake for several nights, hard at work, so the fatigue from that wouldn't work well with making a major decision like this. He sends her off to take some rest while she thinks it over carefully. Meanwhile, since the account books are ready, it's time for them to head over to the construction site to take a look. Rain heads over there personally to where a large group of men are building as instructed. Things seem to be going more smoothly than he expected, considering the fact that the people working on the construction are the prisoner soldiers from the Orvis Empire. On top of that, the supervisors are working them to the bone, beating them pretty harshly at the slightest mistake. One of the supervisors tells Rain that the man beating the soldiers with a whip was actually a victim of when the Orvis Empire invaded a few years ago. They killed his wife and his children, so the grudge from back then is making him act harshly to the prisoners. The man suggests that he could go talk to the man and convince him to go easier on the prisoners, but Rain sees no reason why they should be given any sort of leeway. After all, when they invaded Azalin City, they didn't show any mercy, so there's no reason to give them any courtesy. As long as they can ensure that the work gets done, then there's no reason to waste such good labor. Next, he asks how many hours they work and how many meals they eat. They work 8 hours daily and get 3 meals. While those are really good conditions, since it's almost autumn, then those conditions are way too good for them. Instead, he wants them to work for 2 more hours a day to get more work done. Afterwards, he heads over to the Elven territory to meet with the Queen again. He gives her the cooked books for her to review, hoping that she won't be able to notice what he has done. She can tell that something feels off and asks him if these are really accurate. Rain assures her that he made extra sure that the accuracy of all the data was perfect, and that he wouldn't let any money go to waste. Despite her concerns that something was wrong, she still gives him the 150,000 gold as promised and hopes that the service area will be completed as soon as possible. Before he leaves, the queen asks him about the friction that she had heard building between him and the Ovis Empire. She can tell from experience that they are preparing to go to war again and wants to know if that will affect their cooperation going forward. Rain smiles and tells her not to worry, because he has already planned a good show for the Ovis Empire, and when the time comes, they will all benefit from him. Back at the Ovis Empire, the assassin has returned and delivered a secret report that Grand Duke Castile has died on his return journey. The other nobles who are unaware of the secret plot to start a war can't believe what they are hearing and demand to know what happened. Duke Esker retrieves a letter that says that Reign Edgar and Wilvina had colluded in an act of treason. They abused the escort and slaughtered all the guards as well as Grand Duke Castile. The nobles are outraged that Wilvina would betray the empire and call for her as well as Isolene City to pay in blood. Duke Esker turns his attention to one of the novels, Craven, who was the one that had originally proposed peace talks with Isolene City and who in turn caused this disgrace. However, Craven knows the truth that Esker was the one who sent someone to kill Castile. This whole thing is just an excuse to justify sending his troops to raid the city and also use Craven as a scapegoat to take the blame. There's nothing he can do about that, so he accepts the blame, admitting that he was too blind and got deceived by the traitor Wilvina. To take accountability for what happened, he volunteers to personally lead the Empire's Ironblood cavalry that will attack Isolene City and to also be the one to spill the blood of Reign Edgar and Wilvina Harmon, who brought shame to the Empire. Esker smiles gleefully, more than willing to give him the opportunity to do this. He orders that effective immediately, several high-ranking groups of soldiers and mages will assemble and head over to destroy Isolene City. The nobles are all immediately in support and call for the blood of Reign and Wilvina to avenge the Grand Duke. With the excuse of war finally at hand, he is ready to teach Reign that he is much too young to be playing around with his elders. Back in Reign's estate, despite the impending war coming his way, he calmly sits by the window and watches the city that he had helped grow. Everything so far is right on track, and thanks to the war, a population of people from the Orvis Empire has poured into Isolene seeking shelter, which has solved his labor problem. Now by winning the war, he will be able to expand his territory to where he wants most. Rosalind comes into his room and informs him that as per his instructions, she has put the first group of border residents who sought refuge in the service area. On top of that, the logistics department is also contributing to distributing food and clothing. In the past few days alone, about 3,000 people have trickled into his territory, and among them are about 800 men who meet the labor standards set by him. There are also about 1,400 women. At this rate, he definitely won't have to worry about labor. He instructs Rosalind to give the new refugees some extra food since they haven't finished spending all of the elves' money yet. He also instructs her to put up a few more notices about Isolene City being tax-free for 3 years and also providing free accommodation so that the people along the borders of Orvis will also know about it. Leah comes in not long after and informs Reign that Wilvina wants to see him, and he tells her to let her come in. She comes in immediately upset at him for allowing the assassin to escape back then. Now thanks to that, the Orvis Empire has sent troops to attack Isolene. Wilvina hopes that she would at least be able to stop the war if she returns to the Empire, but Reign shuts that idea down. He has already made thorough preparations for the war, so he tells her not to worry. Wilvina on the other hand warns him that the war will bring the death of countless innocent people who will most likely lose their homes and loved ones as a result. Despite her anger, Reign plays it down, surprised that she'd get so angry on behalf of the common people. However, just because it looks like he's just starting a war for his own selfish desires, he isn't just putting hundreds of people's lives at stake. He's actually starting this war to punish those who think they can start wars without consequences. His true goal is to make sure that everyone fears him, hates him, and is in awe of him so that no one else would ever dare start a war in his presence. He wants to make sure to show people what would happen if anyone in the Empire were to cross his path, and for him to do that, he will have to take them on with full force. With those words of encouragement, he tells her to go and take a good rest and assures her that she will see her father soon. Later that day, Reign and Rosalind go outside to take a look at the proximity of the city. The young master has instructed for pits to be dug inside the moat that surrounds the city, but Rosalind is confused why they aren't digging them outside. Digging them inside means that they won't be able to stop the cavalry's charge. However, Reign has no intention of blocking them and instead wants them to come in. He reminds her of the time that they destroyed Castile's army of 1,000 men with what they called a forbidden spell. This time the forbidden spell he will be using are the oil barrels they found while rescuing the girls from the slave traders. With those oil barrels, anyone can inflict a forbidden spell worth of damage as long as they are able to light a fire. He also instructs Rosalind that when the Imperial army comes, she is not allowed to win. Although this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the Imperial Army at the border, Rain's target isn't to just win, it's also to make sure they understand the consequences of being arrogant and going against him. He wants to psychologically damage them by making them think they have won and they've pushed Rain to the end of his rope, and then at the last second, once they have been lured deeper, then they will strike. In a few days, the vanguard of the Imperial Army will surely arrive first, and Rosalind will lead her own army to confront them head-on. Once the fight starts, she will pretend to be on the back foot and allow herself to be pushed back, and then once they chase to where the buried oil drums are, they'll unleash the explosion from the barrels. Now that she has explained things thoroughly to her, he leaves the rest to her and heads off to check on how Armando is doing. Armando is not doing too well because the dwarves who he has been trying to communicate with are proving to be way too stubborn. Rain crafted detailed blueprints for them to follow, but the designs are too outlandish for the dwarves to support. Armando tries to convince them that with Rain's calculations, they will be able to produce stronger firepower, but the tube that was drawn and the dimensions of the invention are far too nonsensical for them to understand. While the two are locked in a heavy argument, Rain walks in and asks why the two of them are so heated, especially when Armando should have no reason to get into an argument with one of his employees. Armando explains the situation, that he just wants Bram to follow the blueprint and build it as it was specified in the blueprint, but he insisted that the barrel is too thin to support the gun-powered and it'd only end up exploding. Bram cuts in and clarifies that although the young master had helped the dwarves build a furnace that can smelt iron, that doesn't mean that they will naively believe that every single design he makes is perfect. Sometimes they have to value practicality over trust, and the weapon Rain wants crafted is impractical as far as they are concerned. Rain agrees that the pipe can explode under high pressure, but as long as it is created according to the rules he had laid out in his blueprints, then there'll be no problem. The gun's design is a result of precise calculations that he has already made and tested, and as long as it's controlled properly, then it won't explode, and instead, it'll exert astonishing power. Bram still has his doubts about the gun's design, and if it can even possibly exert as much power as Rain suggests, but the young master says that it can penetrate a heavily armored cavalryman from 50 meters away. This claim makes the dwarves laugh as it sounds way too absurd. They already don't believe that the gun can work, but to hear him claim that it can even pierce through a knight's armor is hilarious to them. Instead of arguing with them, Rain challenges them to make one of the guns according to his design to test it and see if it performs as he says it will. Bram still thinks that Rain is trying to break the laws of common sense itself, but he wouldn't mind giving it a try. The elves get to work, and by the end of the day, they have successfully crafted the gun exactly as Rain expected it to be. Now it's time to put it to the test and see if it's really as powerful as Rain says it is. They take the gun outside and set up a knight's chest plate as a test subject. Rain aims and fires, perfectly blowing a hole straight through the center of the chest plate. Everyone stares in shock at the power of the gun. They were laughing before, but with the evidence right in front of them, it's hard to deny that Rain's invention really works. The gun managed to pierce through the finest chest plate they had available, and it seemed like Rain pulled this idea out of thin air. The emergence of a weapon like this would be enough to change the war landscape of the entire continent, and may even end the era of traditional knightly rule. With no question left in his mind, Brum gets on one knee and pledges his loyalty to the young master. The other elves behind him try to argue with their boss, but he quickly shuts them up, telling them to look at the creation right in front of them. With nothing else left to say, they all kneel with him, pledging their allegiance to him in hopes that he won't make things difficult for them later. Rain tells them to get up and relax. He never needed them to pledge any sort of allegiance to him. What he really wants from them aren't just promises, but a way for them to benefit each other. Rain immediately understands what he's trying to say and assures the young master that the blueprints would never be leaked and they won't betray him. With that little assurance, Rain asks that they talk about these things later. For now, he needs him to lead the dwarven craftsmen to help produce as many guns as possible to prepare for the upcoming war. Outside the city of Icilion, a small army gathers and looks down at Rain's territory. Standing in front of the army is Craven, who takes a moment to inspect the area. One of the soldiers comes up to ask why they are stopping before reaching the city. They have more than enough numbers to charge in and take the small town in one swoop. The other soldiers agree, underestimating Icilion as a remote and desolate state that doesn't even have a decent knightly order. Craven is the only person that seems to remember that the so-called small and desolate town was the same place that wiped out Grand Duke Castile's entire army with a forbidden spell. All human empires on the continent have long reached a consensus that they will not use forbidden spells in war, which means that if he used a forbidden spell, it has to be investigated and they need to take caution. The other knights laugh at the thought that a poor place like Icilion City can have a forbidden level magician. magician. Instead, they believe that Castile must have lied to cover up his defeat at the hands of Rain and his small army. Despite their taunts and laughter, Craven still believes that they should take caution. He orders that the following morning, the soldiers will set up camp and rest, while he heads into the town with people from the Magician's Guild to visit Rain and investigate the claims of the forbidden spell. The soldiers start to suspect that he wants to try and make peace talks with Rain, but he assures them that he simply wants to make sure that Rain really doesn't have a forbidden-level magician on his side. On top of that, they only came to quell a potential rebellion and not to invade, so they shouldn't hope to invade Rain's territory unless they have a legitimate reason to do so. The next day, Craven arrives at Rain's estate and asks to speak to him, and along with him are some people from the Magician's Guild. Rain is impressed that someone from the Orvis Empire is smart enough to not just charge blindly into enemy territory and allows him to be let in. Craven comes and stands before Rain, showing an adequate amount of respect, and Rain receives him in kind, and the two get straight to the point. They discuss the fact that Castile reported that Rain might have used forbidden-level magic in the war, which by decree among humans is not allowed, so they have brought someone from the Magician's Guild to investigate. The magician introduces himself and tries to threaten Rain into agreeing, but Rosalind immediately shuts that down, as she doesn't want anyone to be disrespectful to the city lord. Despite her anger, the magician seems unfazed, claiming that the rules of nobility are not applicable to members of the Magician's Guild. The only way that a member of the Magician's Guild would ever bow down to a mere city lord would be if they prove that they are smarter than the magicians. Rosalind, completely trusting in her master's skill, asks what way he wants to use to prove that Rain is smarter than him. The test he plans to use is very simple. He brings out a toy, and that is usually used to test high-ranking magicians. If Rain is able to solve the puzzle at all, then the magician agrees to bow to Rain immediately, and also admit that his wisdom is superior. Rain recognizes the so-called magician's puzzle as a simple children's educational toy that was used for 4-year-olds in his old world. If this was the level of intelligence that wizards possess, then he has no problem taking the bet. Selena beside him recognizes the test as a high-level magician tool known as the legendary Tangram puzzle. The puzzle is so difficult for magicians that only in rare cases have people been able to perfectly place the pieces back into their frame. Even for the high-level magician in front of him, it took him a whole month to finally unravel the mystery of the puzzle. Before Rain takes a look, Selena decides to give it a try first. She solved some similar puzzles once before during her high-level magician's exam. She makes her best attempt, but quickly realizes that she's just not capable of solving it fast enough. Meanwhile, the magician smirks, laughing at the fact that Selena couldn't solve the puzzle and gloats, thinking he has already won the bet, and he even goes as far as insulting everyone in the room. At this point, even the guards are annoyed and want to take action to shut the smug magician up, but he doesn't care, seeing everyone in Iceland as just ordinary country bumpkins. With nothing else to see, he starts to leave thinking that since everyone is below average intelligence, then there couldn't possibly be a forbidden magician in the city. However, Rain stops him from leaving and offers to solve the puzzle himself. The magician only mocks him more, remembering the fact that when Rain was young, he was nothing but a spoiled rich kid who couldn't even pass the junior exam. The young master mostly ignores him and decides to up the stakes of the bet. If Rain manages to solve the puzzle, then the magician will immediately kneel down and apologize to Selena. The magician agrees, but if Rain doesn't solve the puzzle correctly, then he will kneel and apologize to the entire Magician's Guild. The young master agrees to the terms and immediately solves the puzzle in just 30 seconds. With the winner clear, Rain urges the magician to fulfill his part of the bet. The magician initially wants to argue, claiming that Rain only won through luck, but whether it was luck or skill, a bet is a bet. So Rain gives the man two choices. Either he can fulfill his part of the deal and apologize to Selena, or Rosalind will immediately chop his head off. Craven, who is also a witness to the whole thing, stands with Rain. If he refuses to honor his part of the bet, then it will bring shame to him, the Empire, and the Magician's Guild. If he doesn't honor the bet, then Craven will have no choice but to report the disgraceful behavior to the Magician's Guild. Left with no choice, the magician gets on his knees and apologizes to Selena, but inside, he burns with rage and promises to repay this humiliation 100-fold. Meanwhile, Craven reevaluates his opinion of Rain. For him to be able to solve a high-level magician's problem in such a short amount, that means he's definitely not someone that they should take lightly. Now that the bet has been taken care of, it's time for them to sort out the reason they arrived. The the magician reluctantly gets up and prepares to investigate the forbidden spell that was mentioned in the battle report left by the Grand Duke Castile before his death. Rain, however, doesn't want to agree to those terms, which directly goes against the wishes of the Magician's Guild. He tells the magician clearly that he has never used any sort of forbidden magic, and although that means that he shouldn't be worried about any sort of investigation the Magician's Guild would want to conduct, Rain still says that the investigation would be unnecessary. On top of that, he even claims that the Magician's Guild has no right to investigate the Magician's Guild. Craven comes in as well to assure Rain that all the Magician's Guild wants to do is to uncover the truth and avoid misjudgment. After all, forbidden magicians were to participate in wars, then it would cause great casualties. Rain laughs at that since the Orvis Empire invades their borders every year, and the number of casualties taken during those raids is easily more than the number killed by a forbidden spell. While Craven understands that the young master would have a deep hatred of the Orvis Empire, but he didn't come to fight, and instead he came with the genuine desire to avoid the war. Rain has no issue with avoiding the war, but for that to happen, the Orvis Empire has to agree to release Wilvina's father so they can be reunited. Then he wants them to cede 3 cities on the southwestern border of the empire. If they do these things, then peace would be achieved immediately. Of course, those conditions are completely impossible, meaning that negotiations are already over. With nothing else to talk about, Craven returns to his military camp stationed outside the city's borders. Now that he knows that war is inevitable, it's time for him to prepare for the fight. The soldiers who still underestimate Iceland think that they should just launch a full-scale attack on the town and run it down like they usually do. However, Craven still advises them that they shouldn't underestimate the enemy. Castile led a group of 100,000 men and they failed to conquer the city, so they will need to be careful with everything they do. The soldiers are impatient despite his constant warnings, and Craven gives up on arguing with their arrogant stupidity. As the soldiers loudly laugh amongst each other, an unexpected guest comes out of nowhere to make an offer. It's the magician that followed Craven into the city, and he offers to make the magical barrier around Iceland City disappear for a while. Without the barrier, Iceland would be completely vulnerable. The magician's greed and anger initially puts off Craven, but he would never be against receiving cooperation from a powerful ally. With the agreement made, the magician leaves the military camp while cursing Rain in his head. He plans to steal the magic circle Iceland City, which will make the magic barrier disappear. Then, once the siege on the town happens, Rain will learn that humiliating the Magician's Guild comes at a price. Back in Rain's estate, the young master personally helps put the red-headed girl to bed. As he's talking to her, he takes a look at her stats and sees that she has high loyalty towards him. It looks like all the snacks and favors he has been giving her have paid off, and yet, she hasn't said a single word to him since. He decides to tell her a bedtime story, but he's interrupted by a bright light outside the window. Almost immediately, Leah and Selena come rushing to find Rain and inform him that the magic circle in the city has been tampered with, leaving the magic barrier unstable. It happened not too long ago, and a few soldiers that were sent to guard the circle reported that they were attacked by a powerful mage. The magician was dressed in a black robe which obscured his identity, but it's speculated that it might be the same dark magician that killed the bandit not too long ago. Rain doubts that theory and thinks that this has nothing to do with any black magician. He instead suspects that it's the magician from earlier in the day that is responsible for this. While they do need to investigate this immediately, Leah is more concerned with Rain's safety. Selena suggests that he find somewhere safe to stay while they go and check on the magic circle and see if they can repair it. Rain of course doesn't want to hide while women fight his battle for him, so he demands to come regardless of their concerns. In the city, there's fire and chaos and soldiers rush to find water to put out the flames. As Rain arrives, one of the soldiers comes to apologize for failing to guard the magic crystal, and Rain demands an explanation for what exactly happened. The soldier recounts that the magic circle was working as normal while they were on their routine patrol, when all of a sudden, everyone fainted simultaneously. By the time they had woken up, things had gone to hell. Selena confirms that the traces of magic aren't dark magic like they were before, which confirms that this wasn't the work of the dark magician like they suspected. That confirms Rain's suspicion that it was the magician from earlier in the day who caused this, most likely as retaliation for how they humiliated him earlier in the day. Rain orders the soldiers to count the casualties and tend to the injured, while he personally goes to the magic circle to confront the idiot. As predicted, at the magic circle, Orin the Archmage from earlier in the day stands right in the center of the chaos and declares that this is the consequence of Rain's disrespect. Selena warns him that intervening in a war between empires will bring grave consequences for him, but Orin claims that he has no stake in the war and is simply giving out punishment to a noble that disrespected him. Of course, if a war breaks out during that punishment, then that's none of his business. Selena seems like she's about to strike, but Rain holds her back momentarily. He asks the Archmage how he plans to take responsibility for the damage he has caused and the lives that have been taken, but the Archmage doesn't care for useless trash without magic power. Besides, he says that when the Imperial army arrives the next day, then Iselin will be reduced to ashes. Rain offers the man one last chance to use his magic to rescue the injured people and compensate them 3 times for their losses. If he doesn't, then the young master will not spare his life. The magician doesn't care for Rain's threats and only laughs at him. After all, the strongest magician in town is Selena, and he is stronger than her. He declares that he would like to see them try to stop him before immediately unleashing high-level fire magic. Selena tries to protect Rain with a water shield, but still takes damage in the process. Rain takes the opportunity and points the gun at the magician who's hiding behind his shield and fires a shot. The metal bullet pierces through the magic shield and sends the Archmage recoiling backwards. As he's struggling to process what just happened, Rain places the gun on his head and makes the threat once again, telling the man to heal the injured people or else he will die. In the face of death, the magician asks how he managed to pierce through his magic shield without any magic power, but Rain doesn't answer, and instead orders his soldiers to lock the mage in the dungeon so they can use him as a bargaining chip when the Orvis Empire invades. Selena rushes over to check on the crystal that powers the magic circle. Unfortunately, the crystal has lost all its power. When Orin removed the magic crystal from the circle, it caused the magic circle's power to go berserk, and because of that, it has been reduced to a useless stone, which means that the main structure of the magic circle has been destroyed. The magic barrier will only last for the night, but by the next day when the Orvis Empire attacks, they will be in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Despite how terrible things have become, Rain still remains confident that with or without the barrier, the Orvis Empire won't be able to set foot in the city. He calms Leah and Serena down and tells them to go to sleep and wait for the next day where they'll see the solution to all their problems. The next day, Craven takes one last look at the map of the area as he prepares for the war to begin. It's not lost on them that Orin the Archmage hasn't returned since he left the previous night, and Craven starts to wonder if something happened to him. The soldiers who have gotten blood-hungry continue to urge their commander to send them to war so they can destroy the city in the blink of an eye. One of the soldiers suggests that he can lead a vanguard of 20,000 men to battle. Craven, who is tired from constantly trying to calm the idiots down from running to their deaths, agrees to let the general lead a 20,000-man vanguard to investigate the situation, but he still warns them to not do anything too reckless. At the border of Azalin City, Selena floats above the walls and is the first person to notice the vanguard making their way towards the city. Rain orders Rosalind to head to battle, but reminds her of his order to make sure not to win too quickly. The general of the vanguard gives a quick threat, telling Rain to surrender so his life can be spared. But our protagonist isn't fazed by the idle threats. With the formalities out of the way, the soldier orders his men to charge and kill, making their way towards the troops. Rosalind in turn mounts a horse and charges with her men towards the enemy. She and the general are the first to clash, but she's disappointed by just how weak the man's attack is and wonders if he's holding back. Her doubts are cleared when the man boasts that he used the full force of his axe in that attack. That only makes Rosalind even more disappointed because if the general is this weak, then it'll make it difficult for her to pretend to lose. To make things more believable, she dismounts her horse and runs her spear into the enemy horse before retreating, remounting her horse and taking off. The general, too blind to see the obvious fake retreat, orders his men to pursue them and end this. Rain, on the other hand, is simply impressed by how easily they were attracted towards his traps. The men rush closer towards the city gates, and once they are within range, Rain orders Selena to activate the traps and sell them on their way. After retreating a decent distance, Rosalind stops and translates to face them. The Orvis soldiers approach even faster, thinking that their prey has given up on running and are trying to rely on their city walls for protection. As they approach, Rain notices that there are only 20,000 people left, which is a shame because he was hoping to annihilate them all in one go. But as small as they are, it's still a massive blow to the enemy army. He tells Selena to launch the traps and she charges a massive fireball, aiming down at the ground below the approaching enemy. The barrels blow up immediately, unleashing a massive explosion that immediately engulfs the soldiers who can do nothing but scream out in agony. The general realizes way too late that this is the forbidden spell that Castile had warned them about, but it's much too late for that realization as he screams out in pain. Even Rosalind can barely believe that this amount of power can be achieved without the aid of a forbidden spell. This only furthers her loyalty towards her lord. With such a capable leader, Iceland City is set to become the most powerful empire in the whole continent. Rain, however, isn't done yet. He orders his gunmen to get into position and wait for the next wave of attacks. Back at the military camp, the explosion was loud enough to cause a small earthquake at their location. One of the soldiers rushes in and informs Craven that Rain had indeed used a forbidden spell. Craven demands to know what the soldier saw that made him think that he had used a forbidden spell, and the soldier says that he saw a huge ball of flame erupt from the bottom of the valley, like a rift from hell opening up. Craven rushes out of his tent and calls for his magicians to come to him. But outside the tent he sees nothing but fire in the sky. He orders his magicians to use water to put out the fire and save the magicians, and they summon a high-level rainstorm using water magic. With the immediate danger over, Craven can do nothing but hope that Rain was lying when he claimed that he hadn't used a forbidden spell during the war, because if he really didn't, and he instead possessed a weapon of mass destruction comparable to a forbidden spell, then the Orvis Empire would be destroyed very quickly. After a while, the fire has been successfully put out, and Craven can only pray that there are still people alive. From a smoke, a group of shadows approach the military camp, and the first to come out is Rain, who greets Craven with a surprising amount of politeness considering what just happened. Craven smartly asks if they can end the fighting here before it goes too far for them to stop, and he even suggests that he can go back and plead with the Emperor to make sure that a ceasefire can be reached. But Rain isn't interested in his suggestion to just end the war because they are losing. Behind him, his gunmen point to the sky and aim towards the floating magicians. The mages try to defend with a magic shield, but just like with Orin, the bullets easily pass through the magic shield and pierce through all of them. Seeing it in person only makes Craven even more sure that Rain isn't using magic. But if it's not magic, then he has no idea what it could possibly be. Rain sends Craven back with a message to tell the Emperor that the young master is coming. Craven returns to Orvis with the grave news that the assault on Azalin had failed, and 20,000 Vanguard troops were wiped out but Rain. The Emperor calmly demands to know just how they could have failed. Craven tells him that Rain had somehow managed to master a sort of power that had never been seen before on the battlefield. He warned of the strange power that turned the entire valley into a burning hell of flames, as well as an iron tube weapon that can pierce magic shields and kill mages flying in the air with a single shot. Then he warns the Emperor that if they keep fighting the Azalin city, they will most likely face total defeat. Instead, he urges them to halt their offensive and try to negotiate peace with Rain. The Emperor, who cannot believe that Craven would suggest for the mighty armies of Orvis to surrender and try to negotiate with a small city. Craven, who is even more desperate to make sure that his country isn't destroyed, kneels on the ground and places his face to the floor, begging with his life for the Emperor to understand that the power Rain possesses is something that they simply cannot fight against. If they don't stop and take things slower, then the entire empire will be buried by Rain's hands. The Emperor has seen enough of Craven's cowardice and tells the guards to take him away. Even as they drag him to the dungeon, he still begs for the Emperor to understand and try to be cautious. Down in the Imperial Capital prison, Craven is unceremoniously tossed into the dungeon, and even then he still begs to be let out so he can go and negotiate with the Emperor so he can stop the war. Behind him, someone calls out to him and asks how someone as high-ranking as Craven would get thrown into the dungeons as well. Craven turns around and sees Duke Richard, Wilvina's father. He's been locked in the dungeon for years, so much so that Craven doesn't even remember how it happened. Richard asks again how Craven got himself thrown down into the dungeons, and Marshall reluctantly explains everything that happened. By the end of the explanation, the Duke is just as skeptical as the Emperor that one young man with a few hundred people has the power to wipe out a 20,000-man vanguard and an aerial mage squad. However, as nonsensical as it sounds, that is the truth of what happened, and even with this news, the Emperor still insists on attacking Iselin. The reason for that is actually something that Duke Richard is familiar with. It's because many years ago, before he was imprisoned, Richard once accompanied the Emperor on an inspection tour of the western border. While they were there, they stumbled on an abandoned altar near Iselin where a monster had been sealed by an ancient magic array. The creature spoke to the Emperor and promised that if he could break the seal, then he would be granted supreme power, enough to make him the sole king of the entire continent. The Majesty, who's never been satisfied with ruling just a single continent, happily accepted the opportunity to have an entire continent kneel before him. He doesn't care about the consequences that would follow from releasing such a fearsome monster that could potentially lead to the destruction of the whole empire. That's why Richard used his family's unique seal barrier art to conceal the magic array's presence. That's also the reason he sent troops to slaughter Iselin year after year in hopes of finding a way to trigger the array. On top of that, he can't kill Richard because only he knows how to undo the seal barrier art. That's at least a little bit of hope for Craven that the entire empire isn't doomed, and he hopes that if he keeps his head down, he can escape to go work under Wilvina in Iceland. Hearing that his daughter is in Iceland sends Richard into a panic. Craven asks what's going on, and Richard's face turns heavy as he admits that this is what the Emperor had planned from the very beginning. He explains that breaking the ancient seal requires the blood of either him or Wilvina, which means if Wilvina falls inside Iceland City, the sealed monster is finally set free. The truth hits Craven all at once, and fear mixes with regret as he realizes every soldier who fell and every choice he made pushed the king one step closer to this moment. Nothing happened by chance, because every move was part of the king's plan. Richard lets out a tired sigh and admits that he always believed that staying alive kept the king in check, but he never expected him to go this far. Even placing Wilvina in Iceland City was part of the plan, and innocent lives became nothing more than pieces on the board. Craven completely loses his cool, rushes to the cell door, and shouts for the guards to let them out because the entire empire is in danger. Nobody answers, and the silence only makes things worse. Then a loud crack echoes through the room as Richard easily breaks the chains around his wrists, while a strange, fiery aura surrounds him. He calmly walks toward the door and says there is no reason to stay locked up after the king decided to sacrifice his own daughter. Richard tells Craven to get ready, because the Mad Emperor is finally coming down. Craven just stands there in disbelief, because Richard has this kind of power the whole time. Richard explains that escaping early never mattered, because exposing the king's final move was far more important. He raises a hand, unleashes his magic, and the prison door explodes into pieces. The massive crash brings fully armed knights rushing into the hallway, and they immediately order both men to surrender. Richard barely reacts, and he simply says that he will clear the way while Craven finds an exit. A strange magic circle forms in his hand before he slams it into the ground. The floor splits apart, flames burst from below, and the entire corridor is swallowed by fire. Panic spreads everywhere as the surviving knights run for their lives, giving Craven the opening he needs. The two of them rush through the burning prison, and finally make it outside. Two tired knights are guarding the area, but they react far too late. Craven drops the first one with a single hit, then takes down the second before any alarm can spread. Richard gives him a nod of approval, clearly impressed by how quickly he acts, but Craven does not care about the praise. He tells Richard to grab the horses and leave before the entire city surrounds them. They ride away at full speed while alarm bells ring across the capital. Soon enough, news of the escape reaches the Emperor. The knight delivering the report expects the Emperor's anger, but the Emperor only smiles. Instead of being upset, he becomes even more certain that Wilvina is the key to breaking the seal. Everything is moving exactly the way he wants, and the final game is finally beginning, and he orders the Shadowblade unit to secretly follow Richard's every move. After everyone leaves, he quietly stares at the black crystal in his hand, already imagining the sealed monster's return. In his mind, the entire continent will soon belong to him alone. The scene shifts back to Bram's workshop, still glowing with blazing heat. Rain arrives and asks about the weapon, and Bram happily reveals the finished cannon hidden beneath a cloth. Rain carefully checks every part before praising the incredible work. Bram proudly explains that dwarven smiths always deliver fast results, although the project burns through almost every valuable resource they have. Refined iron is nearly gone, and even the copper used to protect the city is running low. At best, only 2 more cannons can be built without fresh supplies. Rain decides that 3 are more than enough, because after the war ends, the Orvia empires or mines will solve every shortage. Now all that remains is waiting for the Emperor of the Orvis Empire to arrive, so the true power of the Industrial Age can finally be unleashed. 3 days pass, and the Emperor personally leads the Empire's army to Iceland City's border. His arrival sends the soldiers into a frenzy as their cheers shake the battlefield before they launch a full assault. The defenders outside the walls suffer heavy losses, forcing Rain to order a retreat back into the city. The enemy's older knights laugh at the decision and claim Rain is too scared to fight. They confidently say that an army of 100,000 only needs to surround the city, wait for food to run out, and claim victory without effort. Rain quietly watches the siege take shape from the city wall, while every insult slowly fuels the anger in his eyes. Later that night, candlelight fills Rain's study as Rosalind and Selena stand before him with worried faces. Rosalind asks to lead an attack the next day because constant retreat is hurting the soldiers' confidence, and Selena quickly agrees, believing they still have a chance if they strike first. Rain calmly explains that war is never about winning every battle, because only the final one truly matters. Fighting now would only waste lives and precious supplies, especially when the city still lacks enough weapons and ammunition. Instead, he wants the enemy to grow comfortable, because overconfidence always comes with a price. Rain then reveals that 36 massive barrels of oil are already buried beneath the planned battlefield. Once they are ignited, the explosions will completely wipe out the Empire's front line. Rosalind's eyes light up as she realizes Rain has already prepared a massive trap, and she openly praises his plan. Rain does not celebrate, but instead quietly admits that the situation is far more dangerous than it looks. If every buried barrel explodes together, Iceland City's protective wall will collapse along with them. Selena immediately understands what that means, because losing the wall means losing the city's greatest defense. Rain nods and reminds them that everything depends on getting this one chance right. Before anyone can speak again, the door suddenly swings open as a soldier rushes inside with urgent news. 2 enemy spies have been captured, and they claim to carry information that cannot wait. Rain finds the report strange since there is little reason for spies during a full siege, but he orders them brought in anyway. The moment the prisoners enter, Rain immediately recognizes Craven. Standing beside him is Duke Richard, Wilvina's father, and a former high-ranking official of the Empire. Rain assumes they have come to surrender and asks whether the Emperor knows about this, but Craven quickly shuts that idea down. He says they are not there to surrender, but rather they are there to stop the Emperor. Richard steps forward and asks Rain to listen despite every reason to doubt him. He reveals that an ancient sealing magic array lies deep beneath this city, where a terrifying ancient monster has remained trapped for countless years. Long ago, he and the Emperor discovered the hidden ruins, and now the Emperor plans to break the seal with blood so the creature can be unleashed. Rosalind freezes in shock while Rain quietly connects every piece of the puzzle. When Rain asks what is needed to break the seal, Richard honestly explains that either his death or Wilvina's death inside the city's surrounding area is enough. The entire war is nothing more than the Emperor's plan to make that happen. Richard begs Rain to send soldiers so they can leave the sealed area before it is too late, insisting that even if he falls afterward, the monster will never awaken. Rain stays silent for a moment before refusing without hesitation. Richard cannot believe the answer, and accuses Rain of risking the entire continent just to protect one city. Rain remains completely calm and asks if Richard truly expects him to abandon Island City, leave its people behind, and move his entire army for only 2 lives. Richard calls him selfish, but Rain only gives a faint smile. He says fate is never decided by a mad emperor, and he has no intention of abandoning the people of Island City. Instead, he wants the Emperor to stand there and watch every single dream fall apart, one piece at a time. Far away inside the Imperial camp, the Emperor quietly speaks into the empty air and says that the time has come. Black smoke gathers behind him before taking the shape of a cloaked shadow guard waiting for orders. The Emperor commands him to sneak into Island City and take Wilvina's life during the chaos of the battle. The shadow guard accepts the mission and disappears into the darkness. Left alone, the Emperor smiles as his ambition grows even stronger. In his mind, once the ancient seal breaks, every obstacle will fall before him, and the entire continent will become his alone. The next morning, the Empire's massive army lines up outside Island City, ready to begin the assault. Rain stands on the city wall and quietly studies the endless sea of soldiers. Even with everything prepared, the sheer size of the enemy force is enough to make anyone stay alert. Richard points toward the Empire's elite heavy cavalry and warns that they are the strongest unit in the entire army. He explains that their charge can smash through almost any defense. Rain only smiles and says they are nothing more than walking tin cans. Richard cannot believe the response and insists that Rain has never faced heavy cavalry before. Rain laughs and says they are no threat at all because bringing them down is much easier than they think. Richard quietly shakes his head and starts believing Rain has become too confident after winning one battle. Deep down, he hopes one crushing defeat will finally convince Rain to send troops to take him and Wilvina away from the city. Before the conversation goes any further, Rosalind arrives and reports that the Empire's heavy cavalry is preparing to move, and she asks if they should go and meet them. Rain agrees and orders her to lead the light cavalry outside the city. He reminds her that the goal is not to fight head-on, but instead she only needs to keep the enemy chasing before pulling away every single time. Rosalind looks confused at first, but Rain explains that heavy armor drains stamina much faster. If they spend enough time chasing fast riders, they will wear themselves out without landing a single real attack. The plan instantly clicks, and Rosalind cannot hide her excitement. Rosalind soon leads the light cavalry out of Iselin City, and the Imperial Knights immediately burst into laughter after seeing such a small force. Believing victory is already guaranteed, the commander orders the heavy cavalry to charge. The ground shakes as thousands of horses race forward, but just before both sides meet, Rosalind suddenly turns her horse and slips away, leaving the heavy cavalry charging into empty space. The enemy commander explodes with anger and orders every rider to keep chasing until her entire unit is crushed. Exactly as Rain predicts, the chase drags on, and after 2 full laps, the heavily armored knights begin slowing down. Meanwhile, Rosalind's riders still move comfortably. The Imperial soldiers realize they are being played, but stopping now would only embarrass them even more, so they continue the chase anyway. From a high cliff, the Emperor calmly watches everything unfold. He admits that Rain is a talented commander and even praises his strategy, but he also believes Rain has overlooked one important detail. Turning toward one of his mages, he orders every available spellcaster to restore the heavy cavalry's stamina. A nearby knight warns that using so much magic now will leave them unable to defend against another massive spell from Rain. The Emperor simply smiles and says Rain will never risk it. He explains that the battle is happening close enough to Iceland City that any large-scale attack would destroy the city's own walls along with the enemies. Rain values the city too much to make that choice, and the Emperor is completely certain of it. Down on the battlefield, everything changes in an instant. A massive green magic circle appears above the heavy cavalry, and their exhaustion disappears like it never existed. Their horses pick up speed again, and the gap between both armies starts closing fast. One rider cries out in shock as the enemy suddenly charges with fresh energy. Even Rosalind is caught completely off guard, because she never expected the Empire to spend so much magic just to restore stamina. As thousands of cavalry thunder closer behind them, panic begins spreading through her troops. The riders warn that both they and their horses are reaching their limits, while the Empire's elite refuses to slow down. Rosalind is full of worry because everything falls apart way too fast, but then she remembers Rain's plan before she left the city. He told her that if anything went wrong, she only needed to lure the enemy cavalry close to the city walls, and he would handle the rest. Even though she hates looking weak in front of him, she has no better choice. She turns her horse around, orders everyone to retreat toward the city, and keeps the formation spread out, so the enemy keeps chasing without thinking twice. The enemy knights see them running and instantly think victory is right in front of them. Their commander orders a full charge as everyone laughs and rushes after the fleeing cavalry. Before they even realize that something feels off, Rosalind's forces reach the city gates. The gates open, and a small group of knights walks out carrying strange black metal weapons instead of swords or spears. The older knights stare in confusion, while the rest can only laugh because those weapons look completely useless. The moment the lead knight gives the order, loud blasts shake the battlefield as bullets fly straight into the charging cavalry. Heavy dragon-scale armor gets ripped apart like it means nothing, while the knights at the front fall one after another, and the rest freeze in complete shock. Nobody understands what just happened, because nothing like this has ever existed in a world ruled by magic. From the city wall, Rain calmly watches everything, and says that armor means nothing in front of a gun. The battle is already over in his eyes, so he tells Grand Duke Richard that it is time to leave. Richard stays behind completely stunned because he never imagined Rain was hiding something this terrifying. As the gunfire stops, the surviving enemy cavalry runs for their lives and leaves the battlefield covered with fallen soldiers. The city celebrates the huge victory, and everyone cheers for Rain. But while all the attention stays on the celebration, three dark figures quietly slip into the city without anyone noticing. Hidden by powerful magic, they enter the stables and reveal themselves as assassins sent by the Emperor. Then a knight walks into the stable to check on his horse, but before he can react, the assassin takes him down in one clean move and uses dark magic to copy his appearance perfectly. With his new identity as Karn, he tells the other two to stay outside while he heads into the Lord's residence. That night, everyone gathers for a small banquet as the knights keep praising Rain for leading them to victory. Disguised as Karn, the assassin joins the celebration and acts like nothing is wrong. Rain accepts the praise without getting carried away, then reminds everyone not to celebrate too much because the war is far from over. Meanwhile, Wilvina quietly watches from the side. Looking at Rain brings back old memories, and she starts wondering what their relationship will become once everything finally ends. Lost in thought, she leaves the hall and walks alone toward the garden. The fake Karn quietly follows her and starts a casual conversation. At first, Wilvina lowers her guard because the face looks familiar, but something immediately feels wrong. He calls her Lady Wilvina, even though everyone in the city only refers to her as the chief finance officer under Rain's orders. Instead of showing her suspicion, she calmly tests him by bringing up wedding plans with Lilia, and even mentions an old argument near the kitchen. The assassin has no idea what she is talking about and gives a vague answer anyway. That mistake exposes everything, and Wilvina's face turns cold as she steps back and says that he is not Karn because nobody named Lilia has ever existed in the city. Then she demands to know who he really is. The moment Wilvina exposes him, the assassin becomes worried and asks her how she was able to figure it out. She explains that it wasn't from his appearance, but rather, it was from the way he addressed her, causing the assassin to quietly let out a breath of relief because his disguise is still perfect. Then Wilvina suddenly realizes why he is really there, and demands to know if he comes to assassinate Rain. The assassin calmly says that the Emperor will deal with Rain himself and reveals that Wilvina is the real target. He excitedly explains that once her blood reaches the sealed barrier beneath the ground, the monster trapped inside will finally be released. His words instantly remind Wilvina of a secret her father once shared. She realizes the terrifying truth and calls him completely insane. She warns that if the monster escapes, the entire continent will fall into chaos because innocent people, children, and even his own family will never survive. The assassin does not react at all as he simply says that his loyalty belongs only to the Emperor and that he will eliminate anyone he is ordered to eliminate. Wilvina calls him someone who is not even worthy of being called a dog, causing his eyes to turn cold as he pulls out his sword and rushes straight at her. Wilvina has no way to defend herself and can only watch as the blade comes closer. A loud clang echoes through the garden because someone blocks the attack with nothing more than a silver fork. Wilvina looks up in complete shock and sees Arya standing right in front of her. The assassin cannot believe his sword has been stopped by something so ridiculous. Arya calmly tells him that he must not hurt Wilvina because Brother Rain would be heartbroken. Wilvina is just as shocked because ever since Rain rescued Arya from human traffickers, the girl has never spoken a single word until now. The assassin laughs at her confidence and asks if she really believes a fork is enough to stop him as Arya calmly says that it is. That confidence gets under his skin, so he attacks again with even more force as dark magic bursts from his body and covers the area. The sound of metal crashing fills the night as the sword and fork collide again and again. Inside the mansion, everyone keeps enjoying the banquet while Grand Duke Richard admits that he never expected Rain's rifles to tear through the enemy's armor. Rain casually says that those rifles are still not strong enough and plans to make even stronger weapons with the dwarves after the war. Richard suddenly senses powerful magic nearby and immediately realizes that someone is fighting. Rain quickly notices Wilvina is missing and asks where she went as Leah says that she saw her heading toward the garden a few minutes ago. Richard instantly understands that his daughter is in danger as the glass in his hand slips and shatters on the floor. Rain wastes no time, orders everyone to search the area and rushes toward the garden with a pistol already in his hand. When Rain arrives, he stops in surprise because the fight is already over. The assassin is kneeling on the ground while Arya and Wilvina stand safely in front of him. Arya quickly explains that the assassin came to eliminate Sister Wilvina. Rain immediately praises her after hearing that she protected Wilvina because he once said that he never wants to lose the people he cares about. Then he points his pistol at the defeated assassin and offers him one chance to stay alive. The assassin refuses without hesitation and declares that his loyalty belongs only to the Emperor. While everyone focuses on his words, he secretly sends two dark shadows through the ground as they silently race toward Richard and Wilvina, leaving both of them frozen in fear. Before anyone understands what is happening, the shadows split open and two assassins jump out with swords aimed straight at Richard and Wilvina. They move so fast that nobody has time to react, and Richard throws himself in front of his daughter without thinking, ready to protect her no matter what. Just before the blades can reach them, a loud gunshot shakes the night. One assassin is hit instantly as the bullet tears straight through him, sending him crashing to the ground. Rain stares at Rain in complete shock while he calmly blows the smoke from his pistol and says that within 7 steps, a handgun never misses. Richard finally relaxes after seeing Wilvina safe, but he forgets about the second assassin for 1 second. That tiny opening is all the assassin needs. He rushes forward and swings his sword. Richard barely dodges in time, but the blade still slices across his arm. Even with blood running down his sleeve, he does not back down because someone who has survived countless battles is not stopping over one wound. The assassin hesitates for a moment, giving Richard enough time to land a powerful punch that sends him flying across the ground. The assassin quickly realizes the fight is no longer in his favor and immediately turns to escape. Wilvina rushes to her father's side, worried about the injury, but Richard ignores the pain and tells Rain to chase the assassin before he gets away. Then he reveals something that instantly changes the mood. The assassin's sword is stained with his blood, and Wilvina's face turns pale because she already knows what that means. Richard confirms that if the assassin escapes with his blood, the ancient seal beneath the city will break, and the monster trapped inside will finally be set free. Richard and Wilvina both look at Rain with obvious worry, but Rain stays completely calm. He tells Richard to let Wilvina treat the wound first while his men deal with everything else. He orders the fallen assassin's body to be removed and the surviving one locked inside the dungeon. Deep down, Rain is not worried at all. Instead, he sees the monster as the perfect chance to test the massive cannons he recently finished building. Later, Rain thanks Arya for saving Wilvina's life and asks why she has stayed silent ever since arriving in the city. Her answer catches him completely off guard. She quietly says that she is afraid of being sold again. Rain immediately tells her that slave trading is forbidden in his territory, but she explains that she lost her parents at a young age before being adopted by people who eventually decided that she was too strong and too clumsy. She kept breaking dishes, furniture, and other things without meaning to, so they sold her. The same thing kept happening again and again until she learned that staying quiet helped her avoid attention and made people less likely to buy her. Hearing everything she has been through, Rain gently comforts her and promises that nobody will ever sell or force her away again. He reminds her that she already proved her strength by protecting Wilvina and asks if she wants to use that strength to protect even more people. Instead of answering, Arya tearfully asks if breaking things will make everyone abandon her again. Rain firmly says that this place is her home now. Those words finally break the wall around her heart as she hugs him tightly. Rain accepts her request to become one of his subordinates and says Rosalind will test her abilities tomorrow. Right after that, the system announces that Arya is officially his fourth talented recruit. Only one person remains, and Rain already decides that Wilvina will be the final piece. Night settles over the castle, beneath a thin crescent moon and a sky filled with cold stars. As the entire fortress falls into complete silence, inside her grand room, Lady Wilvina sits alone at her desk, while the moonlight gives her bright red-orange hair a soft glow. She stays calm, although caution fills her eyes, and the quiet breaks as Rain walks in with his usual calm confidence. He wastes no time and says that he wants her to join his side because he believes she can become one of the most important people in the future he is building. Wilvina pauses for a moment before politely declining the offer. She admits that she cannot see herself standing beside someone with dreams as big as his because she comes from a rival nation and believes she could never truly support him. She even laughs at herself a little and says that her only real talent is changing account books. Rain simply smiles, because he never sees that as a weakness. She quickly says that plenty of people can do the same thing, so there is no reason for him to choose her. Rain then asks if she even knows what his real goal is, although she quietly admits that she has no idea. The room grows quiet as Rain explains that someone with her talent should already understand how powerful controlling resources can be. He says that many people can change numbers, although almost nobody can do it as perfectly as she can. Winning battles is not only about strong fighters, because smart people shape the battlefield long before anyone starts fighting. Those words completely catch her off guard, and for the first time she starts wondering if her talent really matters. Rain then reveals that he wants to teach her something far greater than changing ledgers, and he calls it finance. The strange word leaves Wilvina completely confused, because she has never heard of it before. Rain explains that finance uses numbers to control wars and guide the flow of every resource. In the right hands, a simple ledger becomes more dangerous than any weapon. He believes finance is the golden key to taking down entire empires without wasting countless soldiers, and he promises to place that power in her hands. One day, when the world enters a brand new era, he says that everyone will remember her as the person who started it all. She stares at him, completely speechless, because the future he describes feels far bigger than anything she ever imagined. Rain reaches out his hand once again, and asks her to walk into that new era beside him. Wilvina looks at his hand as her heart races, while a small blush appears across her face before a bright smile finally breaks through. She jokes that he is even more convincing than the smoothest swindler alive, although her expression soon turns serious. From that moment on, she promises to devote everything she has to young Master Rain. At the same time, a system notification appears before Rain, and announces that he has successfully gathered 5 top-tier talents. As a reward, he unlocks an extremely valuable artillery shell blueprint, and he immediately plans to have the Dwarven clan produce it as soon as possible to crush every monster standing in his path. Far away, beneath another crescent moon, a massive army gathers before ancient ruins covered in glowing symbols that give off a heavy and unsettling feeling. The Emperor of the Orbis Empire stands before the giant wall, holding a vial of blood, while excitement twists across his face. He pours the blood onto the ancient stone, and every symbol lights up with a deep crimson glow as the entire structure shakes beneath a rising dark force. A giant pillar of black smoke bursts into the sky before a massive shadow creature slowly forms inside it, opening glowing crimson eyes that spread fear across the land. Dark markings cover the king's face as he proudly declares that the world will bow before him again. He turns toward the distant city of Iceland City, orders the army to march, and begins an all-out war driven by revenge. The next morning, the sky above Iceland City is bright and clear, although the air feels strangely heavy, as if disaster is already waiting. Outside the city, the army of the Orbis Empire marches forward in complete silence. At the front walks the Emperor, surrounded by a violet purple aura that seems ready to swallow everything around him. His glowing crimson eyes and corrupted body leave even his own soldiers uneasy, because the ruler they once followed now looks more like a monster than a man. The gates of Iceland City open as Rosalind leads the city's army onto the battlefield. She stands fearlessly before the approaching darkness, and reminds every soldier that their home is right behind them, so falling back is never an option. Her words lift everyone's spirits just as both armies crash together. Forces charge, weapons collide, and the battlefield falls into complete chaos. Even so, the Orbis Empire quickly pushes forward with overwhelming force, forcing Iceland City's defenders back step by step. The Emperor casually raises one hand, then waves of dark power burst across the battlefield without caring who stands in the way. Friend and foe fall together as he declares that every life only makes him stronger. Anyone who gets close loses far more than a battle, because their very soul is ripped away, leaving nothing behind except lifeless bones. Power spreads faster than the fighting itself, while the Emperor proudly declares that the entire continent will soon belong to him. Dark energy tears across the battlefield, and the once proud army begins to crumble under the endless pressure. Rosalind refuses to watch her soldiers fall any longer, and rushes straight at the Emperor with every bit of strength she has left. Her spear shines with brilliant light as she puts everything into one decisive attack. Although the Emperor easily avoids it before closing the distance in an instant, one effortless strike sends her crashing across the battlefield. She struggles back onto her feet despite countless wounds and attacks again, although the result never changes. A blast of dark power tears through her body before throwing her into a massive boulder. As the Emperor slowly walks toward her with complete confidence, he looks down on her as though the battle has already ended. High above the battlefield, Rain quietly watches everything unfold while Grand Duke Richard struggles to hide his fear. Looking at the countless bodies below, Richard realizes that this is no longer a battle, but a complete slaughter, and desperately urges Rain to call for help from the Magic Association. Rain stays completely calm as Leah confirms that every civilian has safely reached the shelters. With everything finally ready, Rain fires a signal flare into the sky and officially begins the operation. Seeing the bright light, Rosalind understands the plan at once. She forces herself back up and orders every remaining soldier to retreat toward the southeastern mountainside before falling back into the city. The Dark Emperor laughs as the defenders retreat, completely convinced that nobody can escape him. Standing beneath the city walls, he calls out to Rain and promises a painless end if the gates are opened. Rain calmly replies that nobody knows who will be the one to fall today. Rows of strange black barrels rise above the walls before Rain gives the order to fire. Thunderous blasts shake the battlefield as countless rounds slam into the Emperor's dark barrier, although the smoke clears to reveal him standing without a single mark. Panic spreads across the walls, but Rain never loses his smile. He quietly says that ordinary rifles are never enough, then orders the massive cannons forward. Giant artillery pieces roll into position as the ground trembles beneath their weight, and Rain looks down at the Emperor before calmly deciding that the real battle finally begins. Below the walls, the Emperor laughs and declares that a few chunks of iron without magic could never scare him. Rain only smiles and says that this weapon carries more destructive power than anything the Emperor has ever seen. With a single wave of his hand, he orders Bram to fire. Bram follows every step exactly as he was taught, and the three cannons lock onto the Emperor before unleashing a deafening blast. The shells tear through the sky faster than the eye can follow, and blazing fire crashes straight into the Emperor's position. Even the Emperor feels a chill as the attack reaches him almost instantly. Realizing how powerful the blast will be, Rain tells Selena to move everyone away from the wall before the shockwave reaches them. She quickly casts a teleportation spell, and blue light wraps around the group before carrying them to safety. The moment they arrive, Selena admits that the cannon's power shakes even her. They turn back just as a massive explosion lights up the sky. Rain pulls Selena close and orders everyone to get down before the shockwave slams into the battlefield. A giant pillar of fire rises into the air, and the ground shakes violently. The soldiers can only stare in complete disbelief, because nothing they have ever seen comes close to this level of destruction. As the smoke slowly clears, a gigantic crater remains where the Emperor once stood. The knights erupt with excitement, convinced that the ruler of the Orvis Empire has finally fallen. Cheers spread across the battlefield as everyone celebrates what looks like a complete victory. Then a rough voice suddenly echoes from inside the smoke, and every smile disappears. The voice calmly admits that Rain's attack is impressive, although it is still not enough. The battlefield falls silent as fear returns once again. Purple smoke begins swirling from the crater before the Emperor slowly walks out, covered in wounds but still standing. His eyes burn with rage as he admits that it has been a long time since anything managed to hurt him. He then charges forward like a storm and swears that if Rain cannot defeat him, every citizen inside the city will pay the price. Rain never flinches. Instead, a small smile appears as he casually asks who said the weapon could only fire once. Those words stop the Emperor in his tracks as confusion replaces confidence, while cold sweat slowly runs down his face. Rain simply points toward Bram, who is already standing beside the smoking cannons with a huge grin. Bram happily reports that the barrels are still blazing hot and asks if the Emperor would like another round. The Emperor cannot believe what he is hearing. He insists that an attack powerful enough to rival forbidden magic should never be possible twice in a row. Rain calmly replies that magic is already falling behind because the industrial age has finally arrived. Before the Emperor can react, another earth-shaking blast tears across the battlefield. The flames consume everything once again, and this time, the ancient Orbis Empire finally reaches its end. With the Emperor gone, the once mighty empire quickly falls apart as nobles and warlords rush to claim power for themselves. Rain wastes no time and secures every important location he has planned for. Later, inside the city lord's mansion, he unveils a massive development map and announces the construction of Enical University alongside industrial, commercial, residential, and diplomatic districts. The Elf Queen watches in amazement, struggling to believe that one border city has completely changed the world. When she questions why the elves need their own district instead of living in a simple forest, Rain explains that bringing different races together will create understanding through culture, food, and everyday life. Before the meeting can continue, a royal envoy from the Kalidor Empire arrives. The envoy immediately mocks the Elf Queen for sitting beside Rain, although Rain steps forward without hesitation and coldly orders him to apologize at once. Otherwise, another body will be leaving the room. The room falls completely silent as the tension becomes almost unbearable. Even after Rain's warning, Enrique refuses to back down because, as the Emperor's special envoy, he believes nobody would dare lay a hand on him. His confidence only makes Rain smile. Rain calmly tells Rosalind to teach him how to speak with proper respect. Without saying another word, Rosalind steps forward and draws her sword in one smooth motion. When President the Blade points at him, Enrique panics and warns that attacking him means challenging the entire empire. Rosalind does not care as she swings without hesitation, forcing him to barely dodge before stumbling backward in complete shock. Enrique cannot believe the attack is real, although Rosalind gives him no time to recover. She rushes him again, driving him back with one strike after another until panic turns into anger. He hurriedly draws his own sword and tries to fight back, but the gap between them is obvious. Their blades clash for only a moment before Rosalind completely overpowers him and sends him flying. Blood spills from his mouth as he crashes onto the floor. She keeps the pressure on, refusing to let him catch his breath, then finishes the exchange with a powerful kick that leaves him on the ground. The moment her sword rises for the final strike, every bit of arrogance disappears as he immediately begs for mercy and repeatedly admits that he is wrong. Just before the blade reaches his throat, Rain tells Rosalind to stop. Enrique cannot believe that the son of Grand Duke Ardalian actually allows someone to humiliate him like this. Hatred burns inside him, although staying alive matters far more. Swallowing every bit of pride, he apologizes to the Elf Queen and begs for her forgiveness. The Elf Queen thanks Rain for standing up for her, although Rain simply smiles and reminds her that they are partners. Hearing those words only makes Enrique's hatred grow stronger, even as he keeps his head lowered. Rain then orders Enrique to read the Emperor's decree. Still kneeling with blood on his lips, Enrique opens the scroll and announces that Rain must return to the capital within 3 days to receive his official reward from the Emperor. He also reveals that the future of Inichal City will be decided by the Imperial Court. The Elf Queen immediately questions why a city won by Rain should even be discussed, although Enrique explains that those are simply the Empire's rules. Rain quietly considers everything before deciding that his strength is still not enough to openly challenge the Empire. He accepts the decree and announces that he will leave for the capital without delay. Enrique hides a satisfied smile, already believing Rain is walking straight into a trap. Far away inside the beautiful Imperial Gardens, the second prince meets with the fourth prince to discuss a far more dangerous matter. The second prince explains that the third prince has gained too much influence, and if nothing changes, neither of them will ever reach the throne. The nobles are already divided into 3 groups, although the third prince's supporters are clearly the strongest. The fourth prince immediately understands where the conversation is going, and quietly asks if another royal tragedy is being planned. The second prince casually replies that the method does not matter. An accident, a fall, or poison, as long as the third prince disappears. The fourth prince then asks the only question that matters: who will take the throne afterward? The second prince promises that whoever becomes emperor will split the rewards equally, including land, resources, and military power. That promise is more than enough to win him. As they prepare their plan, the second prince brings up Rain, whose recent victories have shaken the entire empire. He explains that the emperor will almost certainly demand the return of Inakel City, and that conflict will become the perfect chance to remove the third prince while placing all the blame on the Ardalian family. The two princes happily raise their cups, celebrate the emperor's long life, and quietly prepare the scheme that could throw the entire empire into chaos. 2 days later, a grand carriage brings Rain back to the family estate after months away. The ride stays quiet until he finally steps outside, and realizes that nearly half a year has passed since he left for the frozen north. The old butler quickly welcomes him home and happily says that the Duchess has been waiting for him, so Rain heads inside without wasting another second. The moment Rain enters the sitting room, his mother rushes over and cannot stop looking at how much thinner he has become. She keeps asking about his life in Azalan City, his meals, and how he has been taking care of the people under his rule. Rain hugs her and says that there is nothing to worry about because he is not a child anymore. She smiles and reminds him that every mother always sees her children as someone worth protecting. Rain then says that he brought gifts back from Azalan City, as Leah carries the bags inside. The Duchess praises him for thinking about the family, but the warm moment ends when the butler returns and says that Grand Duke Ardalian wants to see him in the study right away. Rain walks into the silent study and announces that he has returned. His father immediately reminds him that the only task he received was solving the food crisis before listing everything else Rain has done. He talks about taking down an imperial commander, making an alliance with the elf clan without permission and creating trouble along the border. He then asks if Rain already sees that land as his own. Rain calmly says that the land may not belong to him by name, but the people trust him to protect them and give them a better future. That answer makes the Duke pause because he can clearly see that his son has grown far beyond expectations, which is both impressive and a little worrying. The Duke warns that the real test will come during the ceremony tomorrow because many powerful people will try to use recent events against him. Rain confidently says that as long as he refuses to give up, nobody will take the city away from him. He then asks how his father sees the empire and which side he will choose if the fight for the throne finally begins. The Duke stays quiet for a moment before saying that Rain is still too young and far too confident. He warns that the emperor is not someone who can be pushed aside so easily and says that unless the family is forced into action, he has no plans to make a move. Rain accepts the answer and the heavy conversation finally settles down. The Duke then changes the topic completely by placing a stack of papers on the desk. They are all marriage candidates from powerful noble families who could strengthen Rain's position in the future. Rain quickly says that there's already someone in his heart, which catches his father completely off guard. When Rain reveals that the person is Leah, the Duke slams his hand on the table and refuses to accept the idea because she is only a servant. Rain refuses to back down and says that nobody else gets to decide who is worthy. His father explains that power alone is never enough because allies and noble connections also matter, but Rain rejects that old way of thinking. He believes the future belongs to the industrial age he is building, not political marriages. Taking that determined look, the Duke finally eases up and says the list will still be sent to Rain's room, hoping he will at least meet a few of the candidates. Later that night, the Imperial Palace becomes the center of the Empire's biggest decisions. Prince Aranzo stands before the Emperor and suggests allowing Rain to continue ruling the newly conquered city because taking it back by force could upset the Ender family. He also admits that Rain's new ideas have caught his attention. The Emperor quietly asks what every ruler needs most before answering his own question by saying that the answer is cruelty. He says that absolute power belongs only to the throne, and whatever Rain is allowed to do will happen, while anything forbidden will never succeed. The warning hangs over the hall as Aranzo stays silent under the overwhelming pressure. Before anyone else speaks, an elegant woman walks into the chamber and asks why Prince Aranzo is still standing there. The newcomer is Lilith, a beautiful woman with long pink hair who walks in with a playful smile and reminds the Emperor that he promised to spend the evening with her instead of drowning himself in work. The whole room changes the moment she arrives, as Aranzo lowers his head and greets the imperial consort with respect, while the Emperor's serious face melts right away. He pulls Lilith into his arms and promises to return with her, almost forgetting the important meeting, as she leans close and quietly tells him that tonight's reward depends on how well he behaves. Holding Lilith close, the Emperor dismisses Aranzo without another thought and orders him to leave, making it painfully clear that personal pleasure now matters far more than the Empire's future. Aranzo has no choice but to obey. although the frustration inside him keeps growing until he finally leaves the room. Only then does his real expression appear, as he realizes that his father no longer cares about protecting the empire and only wants to keep everyone fighting while chasing his own desires. His eyes turn cold, and he quietly promises that if this rotten rule continues, he will be the one to burn everything down and build something better from the ashes, no matter the price. The next morning, the Grand Imperial Hall fills with nobles as the Emperor announces that he is pleased with everything Reign has achieved in Iceland City. As a reward, he declares that Innical City will become part of Reign's land, both regions will become one new territory, and Reign will receive the title of Count. The hall instantly fills with whispers because everyone knows that someone this young reaching such a position is almost unheard of, while Reign stays calm because everything is happening exactly as his father predicted. Before anyone can settle down, Minister Fels steps forward in his purple robe and loudly declares that giving Reign such authority would be a terrible mistake. Reign does not react and simply watches him with a calm smile, already knowing this greedy old minister is the first move in the Emperor's plan. His father's warning about the poisonous snakes hiding inside the capital echoes in his mind, and he remembers being told to stay calm no matter what happens. The Emperor asks Fels to explain himself, and the minister claims that military force does not mean someone can manage money or govern people. Several nobles nod along and even let out quiet laughs, thinking the Minister of Finance is making perfect sense, although Reign already knows exactly who his first opponent is. The Emperor pretends to think carefully before asking Fels whether he has a better solution. Hiding a small smile, Fels says that Reign should only control the army and security while experienced officials take over finance and civil affairs. According to him, that is the only way to protect people from bad leadership. The Emperor looks pleased because as long as powerful nobles keep fighting each other, nobody has time to challenge the throne. Then he turns toward Reign and asks what he thinks. Reign rejects the proposal without any hesitation, and confidently says that he is fully capable of managing finances because he already has skilled people helping him, and even has experience handling economic matters himself. If Fels refuses to believe it, he invites the minister to test him immediately. Fels laughs loudly before bringing out a giant pile of messy tax records, explaining that the Empire's accounting system has become a complete disaster that even experienced inspectors cannot solve. Looking completely confident, Fels challenges Reign to organize the entire accounting system within 1 month, and if he fails, all financial authority over the new territory will be taken away. The Emperor quickly accepts the wager before asking whether Reign truly dares to face such a difficult challenge in front of the entire court. Reign smiles, clenches his fist, and accepts without a second thought, walking straight into what everyone believes is a perfect trap. Duke Ardalian watches with obvious worry because even veteran politicians avoid getting involved with these records, although he quietly accepts that this trial may be the only way for Reign to survive the dangerous capital. That night, the Emperor secretly meets with Fels, who proudly reveals that he mixed together tax records from several regions and hid the original ledgers from the Empire's richest lands. Convinced that nobody can untangle such a mess, both men celebrate what they believe is Reign's coming defeat. While the Emperor enjoys what looks like another perfect move, Reign is already working through the mountain of ledgers with Leah beside him. Selena looks completely drained just from seeing the endless records and wonders why Wilvina is not there to help, although Reign explains that she is busy rebuilding the tax and mining systems in Isolane City. To him, this impossible audit is not a burden, but a priceless gift hiding inside a much bigger plan. Selena can barely believe what she is hearing, although Reign simply smiles, lifts one of the ledgers like treasure, and explains that these records hold every secret the Empire has tried to hide. Once the hidden patterns are uncovered, every act of corruption and every piece of the Empire's real wealth will be exposed. Reign turns to Leah and Selena and tells them to sort every ledger by tax category, region, and time period, while leaving every calculation to him. Leah stares at the mountain of work and suggests bringing in more experts from the guild before time runs out, although Reign calmly says that a few ledgers like these are nowhere near enough to challenge him. He gently pats her head and explains that nobody in the imperial capital who truly understands taxation would be foolish enough to step into this mess and stand against the powerful people behind it. Leah still thinks money could convince someone to help, although Reign lets out a quiet laugh and explains that this entire audit is nothing more than the Emperor's plan to take away his authority. Hearing that, both Leah and Selena finally understand just how deep the corruption inside the court really goes. A moment later, Selena notices something strange and explains that after organizing the records, several regions are missing entire sections of documents, making the numbers impossible to match. She assumes the Ministry of Finance simply forgot to include them, although Rain chuckles and says it is no accident but another trap. Those missing records were hidden on purpose, so nobody could discover the Empire's real financial losses. Selena suggests reporting the missing documents to the Emperor and asking for a complete set, although Rain immediately shuts the idea down because he expected this move from the very beginning. He explains that as long as enough information remains, the missing numbers can still be reconstructed from the records that were left behind. Pointing to one ledger, Rain explains that land rent in the northwestern region has dropped by 17% compared to last year, even though farm production has stayed exactly the same. His pen moves across the paper as he quickly calculates the missing tax and concludes that the difference was clearly stolen. He then points out that land ownership records were never properly updated, making it easy to hide property and avoid paying taxes. Moving to another ledger, he notices that the northern salt tax was delayed by a full month, although transport costs somehow never changed. He calmly explains that officials are using fake shipments on paper so they can claim the same transport costs again and again while quietly draining money from the imperial treasury. Leaning back in his chair, Rain says the Empire has turned corruption into an art form. Every part of the financial system is filled with fake numbers, hidden land, duplicate records, and empty reports that only exist to cover stolen money. He shakes his head and says it is no surprise nobody has managed to produce a clean audit in years. Selena watches in complete amazement and wonders how he solved everything so quickly. Rain smiles, points at his head, and explains that it is not magic at all, but a modern financial system built on logic, proper organization, and careful verification. What looks impossible to everyone else is simply another puzzle waiting to be solved. Far away inside the palace, the Emperor asks how Rain is doing halfway through the audit. Minister Fels confidently reports that he personally altered the records, left several ledgers incomplete, and even made up nearly a third of the numbers. The Emperor smiles with satisfaction and praises the plan, while Fels proudly says that even 30 of the ministry's best experts would need at least 3 months to sort everything out. Both men are completely convinced that Rain will never escape the trap, and the Emperor even declares that once Rain fails, all financial authority over Enical will belong to Fels. The minister can barely hide his excitement, because he sees this as the perfect chance to embarrass Rain and insult his father at the same time. When the deadline finally arrives, Fels walks into Rain's study and confidently asks how much progress has been made. Rain calmly flips through the ledgers and replies that everything was finished the night before and was ready to be presented that morning. Fels freezes in disbelief before quickly trying to hide his panic. Rain notices the reaction and casually asks whether the records were supposed to be impossible to complete. Fels forces a smile and asks to review the results immediately, hoping to find even the smallest mistake. Rain agrees but adds one condition: the verification must happen before the Emperor and the entire court, so nobody can twist the outcome. Fels has no choice but to accept, although the anger on his face is impossible to hide. As he storms away, he quietly promises that tomorrow's court session will become Rain's greatest humiliation, while having no idea that the trap is already falling apart. That same night, beneath a sky full of stars above the Imperial Palace, the conspiracy grows even deeper as Fels leaves Rain's study and heads straight for the Emperor. After kneeling before the throne, he reports Rain's demand for a public audit and confidently says that Rain is about to embarrass himself. He explains that 3 traps are already hidden inside the ledgers. One part of the records is missing and covers the Empire's biggest financial income. Another part contains fake numbers that Fels secretly changed years ago, making the records impossible for outsiders to understand. Even if every number is correct, the workload alone is far too huge for anyone to finish in a month. The Emperor smiles with satisfaction and orders every noble, high official, and all 3 princes to attend the audit because he wants everyone to watch Rain's downfall. The next morning, the palace is filled with tension as the audit begins before the Emperor and the entire court. Rain walks into the hall with nothing more than a thin scroll, leaving everyone confused. Most nobles believe he is simply acting brave, while Fels welcomes him with fake respect before proudly announcing the Ministry of Finance's results. He even pretends to be generous by saying that small mistakes in Rain's work will be forgiven because it is his first time handling imperial finances. Rain immediately cuts him off and calmly asks what reward he will receive if the ministry's numbers are wrong. The entire hall goes silent before one official steps forward in anger and asks whether Rain truly believes he is smarter than every expert in the ministry. Rain gives a calm smile and says that he does. That confidence makes the whole room lose its mind. Fels quickly calms everyone down before asking the Emperor to begin the comparison. The ministry reports the Empire's total tax revenue as 14,830,000 gold, with border taxes at 2,160,000 gold and mineral taxes at 1,800,000 gold. Rain calmly presents completely different numbers and says that the real total is 16,057,000 gold, with border taxes reaching 3,120,000 gold and mineral taxes at 2,650,000 gold. The huge difference shocks the entire court as officials immediately call Rain's calculations nonsense. The emperor points out the massive gap and demands an explanation. Rain simply says that the answer is obvious because the Ministry of Finance changes the records so the numbers never match. The accusation leaves the hall completely frozen as everyone stares at him in disbelief. Fels bursts into anger and accuses Rain of spreading lies, but Rain calmly asks what he will say if proof exists. That single sentence makes Fels nervous, although he convinces himself that Rain is only trying to shake his confidence because almost nobody inside the ministry knows the real records. Rain slowly opens his scroll and begins listing the evidence one section at a time. He explains that the empire's taxes are divided into direct taxes, indirect taxes, and licensing taxes before focusing on indirect taxes first. Using trade records, transport data, and export numbers, he proves that border taxes should be 3,120,000 gold instead of 2,160,000 gold. He then points out that salt production rises after the northern salt fields expand, yet tax income somehow drops by 40,000 gold. With a calm smile, he wonders whether all that salt somehow returns to the sea. Rain continues by exposing the land tax records and explains that the number of farmers across 37 territories rises by 8.5%, yet land tax somehow falls by 2% compared with the previous year. He calmly says that those numbers simply cannot exist together before looking straight at Fels and asking whether half the empire's farmers suddenly disappear. The grand hall becomes completely silent as nobody can answer a single point. Sweat covers Fels' face while disbelief slowly turns into panic. He cannot understand how Rain uncovers secrets buried for years. Rain asks whether Fels has any defense before saying that nobody in the capital is blind enough to miss such obvious tricks. Fels completely falls apart, drops to his knees, and can only stare at the floor as every number crushes his confidence. The emperor finally explodes with anger and demands to know how the Ministry of Finance dares to change official records and steal the empire's wealth. Realizing that nobody will protect him anymore, Fels begs for mercy and desperately claims everything is only a small mistake. The emperor ignores every excuse and orders him thrown into prison before demanding a full investigation into every financial record, every official involved, and every hidden asset connected to the case. Guards immediately drag Fels away despite his desperate pleas. Later that night, silence fills the dark dungeon until the heavy iron door slowly opens and faint light spills across the floor. Fels looks up in complete shock because the person standing before him is none other than the emperor himself, whose cold expression reveals nothing at all as he says that he has made Fels suffer for nothing. His voice carries no warmth as the emperor makes it clear that this arrangement exists only to keep Fels alive after the tax fraud scandal. Fels immediately drops his forehead to the floor and repeatedly thanks the emperor, showing that he fully understands the situation. Deep down, he knows that he has barely escaped disaster. The emperor stays serious and says that the biggest priority is making sure everyone connected to the case stays quiet. Fels quickly understands and offers the perfect person to take the blame, an inspector from the Western Border Tax Office in Belhome, a man with no noble status or powerful backing. The emperor gives a small smile and orders the matter settled as quickly as possible. Before leaving, he warns Fels that another failure will cost far more than a noble title. Once the emperor disappears into the darkness, Fels drops to the floor and mutters that the capital hides dangers far greater than any young noble could ever imagine. Later at Rain's residence, Selena excitedly praises Rain for exposing the fake records and forcing Fels into disgrace. Rain calmly sips his tea before quietly saying that Fels will be completely fine. Selena cannot believe those words because tax fraud is one of the empire's biggest crimes. Rain explains that the emperor already knows about the fake records. That answer leaves Selena speechless. Rain says the fake numbers are never accidents. They exist to create the image of a rich and stable empire while hiding the truth beneath the surface. It is all one huge political move designed to keep everyone calm even as the financial system slowly falls apart. Selena still struggles to believe it and asks how Rain knows the emperor and Fels are working together. Rain hears a faint smile and says the answer is hidden inside the emperor's actions. Fels never receives a chance to defend himself, explain anything, or answer a single question before the arrest order arrives. Rain says that the entire scene is nothing more than a performance. If Fels speaks freely, the corruption behind the palace could come into the light. By sending him away immediately, the emperor protects himself while calming the court at the same time. Rain quietly says that this empire does not survive on truth, it survives on whatever people are allowed to believe. Selena finally understands that Fels is never the real target, as he is only a shield protecting the throne. Rain lets out a quiet laugh because the emperor may have protected himself, but he is also forced to hand financial authority over Enical to Rain. At that moment, Grand Duke Ardalian walks into the room with a serious face and immediately scolds Rain for going too far during the court session. Rain calmly asks why speaking the truth should ever be wrong. The Duke slams his hand onto the table and says that Rain did far more than tell the truth because he openly challenges the most powerful people in the capital. He warns that power does not belong to whoever is right, it belongs to whoever nobody dares to challenge. Rain stays completely calm and says that if those changing the records feel no fear, then the one holding the truth has even less reason to fear. The room instantly becomes quiet. Grand Duke Ardalian lets out a long sigh before changing the subject. A list of noble daughters is placed before Rain as he orders him to choose a marriage partner because political marriages are part of every great family's future. Across the room, Leah quietly prepares tea, but her hands begin to shake. She lowers her head to hide the tears gathering in her eyes before excusing herself to prepare more hot water. Rain immediately understands what is happening and follows her into the corridor. Standing beneath the dim light, Leah quietly says that she is only a maid and his marriage has nothing to do with her. She never looks back, yet her voice already says everything. Before Leah can walk away, Rain gently wraps his arms around her from behind and softly says that the marriage has everything to do with her. Leah freezes as every wall around her heart begins to fall. Rain gently reminds her that from Iceland City until now, she is the one person who has always stood beside him and understood him better than anyone else. Tears finally roll down Leah's face, although fear still remains because she knows the gap between their positions has not disappeared. Instead of answering that fear directly, Rain simply asks whether she is willing to stay beside him. Leah stands still for a moment before all her worries slowly fade away. She steps forward and holds him tightly as she quietly says that she is willing. In the quiet halls of the Imperial Palace, another conspiracy begins as the Emperor informs Fels that Belham, the chosen scapegoat, is already gone, leaving the Minister of Finance completely safe. Fels immediately bows and promises his loyalty, but the Emperor has no interest in empty praise. His attention is already on Rain Edgar. Anishal City is simply too rich and too important for the royal family to ignore. Fels admits that taking Rain's authority by force is impossible, so he suggests a smarter plan. By taking away Rain's power, they should slowly control his decisions. The answer is a carefully arranged marriage. The future bride will stay beside Rain every day, quietly watching everything he does while slowly guiding his choices, causing the Emperor to let out a smile. When the Emperor asks who should play this role, Fels immediately names Lady Noya Stewart. The Emperor is surprised because she is already engaged to the heir of the Sarando family. Fels calmly explains that this is exactly why she is perfect. Her beauty, noble status, and existing engagement will create complete chaos. He proposes inviting Grand Duke Ardalian Edgar to the palace before the investiture ceremony, then secretly spreading rumors that the Grand Duke personally requests the marriage himself. Once the story spreads across the capital, the Edgar family will have no choice but to accept it to protect their reputation. The Emperor is delighted because the royal family stays clean while the three great houses turn against one another. Fels quietly smiles because Rain is about to walk straight into a trap disguised as a reward. As morning arrives at the Enoch El estate, Leah wakes Rain and reminds him that today is his reward ceremony. The royal envoys will arrive soon, yet Rain only groans because he has no interest in leaving his warm bed for another ceremony arranged by the old man in the palace. He jokingly pulls Leah close and says that after returning to Iceland City, someone else can handle the work while they enjoy peaceful mornings without interruptions. Leah blushes before reminding him that a lord's duty always comes first. Rain laughs and says that he can always work after waking up, and besides, she will keep everything running while he sleeps. Leah simply smiles because she already knows that is exactly what will happen. Not long afterward, Rain arrives at the Imperial Palace where the Emperor publicly praises his achievements. He speaks about Rain defeating the Orvis Empire's army and protecting the Empire, then praises his talent for finance before officially granting him complete authority over Enoch El. The announcement shocks the nobles because nobody expects the Emperor to hand over such an important city. Rain respectfully accepts the honor, although he immediately senses something is wrong. Nothing in politics ever comes for free, and a reward this generous almost always hides another move waiting around the corner. The Emperor soon reveals his final gift by announcing that Rain has reached the proper age for marriage. Rain instantly understands that the old man is trying to place a spy beside him. Moments later, the royal decree names Noya Stewart as his future wife. The grand hall immediately erupts because everyone knows she has already promised to the Sarando family. The young master of the Sarando family jumps to his feet and loudly protests, saying that Noya is already engaged to him. The Stuart family remains completely silent while the emperor calmly pretends to know nothing about any engagement. The young master quickly realizes that arguing against the throne changes nothing, while his father rushes forward to apologize and claims his son is simply confused. The emperor waves everything away with a fake smile, acting as though it is only a harmless misunderstanding. Rain quietly watches the entire performance before the emperor confidently says that Grand Duke Ardalian personally requested this marriage earlier that morning, and insists that a careful man like him would never make such a decision without careful thought. Every eye in the hall turns toward Rain's father as the emperor asks whether this is true. Grand Duke Ardalian stands frozen, sweat running down his face because every answer leads to disaster. After a long silence, he lowers his head and quietly agrees, sacrificing the truth to protect his family's future while the emperor's trap closes exactly as planned.